Let's dive into your real estate exam prep with 100 key questions on principles, practice, finance, math, and more. Don't miss what's happening in the bottom corner. It'll be key to your prep. Now, let's get started.
Real estate principles. Basic concepts of real estate. Which of the following is a key concept of real estate that defines the rights associated with the ownership of land and improvements? Is it A, bundle of rights, B, easement, C, lien, or D, zoning? The answer is A, bundle of rights. The bundle of rights is a fundamental concept in real estate that encompasses the various legal rights, such as possession, control, exclusion, enjoyment, and disposition that accompany property ownership. Which physical characteristic of land makes it impossible to move the property? Is it A, scarcity, B, improvements, C, immobility, or D, permanence? The answer is C, immobility. Immobility is a physical characteristic of land that reflects its fixed geographic location, meaning it cannot be moved from its place.
Have you noticed the code in the bottom corner? Next time you're stumped, take that code to birdsey.ai for immediate help and a free study session with Birdsey, your personal AI study partner. Plus, you'll get access to hundreds of additional questions, helping you move closer to passing your exam with confidence. The next time you're feeling unsure or stuck, give it a try.
What is the term for a right or privilege associated with real property that normally transfers along with the land to a new owner? Is it A, easement, B, appurtenance, C, encroachment, or D, fixture? The answer is B, appurtenance. An appurtenance is a right or privilege attaching to a property and typically transfers with it. This can include rights of way, easements, and improvements that are part of the property. Which of the following best describes the concept of fixtures in real estate? Is it A, personal property that is permanently attached to real property, B, mobile belongings within a property, C, temporary structures added for specific events, or D, legal rights associated with property ownership? The answer is A, personal property that is permanently attached to real property. Fixtures are items that were originally personal property but become real property when attached to land or buildings in a way that is seen as permanent, such as built-in appliances or lighting. What is the primary purpose of zoning laws in real estate? Is it A, to regulate land use and development within a municipality, B, to determine property taxes based on land value, C, to enforce building codes and standards, or D, to establish property boundaries? The answer is A, to regulate land use and development within a municipality. Zoning laws designate specific uses for different areas within a municipality, e.g. residential, commercial, industrial, and help ensure that land use is planned and sustainable, aligning with community goals and regulations. Property ownership. Which type of property ownership allows all owners to have equal rights to the possession and use of the property? Is it A, tenancy in common, B, joint tenancy, C, sole ownership, or D, community property? The answer is B, joint tenancy. Joint tenancy allows multiple owners to have equal rights to the possession and use of the property with the right of survivorship. This means when one owner dies, their share passes to the remaining owners. What distinguishes a life estate from a fee simple estate? Is it A, duration of ownership, B, type of property, C, number of owners, or D, transferability? The answer is A, duration of ownership. A life estate is limited to the duration of a designated individual's life and does not include the full bundle of rights available in a fee simple estate, which is the most complete form of ownership, lasting indefinitely. What is the primary feature of a condominium ownership? Is it A, exclusive use of a detached building, B, exclusive ownership of a unit and shared ownership of common areas, C, right to use common property as per lease terms, or D, full ownership of land and structure? The answer is B, exclusive ownership of a unit and shared ownership of common areas. Condominium ownership involves owning an individual unit exclusively while sharing ownership of common areas like elevators, hallways, and recreational facilities with other unit owners in the development. Which form of ownership is characterized by each owner's undivided interest but without the right of survivorship? Is it A, tenancy in common, B, joint tenancy, C, tenancy by the entirety, or D, sole ownership? The answer is A, tenancy in common. In tenancy in common, co-owners have individual, undivided interests in the property. Unlike joint tenancy, it does not include the right of survivorship. Co-owners can transfer their interest independently. What is a key characteristic of joint tenancy in property ownership? Is it A, each tenant has a separate, distinct interest in the property, B, all tenants have the right of survivorship, C, ownership can be transferred only with the consent of all tenants, or D, each tenant can will their portion of the property to heirs? The answer is B, all tenants have the right of survivorship. Joint tenancy includes the right of survivorship, meaning when one tenant dies, their interest automatically passes to the surviving joint tenants. This is a key distinction from other forms of ownership. Which ownership type allows for the property to automatically transfer to surviving co-owners without probate? Is it A, tenancy in common, B, joint tenancy, C, fee simple, or D, community property? The answer is B, joint tenancy. Joint tenancy includes a right of survivorship clause, enabling property interests to pass automatically to the surviving joint tenant upon the death of one tenant, bypassing probate. Types of property. Which of the following is an example of personal property? Is it A, a detached garage, B, a refrigerator, C, a built-in stove, or D, a swimming pool? The answer is B, a refrigerator. Personal property, also known as chattel, includes items that are movable and not permanently affixed to land or buildings. A refrigerator, as an appliance that can be moved, is an example of personal property. What is a hallmark characteristic of real property? Is it A, movable, B, covered under personal property laws, C, permanently attached to the land, or D, easily transferable? The answer is C, permanently attached to the land. Real property includes land and anything permanently attached to it, such as buildings or trees. This characteristic distinguishes it from personal property, which is movable. Which of the following best describes a fixture? Is it A, an object that can be detached without damage, B, personal property that has been permanently affixed to real property, C, any item inside a property, or D, a temporary structure? The answer is B, personal property that has been permanently affixed to real property. Fixtures are items that start as personal property but become real property when they are permanently attached to the land or a building, like a built-in stove or cabinetry. Which type of property is considered intangible? Is it A, land, B, furniture, C, stocks, or D, buildings? The answer is C. Intangible property does not have a physical form and includes assets like stocks, bonds, and patents. Unlike real or personal property, intangible property represents value but cannot be touched. What is an example of real property? Is it A, a house and the land on which it sits, B, a tenant's leasehold interest in an apartment, C. A real estate agent's license. Or D. A car parked in a driveway. The answer is A. A house and the land on which it sits. Real property encompasses land and its permanent attachments. This includes buildings, trees, and other fixtures. Personal property, in contrast, refers to movable items and intangible rights. What distinguishes real property from personal property? Is it A. Its mobility, B. Its cost, C. Its ownership duration, or D. Its use for business or personal purposes? The answer is A. Its mobility. The key characteristic that distinguishes real property from personal property is mobility. Real property involves immovable assets like land and buildings, while personal property includes movable items.
If you're finding this helpful, please take a minute to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more practice exams, useful tips, and complimentary study sessions with Birdsey.
Legal descriptions. Which of the following is the most accurate method for describing real estate in a legal context? Is it A. Meets and bounds, B. Tax assessor number, C. Street address, or D. Plot map? The answer is A. Meets and bounds. The meets and bounds method accurately describes real estate by specifying the property's boundaries and measurements, providing the most detailed legal description. What is the purpose of a lot and block system in real estate? Is it A. To describe parcels of land within a subdivision, B. To measure the land's improvement value, C. To assign tax rates to properties, or D. To provide zoning classifications? The answer is A. To describe parcels of land within a subdivision. The lot and block system is used primarily to describe property within subdivisions. It helps in identifying specific plots of land for legal purposes. In the rectangular government survey system, what is the fundamental unit of measurement? Is it A. Section, B. Acres, C. Quadrangles, or D. Township lines? The answer is A. Section. In the rectangular government survey system, a section is the basic unit of measure, covering 1 square mile or 640 acres. What is the parallel referred to as a baseline in the government survey system? Is it A. A line of latitude, B. A meridian line, C. A principal meridian, or D. A plot division line? The answer is A. A line of latitude. In the government survey system, a baseline is a key parallel line of latitude, from which townships are measured and laid out. What is the primary characteristic of the meets and bounds method? Is it A. Descriptions use a grid system, B. Descriptions begin at a point of beginning and follow physical features, C. Descriptions use lot and block numbers, or D. Descriptions rely solely on latitude and longitude coordinates? The answer is B. Descriptions begin at a point of beginning and follow physical features. Meets and bounds descriptions begin at a specific point and follow identifiable landmarks and measurements to define boundaries. What is a major advantage of using the lot and block method for legal descriptions? Is it A. It provides detailed boundary descriptions, B. It is simple and efficient for urban land layouts, C. It relies on physical landmarks, or D. It uses a government grid system? The answer is B. It is simple and efficient for urban land layouts. The lot and block system simplifies legal descriptions for urban areas, providing clear and efficient parcel identification. Real estate practice. Agency relationships. What is the primary duty of a real estate agent to their principal? Is it A. Loyalty, B. Disclosure, C. Accountability, or D. Confidentiality? The answer is A. Loyalty. The primary duty of a real estate agent to their principal is loyalty, which entails prioritizing the principal's best interests in all dealings. Which of the following best describes a fiduciary relationship in real estate? Is it A, a relationship built on trust and confidence, where the agent acts in the principal's best interest? B, a formal contractual relationship between buyer and seller? C, a business partnership between a real estate agent and their client? Or D, an advisory role where the agent provides suggestions but has no obligations? The answer is A, a relationship built on trust and confidence, where the agent acts in the principal's best interest. A fiduciary relationship in real estate is characterized by trust and the agent's duty to act in the principal's best interest with loyalty and care. When must an agent disclose an agency relationship to a prospective buyer? Is it A, as soon as possible, preferably at the first substantive contact? B, only after the buyer shows serious interest in a property? C, during the closing process? Or D, only if the buyer asks about the agency relationship? The answer is A, as soon as possible, preferably at the first substantive contact. Agents must disclose their agency relationship as soon as possible, ideally at the first substantive contact, to ensure transparency and prevent potential conflicts of interest. What type of agency is created when an agent represents both the buyer and seller in the same transaction? Is it A, dual agency, B, exclusive agency, C, designated agency, or D, general agency? The answer is A, dual agency. Dual agency occurs when a real estate agent represents both the buyer and seller in the same transaction, requiring clear consent from both parties to avoid conflicts of interest. Duties and disclosures. What is the primary duty of a real estate agent as a fiduciary to their client? Is it A, to disclose confidential information to assist in the transaction? B, to act in the client's best interest by providing honest and fair treatment? C, to ensure the client receives the lowest possible price for a property? Or D, to prioritize personal gain over the client's interest? The answer is B, to act in the client's best interest by providing honest and fair treatment. A fiduciary duty means the agent is obligated to act in the best interest of the client, maintaining loyalty, confidentiality, and honesty. This is a fundamental ethical obligation under real estate law. Which of the following must be disclosed by the agent to a potential buyer? Is it A, the seller's urgency to sell? B, the presence of lead-based paint? C, the seller's financial situation? Or D, the agent's commission rate? The answer is B, the presence of lead-based paint. Agents must disclose any known material facts about the property, including potential health hazards, such as lead-based paint, to the buyer in accordance with federal and state laws. Under the principle of disclosure of material facts, what information must an agent reveal to a client? Is it A, the lowest price accepted by the seller? B, significant defects in the property? C, the motivation for other buyers in the market? Or D, personal biases about the neighborhood? The answer is B, significant defects in the property. Disclosing material facts, such as defects in a property, is essential to ensure that buyers have all pertinent information to make an informed purchase decision, safeguarding both the buyer and agent legally. Fair housing laws. Which of the following practices is forbidden under the Federal Fair Housing Act? Is it A, denying a loan based on poor credit history? B, refusing to rent to someone based on race? C, charging higher rent based on income? Or D, requesting ID verification from tenants? The answer is B, refusing to rent to someone based on race. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. refusing to rent to someone based on race is illegal under this law. Which group is not protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act? Is it A, race, B, age, C, color, or D, disability? The answer is B, age. The Federal Fair Housing Act protects against discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. Age is not covered, although other laws like HOPA may apply. Which of the following would be considered discrimination under the Federal Fair Housing Act? Is it A, providing different amenities based on familial status? B, offering preferential rates to veterans? C, charging higher deposits for pet owners? Or D, refusing to rent to someone with a criminal history? The answer is A, providing different amenities based on familial status. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination based on familial status. Providing different amenities to individuals based on whether they have children is considered discriminatory. A landlord refuses to rent to a person because they have children. What protected class does this violate? Is it A, race, B, sex, C, familial status, or D, disability? The answer is C, familial status. Familial status is a protected class under the Fair Housing Act, which includes households with children under 18. Refusing to rent to someone because they have children is a violation. Ethics and professional conduct. Which of the following is a key principle of the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics? Is it A, pursuing personal interests above client interests? B, maintaining honesty and integrity in all transactions? C, prioritizing profits over ethical considerations? Or D, promoting discriminatory practices? The answer is B, maintaining honesty and integrity in all transactions. The National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics emphasizes maintaining honesty and integrity in all transactions. Realtors are expected to adhere to these principles to ensure professional and ethical conduct. What action is considered unethical for real estate professionals? Is it A, disclosing property defects to clients? B, misrepresenting property details intentionally? C, providing clients with fair market value analysis? Or D, adhering to clients' requests within legal limits? The answer is B, misrepresenting property details intentionally. Misrepresenting property details intentionally is considered unethical. Real estate professionals must provide accurate information to ensure trust and compliance with ethical standards. In real estate practice, which scenario best illustrates a conflict of interest? Is it A, acting as an agent for both buyer and seller in the same transaction without disclosure? B, recommending a licensed home inspector to a client? C, negotiating property price adjustments? Or D, referring clients to financing options within legal limitations? The answer is A, acting as an agent for both buyer and seller in the same transaction without disclosure. Acting as an agent for both buyer and seller in a transaction without proper disclosure creates a conflict of interest. Agents must disclose such dual agency to avoid ethical breaches. Why is it essential for real estate professionals to avoid discrimination in their practices? Is it A, to comply with fair housing laws? B, to reduce business expenses? C, to attract high-end clients only? Or D, to follow personal preferences? The answer is A, to comply with fair housing laws. Real estate professionals must comply with fair housing laws, which prohibit discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, nationality, disability, and family status, ensuring fair treatment for everyone. Property management. What is the primary purpose of a property management agreement? Is it A, to outline the terms for property leasing? B, to establish the responsibilities and compensation of the property manager? C. To determine the property's market value. Or D. To specify the tenant screening criteria. The answer is B. To establish the responsibilities and compensation of the property manager. A property management agreement primarily serves to define the responsibilities and compensation of the property manager, aligning the expectations and duties of both the property owner and the manager. Which of the following is not a typical responsibility of a property manager? Is it A. Maintaining the property, B. Collecting rent, C. Appraising the property, or D. Handling tenant complaints? The answer is C. Appraising the property. While property managers handle various tasks including maintenance, rent collection, and tenant relations, appraising a property typically requires a certified appraiser and falls outside a property manager's duties. Real estate contracts. Required elements of a contract. Which of the following is not a required element for a valid real estate contract? Is it A. Mutual agreement, B. Lawful objective, C. Earnest money, or D. Consideration? The answer is C. Earnest money. Earnest money is typically used to show the buyer's good faith, but is not a necessary element for a contract to be valid. The essential elements of a contract include mutual agreement, lawful objective, and consideration. What is the primary purpose of the statute of frauds in real estate contracts? Is it A. To ensure all real estate agents are licensed, B. To prevent fraudulent conduct, C. To establish fair housing practices, or D. To determine property boundaries? The answer is B. To prevent fraudulent conduct. The statute of frauds requires certain types of contracts, including those for the sale of real estate, to be in writing to be enforceable, thereby reducing the potential for fraudulent claims.
Notice the code in the corner? When you're stumped by a question, enter it at birdsey.ai for immediate help. Enjoy complimentary study sessions and access to hundreds of additional questions to help you pass your exam with confidence.
Types of contracts. What type of contract ensures that one party's obligation is contingent upon the performance of another party? Is it A. Unilateral contract, B. Bilateral contract, C. Open listing, or D. Net listing? The answer is B. Bilateral contract. A bilateral contract is characterized by mutual obligations where each party's duty is contingent upon the performance of the other. This is common in real estate purchase agreements. In real estate, what type of contract becomes enforceable only if the other party is aware of and reliant on it? Is it A. Implied contract, B. Express contract, C. Unilateral contract, or D. Executed contract? The answer is C. Unilateral contract. A unilateral contract is enforceable when one party performs an act based on the promise of the other, such as in open listings or rewards for certain actions. Contract clauses and terms. What does the due diligence clause in a real estate contract generally allow the buyer to do? Is it A. Secure financing for the property, B. Withdraw from the contract for any reason, C. Conduct inspections and evaluations of the property, or D. Negotiate the closing costs with the seller? The answer is C. Conduct inspections and evaluations of the property. The due diligence clause allows buyers a specified period to inspect the property and review any necessary documents to ensure the property's condition is satisfactory before finalizing the purchase. Which clause in a real estate contract specifies the date by which all conditions must be met and the transaction must be closed? Is it A. Contingency clause, B. Closing date clause, C. Financing clause, or D. Amendment clause? The answer is B. Closing date clause. The closing date clause is a critical term in a real estate contract specifying when all conditions must be completed and the property transaction finalized, ensuring both parties are aware of the timeline. Negotiation and acceptance. What does the term acceptance mean in the context of a real estate contract? Is it A, the buyer agrees to the terms of the seller's counteroffer? B, the seller agrees to the buyer's offer without changes? C, both parties agree to close the transaction within 30 days? Or D, the escrow account is funded with the buyer's deposit? The answer is A, the buyer agrees to the terms of the seller's counteroffer. Acceptance in a real estate contract occurs when one party agrees to the proposed terms of the other party's offer or counteroffer, effectively creating a binding agreement. Which scenario best describes a counteroffer in a real estate transaction? Is it A, the buyer submits an offer that the seller accepts as it is? B, the seller suggests different terms to the buyer's original offer? C, the buyer agrees to pay the closing costs proposed by the seller? Or D, the seller declines the buyer's offer without any change? The answer is B, the seller suggests different terms to the buyer's original offer. A counteroffer occurs when the seller or buyer proposes different terms in response to the original offer, which nullifies the initial offer and creates a new offer.
Don't forget to comment below with your tips, challenges, and thoughts on exam preparation. Your experiences can make a big difference for others.
Breach of contract and remedies. What is the most common remedy for a buyer in the case of a seller's breach of a real estate contract? Is it A, liquidated damages, B, specific performance, C, rescission, or D, punitive damages? The answer is B, specific performance. Specific performance is often the preferred remedy for buyers because it compels the seller to follow through with the terms of the contract, ensuring the property transfer. Which of the following is generally not considered a valid remedy for a breach of a real estate contract? Is it A, specific performance, B, compensatory damages, C, rescission, or D, punitive damages? The answer is D, punitive damages. Punitive damages are generally not considered a valid remedy for a breach of a real estate contract because they are intended to punish egregious behavior rather than rectify breach issues. Real estate finance. Basic concepts of real estate finance. Which of the following is considered a benefit of obtaining a fixed-rate mortgage? Is it A, lower initial interest rates, B, stable monthly payments, C, flexible payment terms, or D, interest rates that adjust periodically? The answer is B, stable monthly payments. Fixed-rate mortgages offer stable monthly payments, making it easier for borrowers to budget and plan their finances over the life of the loan. This stability is a key advantage, especially in times of fluctuating interest rates. In real estate finance, what is the primary purpose of private mortgage insurance, PMI? Is it A, to protect the borrower from future interest rate increases, B, to increase the borrower's credit score, C, to allow the borrower to qualify for a loan with a lower down payment, or D, to lower the overall mortgage interest rate? The answer is C, to allow the borrower to qualify for a loan with a lower down payment. Private mortgage insurance allows borrowers to qualify for loans with smaller down payments. It protects the lender against potential losses if the borrower defaults, enabling lenders to offer loans to borrowers with lower down payments. Types of loans and mortgages. Which type of mortgage allows the borrower to increase the principal amount at a later date? Is it A, fixed-rate mortgage, B, adjustable rate mortgage, C, construction mortgage, or D, open-end mortgage? The answer is D, open-end mortgage. An open-end mortgage permits borrowers to borrow additional sums in the future up to a stipulated limit while using the same mortgage as security. This type of loan provides flexibility in accessing funds. What is one primary characteristic of a balloon mortgage? Is it A, equal payments throughout the loan term? B, a large payment due at the end of the term? C, interest rates adjusting monthly? Or D, declining balance as payments are made? The answer is B, a large payment due at the end of the term. A balloon mortgage features smaller periodic payments followed by a large balloon payment due at the end of the loan term, requiring planning for the sizable end payment. Loan qualification and application process. Which of the following is not typically a document required during the loan application process? Is it A, proof of income, B, credit report, C, property survey, or D, tax returns? The answer is C, property survey. While a property survey may be required later in the process, it is not typically a document required at the time of loan application. Loan applications generally focus on financial credentials like income, credit report, and tax returns. What is the primary purpose of obtaining a pre-approval letter from a lender? Is it A, to lock in an interest rate, B, to establish the buyer's creditworthiness and borrowing power, C, to negotiate the sale price of a property, or D, to finalize the loan agreement? The answer is B, to establish the buyer's creditworthiness and borrowing power. The primary purpose of a pre-approval letter is to demonstrate a buyer's creditworthiness and borrowing power. It indicates that the lender has preliminarily approved the buyer for a certain loan amount based on a credit check and financial assessment. Government programs like FHA and VA. What type of loan is characterized by having a government guarantee but is available only to eligible veterans? Is it A, Federal Housing Administration loan, B, Veterans Affairs loan, C, conventional loan, or D, USDA loan? The answer is B, Veterans Affairs loan. VA loans are designed to assist veterans in purchasing homes with favorable terms. They are guaranteed by the Department of Veterans Affairs and are only available to eligible veterans. What is one of the primary benefits of an FHA loan for first-time homebuyers? Is it A, higher down payment requirements, B, stricter credit score requirements, C, lower down payment requirements, or D, no property appraisal needed? The answer is C, lower down payment requirements. FHA loans are particularly beneficial for first-time homebuyers due to their lower down payment requirements. This makes homeownership more accessible to individuals who may not have saved sufficient funds. Mortgage market and regulatory bodies. Which regulatory body oversees the secondary mortgage market in the United States? Is it A, Federal Reserve, B, Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, C, Federal Housing Finance Agency, FA, or D, Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD? The answer is C, Federal Housing Finance Agency. The Federal Housing Finance Agency is responsible for overseeing Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Federal Home Loan Bank system, key players in the secondary mortgage market. Which of the following is a primary function of Fannie Mae in the mortgage market? Is it A, originate loans, B, provide mortgage insurance, C, purchase and securitize mortgages, or D, set interest rates? The answer is C, purchase and securitize mortgages. Fannie Mae purchases mortgages from lenders and securitizes them into mortgage-backed securities, thus providing liquidity to the mortgage market. Property valuation and appraisal. Basic valuation concepts. What is the principle of substitution in property valuation? Is it A, a property is only worth what it cost to build, B, A property is worth no more than a similar property available for purchase. C. The value of a property is determined by the highest offer received. Or D. A property's value changes proportionally with its size. The answer is B. A property is worth no more than a similar property available for purchase. The principle of substitution states that the value of a property is determined by the cost of acquiring an equally desirable substitute in a competitive market. What does the term highest and best use refer to in property valuation? Is it A, the use that generates the most immediate income? B, the use that produces the highest property value? C, the most legally permissible, physically possible, and financially feasible use? Or D, the use that aligns with the owner's wishes? The answer is C, the most legally permissible, physically possible, and financially feasible use. Highest and best use is the most profitable, legal, physically possible, and financially feasible use of a property, leading to the highest value. Methods of valuation. Which of the following methods of valuation involves estimating the cost to rebuild a property as if new, then subtracting depreciation? Is it A, income approach, B, sales comparison approach, C, cost approach, or D, gross rent multiplier? The answer is C, cost approach. The cost approach is commonly used for new or unique properties. It involves calculating the cost to rebuild the property new and then subtracting depreciation. What is the primary consideration in the sales comparison approach? Is it A, replacement cost, B, depreciation, C, income potential, or D, comparable sales? The answer is D, comparable sales. The sales comparison approach is based on the principle of substitution, comparing the property being appraised to recently sold properties with similar characteristics. Comparative market analysis. What is the primary purpose of a comparative market analysis, CMA? Is it A, to determine the best listing price for a home, B, to inspect the condition of a property, C, to estimate property tax rates, or D, to calculate potential rental income? The answer is A, to determine the best listing price for a home. A CMA is used to determine a property's fair market value by comparing it with recently sold properties in the area. This helps sellers set competitive listing prices. Which property characteristic is least likely to affect the results of a comparative market analysis? Is it A, location of the property, B, square footage of the property, C, age of the property, or D, current homeowner's mortgage rate? The answer is D, current homeowner's mortgage rate. A CMA focuses on property characteristics like location, size, and age, while the owner's current mortgage rate does not influence the comparative market value of the property. Appraisal process and techniques. What is the first step in the appraisal process? Is it A, market analysis, B, defining the problem, C, data collection, or D, estimate of site value? The answer is B, defining the problem. The first step in the appraisal process is defining the problem, which involves identifying the property and the purpose of the appraisal. Which approach to value is based on the principle of substitution? Is it A, income approach, B, cost approach, C, sales comparison approach, or D, residual approach? The answer is B, cost approach. The cost approach to value is based on the principle of substitution, which holds that a buyer will not pay more for a property than the cost to acquire a similar property. Types of value, market, assessed, etc. What does market value primarily reflect? Is it A, the investment value for the buyer, B, the price agreed upon by a willing buyer and seller without any pressure, C, the cost to replace the property if it were destroyed, Or D, the assessed value for tax purposes? The answer is B, the price agreed upon by a willing buyer and seller without any pressure. Market value represents the most probable price for a property in a competitive market where both buyer and seller act knowledgeably and without undue pressure. Which type of value is used by governments to determine property taxes? Is it A, value, B, assessed value, C, replacement cost, or D, investment value? The answer is B, assessed value. Governments use assessed value to determine property taxes, which may differ from the market value. This value is established by a tax assessor. Transfer of property. Title and deeds. What is the primary purpose of recording a deed? Is it A, to notify the public of the ownership change, B, to validate the transfer of funds, C, to establish property boundaries, or D, to issue property insurance? The answer is A, to notify the public of the ownership change. Recording a deed serves to notify the public of the change in property ownership, providing legal protection against future disputes. Which deed provides the most comprehensive protection to the grantee? Is it A, quitclaim deed, B, special warranty deed, C, general warranty deed, or D, bargain and sale deed? The answer is C, general warranty deed. A general warranty deed offers the grantee the highest level of protection by guaranteeing the title against all claims, regardless of when they arose. Title transfer process. Which document is typically used to convey ownership of real property from one party to another? Is it A, warranty deed, B, promissory note, C, listing agreement, or D, lease agreement? The answer is A, warranty deed. A warranty deed is typically used to transfer ownership of real property, providing certain guarantees about the title from the seller to the buyer. What is the main purpose of the title search in the title transfer process? Is it A, determine the property's market value, B, identify any liens or encumbrances on the property, C, ensure the property is in good physical condition, or D, negotiate the terms of the sale? The answer is B, identify any liens or encumbrances on the property. The main purpose of a title search is to identify any liens, encumbrances, or other issues that might affect the buyer's ownership rights. Escrow and closing. What is the primary purpose of an escrow account in a real estate transaction? Is it A, a temporary account held by the buyer's bank, B, a neutral account where funds and documents are held until conditions of the sale are met, C, an account where the seller holds the buyer's deposit, or D, an account exclusively used to pay closing costs? The answer is B, a neutral account where funds and documents are held until conditions of the sale are met. An escrow account is a neutral account where funds and documents are held by a third party until all conditions of the sale are met. This ensures protection for both the buyer and seller. Which document is typically held in escrow until the closing of the property sale? Is it A, the deed to the property, B, the buyer's loan application, C, the seller's disclosure statement, or D, the real estate agent's fee agreement? The answer is A, the deed to the property. The deed to the property is often held in escrow to ensure that it is only transferred to the buyer once all conditions of the sale are finalized and closing is completed. Recording and title insurance. What is the primary purpose of recording a real estate document? Is it A, to provide public notice of the document's contents, B, to validate the signatures on the document, C, to fulfill lending requirements for the mortgage, or D, to ensure compliance with zoning laws? The answer is A, to provide public notice of the document's contents. Recording a real estate document, such as a deed, provides public notice of its existence and contents, thereby protecting legal interests and preventing fraudulent claims. What does a title insurance policy primarily protect against? Is it A, future zoning changes, B, defects in the title existing at the time of purchase, C, physical damage to the property, or D, market value fluctuations? The answer is B, defects in the title existing at the time of purchase. Title insurance shields the owner or lender from financial loss due to defects, liens, or other issues with the title that existed prior to the purchase of the policy.
If you're finding this helpful, please take a minute to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more practice exams, useful tips, and complimentary study sessions with Birdsey.
Settlement procedures. What is the primary purpose of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA? Is it A, to regulate property appraisals, B, to ensure ethical advertising in real estate, C, to provide consumers with information about settlement costs, or D, to protect tenants' rights in rental agreements? The answer is C, to provide consumers with information about settlement costs. The Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, focuses on providing consumers with necessary information regarding settlement costs, protecting them from abusive practices. Which form is required by RESPA to itemize all fees and costs in a real estate transaction? Is it A, Truth in Lending Disclosure Form, B, HUD-1 Settlement Statement, C, Good Faith Estimate, or D, Uniform Residential Loan Application? The answer is B, HUD-1 Settlement Statement. The HUD-1 Settlement Statement, required by RESPA, provides a complete breakdown of the costs associated with a real estate transaction and helps ensure transparency for the buyer. Real estate law. Federal laws affecting real estate. Under the Fair Housing Act, which group is not protected from discrimination? Is it A, race, B, color, C, marital status, or D, national origin? The answer is C, marital status. The Fair Housing Act protects against discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, and national origin. Marital status is not covered federally, but some state laws may address it. Which law requires lenders to provide borrowers with the terms and costs of a mortgage loan? Is it A, Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, B, Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, C, the Truth in Lending Act, or D, Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, HMDA? The answer is C, the Truth in Lending Act, TILA. The Truth in Lending Act mandates that lenders provide borrowers with crucial information about the terms and costs of their mortgage, ensuring transparency and protection for the borrower. Property rights and land use. Which legal concept allows a property owner to use and enjoy their land without interference from others? Is it A, encumbrance, B, easement, C, quiet enjoyment, or D, deed restriction? The answer is C, quiet enjoyment. Quiet enjoyment is a fundamental right in property law that protects property owners from unlawful disturbances, allowing them to use and enjoy their property in peace. What term describes the restriction on how land can be used as imposed by local government regulations? Is it A, zoning, B, eminent domain, C, easement, or D, encroachment? The answer is A, zoning. Zoning laws are critical in urban planning, guiding land development and use to ensure orderly growth and compatibility with surrounding areas. Federal environmental laws and regulations. Which federal law primarily regulates water pollution in the United States? Is it A, Clean Air Act, B, Endangered Species Act, C, Clean Water Act, or D, Resource Conservation and Recovery Act? The answer is C, Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act, CWA, establishes the basic structure for regulating discharges of pollutants into the waters of the United States and quality standards for surface waters. Which federal agency is responsible for enforcing the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, CERCLA? Is it A, Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD? B, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA? C, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA? Or D, the Department of Energy, DOE? The answer is B, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. The Environmental Protection Agency enforces CERCLA, which deals with the cleanup of hazardous substance releases and the management of Superfund sites. Zoning and land use controls. Which of the following best describes a zoning ordinance? Is it A, a law that permits all land uses without restriction? B, a ruling that governs the use and development of land within a jurisdiction? C, a guideline for voluntary land use planning? Or D, a regulation that only applies to commercial properties? The answer is B, a ruling that governs the use and development of land within a jurisdiction. Zoning ordinances are legal regulations that outline how land within certain jurisdictions can be used. They help in separating residential areas from industrial and commercial areas to reduce conflicts. What is a variance in the context of zoning laws? Is it A, a permanent change to the zoning map? B, a temporary permit for illegal land use? C, a special exception to the present zoning regulations? Or D, a court order to rezone an entire district? The answer is C, a special exception to the present zoning regulations. A variance is a form of relief granted to a property owner, allowing them to use their land in a way that deviates from existing zoning regulations, usually due to some hardship. Taxation and assessment. What is the primary function of a property tax assessment? Is it A, to determine the property's resale value? B, to establish the basis for calculating property taxes? C, to appraise property for mortgage loans? Or D, to enforce zoning regulations? The answer is B, to establish the basis for calculating property taxes. Property tax assessments are conducted to determine the value of a property for the purpose of calculating property taxes owed. Which government body is typically responsible for conducting property tax assessments? Is it A, federal government? B, state government? C, local county or municipal tax assessor's office? Or D, homeowners association? The answer is C, local county or municipal tax assessor's office. Property tax assessments are usually handled at the local level by county or municipal tax assessor's offices to determine property values for taxation. Real estate math. Basic math concept. What is the formula to calculate the area of a rectangular lot? Is it A, length width? B, length width? C, length times width divided by 2? Or D, length plus width? The answer is A, length width. To find the area of a rectangular lot, you use the formula length its width. This measures the total surface enclosed within the rectangle's boundaries. What is the term for the return on investment percentage a property generates annually? Is it A, cap rate? B, interest rate? C, discount rate? Or D, equity rate? The answer is A, cap rate. The capitalization rate, cap rate, measures the annual return on investment as a percentage. It is calculated by dividing the property's net operating income by its current market value. Calculations for property valuation. What is the principle of substitution in real estate appraisal? Is it A, the value of a property is determined by the price of an identical substitute? B, A property's value is influenced by the value of a substitute property. C. A property should be valued by averaging multiple substitute properties. Or D. The value of a property is unaffected by neighboring property prices. The answer is B. A property's value is influenced by the value of a substitute property. The principle of substitution posits that the value of a property tends to be set by the cost of acquiring an equally desirable substitute property. Which approach to property valuation is most appropriate for valuing a single-family home? Is it A. Income approach, B. Cost approach, C. Sales comparison approach, or D. Gross rent multiplier? The answer is C. Sales comparison approach. The sales comparison approach evaluates a property by comparing it with similar properties that have recently sold, making it ideal for appraising single-family homes. Loan and mortgage calculations. What is the primary purpose of using an amortization schedule in a loan? Is it A. To track the loan interest rates, B. To outline the repayment plan of the loan over time, C. To calculate the loan-to-value ratio, or D. To determine property taxes? The answer is B. To outline the repayment plan of the loan over time. Amortization schedules are used to outline how loan payments are divided between principal and interest over the life of the loan, helping borrowers understand their debt payment trajectory. What is the formula for calculating the monthly mortgage payment? Is it A. M equals P multiplied by R times 1 plus R raised to the power of N divided by 1 plus R raised to the power of N minus 1, B. M equals P multiplied by 1 plus R raised to the power of N, C. M null, or D. M equals R times P times 1 minus R raised to the power of N? The answer is A. M equals P times R times 1 plus R raised to the power of N divided by 1 plus R raised to the power of N minus 1. The formula M equals P times R times 1 plus R raised to the power of N divided by 1 plus R raised to the power of N minus 1 correctly calculates the fixed monthly mortgage payments based on the principal P, monthly interest rate R, and number of payments N. Proration and closing cost calculations. If a property is sold for $250,000 and the closing date is July 15th, who is responsible for paying the property taxes if they are due annually on November 1? Is it A. The buyer, B. The seller, C. Both the buyer and the seller proportionately, or D. Neither party? The answer is C. Both the buyer and the seller proportionately. Property taxes are prorated at closing, meaning both the buyer and seller share the cost proportionate to the amount of time each owns the property during the tax period. What is the proration formula used to calculate the buyer's portion of a prepaid property tax? Is it A. Total annual tax amount divided by 12 times the number of months the buyer owns, B. Total annual tax amount multiplied by the number of months the buyer owns, C. Monthly tax amount plus prorated interest, or D. The buyer does not pay any portion? The answer is A. Total annual tax amount divided by 12 times the number of months the buyer owns. The proration formula divides the total annual tax by 12 to obtain the monthly amount, which is then multiplied by the number of months the buyer will own the property during the tax year. Investment and return calculations. What is the formula for calculating the capitalization rate of a property? Is it A. Operating income property value, B. Property value operating income, C. Operating expenses property value, or D. Gross income property value? The answer is A. Operating income property value. The capitalization rate is a key metric in real estate that helps investors evaluate the potential return on an investment property. It is determined by dividing the net operating income by the property's value. Which factor does not directly affect the net operating income of a property? Is it A, operating expenses, B, debt service, C, property taxes, or D, vacancy rates? The answer is B, debt service. Net operating income, NOI, is calculated by subtracting operating expenses from gross income. Debt service costs are omitted from the NOI calculation, making it a crucial metric for assessing property performance without financing considerations.
Thanks for joining us today. If you found this video helpful, subscribe to our channel for more practice exams, tips, and tricks. And don't forget to visit birdsey.ai for complimentary study sessions with Birdsey, your AI-powered study partner.
We have prepared for you 100 more real estate questions that will help you study and prepare for your real estate exam. Please like this video as it helps our channel. Now let's get started.
Question 1. Which two documents are necessary to establish a legally binding mortgage loan? A. Promissory note and deed of trust. B. Sales contract and mortgage agreement. C. Title insurance and appraisal report. D. Warranty deed and lease agreement. The correct answer is A. Promissory note and deed of trust. The promissory note outlines the borrower's promise to repay the loan, while the deed of trust secures the property as collateral for the loan. Question 2. If a buyer defaults on a sales contract after providing $10,000 as earnest money for a $200,000 property, what can the seller do with the $10,000? A. Return the entire amount to the buyer. B. Keep the entire amount as compensation. C. Deduct any incurred expenses and return the remaining amount. D. Distribute the money among the real estate agents involved. The correct answer is B. Keep the entire amount as compensation. Earnest money serves as a form of security deposit and is typically forfeited by the buyer in the event of default as a way to compensate the seller for any losses or damages. Question 3. Surface rights, air rights, and subsurface rights are all rights that can be sold by a property owner while still retaining the property itself. These rights are known as A. Severable rights, B. Literal rights, C. Owner's rights, D. Riparian rights. The correct answer is A. Severable rights. Surface rights, air rights, and subsurface rights can be sold separately and are called severable rights. Question 4. When an easement allows the use of a neighboring property, which automatically transfers upon the sale of either dominant or servient property, it is called what type of easement? A. Easement by prescription. B. Easement appurtenant. C. Easement in gross. D. Easement of utility. The correct answer is B. Easement appurtenant. Appurtenant means runs with the land. An easement appurtenant is an easement allowing the use of a neighboring property, which automatically transfers upon the sale of either dominant or servient property. Question 5. In real estate, what is the closest meaning to the term quieting a title? A. Clearing any liens or encumbrances on a property. B. Transferring ownership from the seller to the buyer. C. Resolving disputes over property boundaries. D. Conducting a thorough property inspection. The correct answer is A. Clearing any liens or encumbrances on a property. Quieting a title refers to the legal process of resolving any claims, defects, or disputes that could cloud or challenge the ownership rights of a property, ensuring a clear and marketable title. Question 6. What is the highest form of land ownership which includes the full and complete bundle of property rights? A. Fee simple defeasible. B. Fee simple determinable. C. Fee simple condition. Subsequent. D. Fee simple absolute. The correct answer is D. Fee simple absolute. Fee simple absolute. Freehold estate is the highest level of property ownership, giving the owners the right of possession, control, exclusion, enjoyment, and disposition. Question 7. If your broker sells a triangular parcel of land for $750 an acre and your commission rate is 8%, what will be your commission if the land has a base length of 1,200 feet and a height of 700 feet? A. $578.51. B. $1,680.20. C. $2,520.05. D. $3,360. The correct answer is A. $578.51. The triangular parcel's area is 1/2 times base length times height equals 1/2 times 1,200 feet times 700 feet equals 420,000 square feet. There is 43,560 square feet in an acre. 420,000 divided by 43,560 equals 9.6418,733 acres. 9.6418,733 acres times $750 equals $7,231.40 times 8% equals $578.51. Question 8. Tom is constructing a new house valued at $100,000. Given that the average property value of his surrounding neighbors is $225, which principle suggests that Tom will experience a positive effect on his property value? A. Principle of regression. B. Principle of progression. C. Principle of substitution. D. Principle of contribution. The correct answer is B. Principle of progression. The principle of progression states that a property's value tends to increase when surrounded by higher valued properties. Tom's property value may benefit from the higher average property values of his neighbors. Question 9. Bob Jones, who lacks a real estate license, hires Sally's salesperson to sell his property. During Sally's absence, Bob shows the property, provides price quotations, and accepts deposits. What are the implications of Bob's actions? A. Bob's actions are legal as long as Sally consents. B. Bob's actions are illegal and can lead to legal consequences. C. Bob's actions are permissible if he is a property owner. D. Bob's actions are acceptable as long as he doesn't sign any contracts. The correct answer is B. Bob's actions are illegal and can lead to legal consequences. Conducting real estate activities without a license is prohibited in most jurisdictions. Bob's actions, such as showing the property, quoting prices, and accepting deposits, violate licensing requirements and can result in legal consequences. Question 10. What is the general purpose for cities to require building permits? A. Permit fees are income for the city. B. Control the amount of building allowed. C. To supersede deed restrictions. D. To require a minimum level of construction standards. The correct answer is D. To require a minimum level of construction standards. The purpose of building permits are to ensure a minimum level of construction standards which maintains the safety and well-being of the public. And now for a bonus question. If you appreciate this material, what is the best way you can help support this channel? A. Simply hit the like button. B. Leave a comment letting us know your exam date. C. Purchase our exclusive exam prep by clicking the link in the description. D. All of the above. The correct answer is A. Simply hit the like button. The best way to support the channel is by simply hitting the like button. Although all of the above would greatly help our channel, we wanted to take a moment to let you know we appreciate you watching this video very much. And we sincerely hope you pass your upcoming exam and have a very successful career in real estate. Question 11. What is a true statement regarding the recording of a deed? A. Recording a deed establishes ownership rights. B. Recording a deed is optional. C. Recording a deed transfers mortgage responsibility. D. Recording a deed protects against property taxes. The correct answer is A. Recording a deed establishes ownership rights. Recording a deed in the appropriate government office establishes the legal proof of ownership and protects the property rights of the owner. Question 12. The City of Brownwood plans to build a new water treatment facility, but the land that is required is privately owned. Eminent domain allows the city to A. Take possession of the land with no compensation to the property owner. B. Do nothing. The city does not own the land and they cannot take it. C. Ask the property owner to donate the land. D. Take possession of the land against the owner's wishes, yet the owner must be compensated. The correct answer is D. Take possession of the land against the owner's wishes, yet the owner must be compensated. Eminent domain allows the government to take possession of privately owned land for use by the public, even at the objection of the owner, as long as the property owner receives compensation. Question 13. When the appraised value of a property is given, it is based on A. Comparable sales, B. A lower purchase price, C. None of these, D. An exact determination of market value. The correct answer is A. Comparable sales. The appraised value of a property is given by comparable sales as well as an opinion of the property's fair market value. Question 14. Agent Brooke is preparing for a listing appointment and has gathered information to prepare a report of recent market data for the seller to review. The report agents reconcile to obtain a reasonable list price for a property based on current listings, recent sales, and expireds would be called A. Comparable Marketing Analytics, CMA, B. Broker Price, Opinion, BPO, C. Comparative Market Analysis, CMA, D. Agent Market Analysis, AMA. The correct answer is C. Comparative Market Analysis, CMA. The report agents reconcile to obtain a reasonable list price for a property based on current listings, recent sales, and expireds is called a comparative market analysis, CMA. Question 15. What does the term merchantable title or marketable title refer to? A. A title free from defects and legal encumbrances. B. A title with high market value. C. A title related to commercial properties. D. A title granted to merchants. The correct answer is A. A title free from defects and legal encumbrances. Merchantable title, or marketable title, refers to a property title that is considered clear and free from defects, liens, or other legal issues that could affect ownership rights or transferability. Question 16. John's Tire Store is being built across the street from Big Bob's Tires. What appraisal principle describes this situation? A. Substitution. B. Plottage. C. Competition. D. Progression. The correct answer is C. Competition. The appraisal principle of competition states that two similar businesses attract more customers when within close proximity than they would separately. Question 17. If a landlord receives rent at the start of the month and sells the property 10 days later, how should the rent be prorated at settlement? A. No proration is needed. B. The entire month's rent is credited to the seller. C. The entire month's rent is credited to the buyer. D. The rent is divided based on the number of days owned by the seller and the buyer. The correct answer is D. The rent is divided based on the number of days owned by the seller and the buyer. To ensure a fair settlement, the rent should be prorated, dividing it based on the number of days the seller and buyer each own the property. Question 18. Which statement indicates that any verbal discussions made prior to a written contract are invalidated and cannot be considered? A. Statute of Frauds. B. Parole Evidence Rule. C. Doctrine of Laches. D. Rescission. The correct answer is B. Parole Evidence Rule. The Parole Evidence Rule states that any verbal agreements or discussions made prior to a written contract are invalidated and cannot be considered in the contract's interpretation. Question 19. Which of the following formulas is used to determine value through the income approach in real estate? A. Value equals land cost plus construction cost. B. Value equals market demand plus supply. C. Value equals gross rent. Multiplier times monthly rent. D. Value equals appraised price minus closing costs. The correct answer is C. Value equals gross rent. Multiplier times monthly rent. The income approach calculates value by multiplying the gross rent multiplier, GRM, with the monthly rent, providing an estimation of the property's worth based on its income potential. Question 20. The beautiful town of Big Bear is experiencing a fast influx of new residents. There are few homes on the market and no new construction developments in the works. What will this do to the price of the existing homes in the area? A. The prices will decline over time. B. The prices will remain stable. C. The prices will decline swiftly. D. The prices will increase. The correct answer is D. The prices will increase. The principle of supply and demand control property values. An influx of new residents in an area with limited housing drives property values up. Question 21. Homeowner. Paul is selling his home without a real estate agent. He places an advertisement stating, "Owner financing 3% down payment." Is Paul's advertisement in violation of the Truth in Lending Act? A. Yes. When a down payment is listed, there must be a price listed also. B. No. Property owners are not regulated by TRIL advertising requirements. C. Yes. All the terms of the owner financing are not disclosed. D. Yes. The ad contains trigger terms. The correct answer is B. No. Property owners are not regulated by TRIL advertising requirements. The Truth in Lending Act and Regulation Z regulates the terms used in lending advertisements by lenders. Property owners are exempt from the advertising requirements when selling their property. Question 22. At what point does legal title to real property transfer from the seller to the buyer? A. Offer acceptance. B. Purchase agreement signing. C. Closing or settlement. D. Earnest money deposit. The correct answer is C. Closing or settlement. Legal title to real property typically transfers from the seller to the buyer at the closing or settlement, where all necessary documents are signed, funds are exchanged, and ownership is officially transferred. Question 23. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 prohibits A. Racial discrimination in the sale of residential property. B. Racial discrimination in the lease of residential property. C. Racial discrimination in the sale or lease of residential or commercial property. D. Racial discrimination in the lease or sale of commercial property. The correct answer is C. Racial discrimination in the sale or lease of residential or commercial property. Racial discrimination in the sale or lease of residential or commercial property is prohibited in the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Question 24. Tom and Jerry enter into a contract where Tom agrees to build a house and sell it to Jerry in 120 days. Jerry agrees to pay Tom's price within 60 days of completion. What type of contract is this before the house is completed? A. Option contract. B. Installment contract. C. Construction contract. D. Executory contract. The correct answer is D. Executory contract. This is an executory contract because both parties have yet to fulfill their obligations. The contract is binding, but the actions agreed upon are pending completion. Question 25. Mr. Brown grants his neighbor, Mr. White, a written servitude to cross his property, which is properly recorded. Later, Mr. Brown sells the property to Mr. Green without disclosing the existence of the servitude. What happens to this servitude? A. The servitude remains valid and continues to be enforceable against Mr. Green. B. The servitude is automatically terminated upon the sale of the property. C. Mr. White must request a new servitude from Mr. Green. D. The servitude becomes void and unenforceable against Mr. Green. The correct answer is A. The servitude remains valid and continues to be enforceable against Mr. Green. The servitude, being properly recorded, is binding on subsequent property owners, including Mr. Green, who must respect and honor the granted right-of-way. Question 26. Mike and Ike orally agree to a 2-year lease. If Ike breaches the agreement, can Mike bring a court action to enforce the lease? Explain why or why not. A. Yes, because an oral lease is legally binding. B. Yes, because Ike's breach violates the lease agreement. C. No, because oral leases are unenforceable. D. No, because written documentation is required for a valid lease. The correct answer is C. No, because oral leases are unenforceable. In most jurisdictions, oral leases exceeding a certain duration, for example, 1 year, are unenforceable. Leases generally require written documentation to be legally binding. Question 27. Mark is not able to make his entire mortgage payment on time each month and has fallen behind on payments. Because of his failure to pay, his lender, ABC Home Loans, sent him notice that they are calling for the remaining mortgage balance to be paid in full in one lump sum immediately. This is an example of A. Judicial foreclosure, B. Subordination clause, C. Acceleration clause, D. Escalation clause. The correct answer is C. Acceleration clause. An acceleration clause allows the lender to call for the note to be paid in full in one lump sum immediately when a borrower falls behind in payments. Question 28. On a 90 feet by 90 feet lot, with building setbacks of 30 feet from the front, 10 feet from the sides, and 20 feet from the rear, what is the net building area in square feet? A. 2,800 square feet. B. 4,500 square feet. C. 5,400 square feet. D. 6,210 square feet. The correct answer is A. 2,800 square feet. To calculate the net building area, subtract the setbacks from the lot dimensions, 90 minus 30 minus 20, times 90 minus 2 times 10, equals 40 times 70, equals 2,800 square feet per floor. Question 29. Which statement accurately describes a real estate mortgage? A. It conveys ownership of the property to the lender. B. It is a security instrument that pledges the property as collateral for a loan. C. It grants the borrower exclusive possession rights to the property. D. It automatically terminates upon loan repayment. The correct answer is B. It is a security instrument that pledges the property as collateral for a loan. A real estate mortgage serves as a security instrument where the borrower pledges the property as collateral to secure a loan, providing the lender with the right to foreclose if the loan is not repaid. Question 30. How are the numbers typically assigned on a range? A. From highest to lowest. B. From north to south. C. From west to east. D. From lowest to highest. The correct answer is C. From west to east. Numbers on a range, typically used for rural addresses, are assigned in ascending order from west to east along a road or street. Question 31. How do you determine the property taxes for a property? A. Multiply the assessed value by the tax rate. B. Subtract the tax exemptions from the assessed value. C. Divide the market value by the millage rate. D. Add the appraised value and the assessed value. The correct answer is A. Multiply the assessed value by the tax rate. Property taxes are typically calculated by multiplying the assessed value of the property by the tax rate set by the local government. Question 32. A lot with dimensions of 85 feet by 190 feet and 55 feet 9 inches by 120 feet has sold at $2 per square foot. What is the broker's commission at an 8% rate? A. $3,654.40. B. $8,208. C. $9,680. D. $11,528. The correct answer is A. $3,654.40. Calculate the total area of the lot by adding the areas of the two sections, 85 feet by 190 feet, plus 55 feet 9 inches by 120 feet, equals 22,840 square feet. 22,840 times $2 equals $45,680 sale price. Take the sales price times commission equals $3,654.40. Question 33. In which type of financing can negative amortization occur? A. Fixed rate mortgage. B. Adjustable rate mortgage. C. Conventional mortgage. D. FHA loan. The correct answer is B. Adjustable rate mortgage. Negative amortization can occur in an adjustable rate mortgage when the monthly payment is insufficient to cover the interest, resulting in the unpaid interest being added to the loan balance. Question 34. What is the primary characteristic of a variable rate mortgage? A. Fixed interest rate throughout the loan term. B. Ability to make extra principal payments. C. Monthly payment remains constant. D. Interest rate fluctuates based on market conditions. The correct answer is D. Interest rate fluctuates based on market conditions. The primary characteristic of a variable rate mortgage is that the interest rate adjusts periodically, typically based on an index such as the prime rate or Treasury bill rate. Question 35. What is the term for the right of a water company to lay and maintain water mains along the rear of a lot? A. Water easement. B. Water servitude. C. Water lion. D. Water encroachment. The correct answer is A. Water easement. The right of a water company to lay and maintain water mains along the rear of a lot is commonly referred to as a water easement, granting the company access to the property for water supply infrastructure. Question 36. What does the covenant of season entail? A. Guarantee of clear title. B. Right to possess the property. C. Obligation to pay property taxes. D. Maintenance of the property's physical condition. The correct answer is A. Guarantee of clear title. The covenant of season ensures that the grantor of a property has the legal right to transfer ownership and guarantees that the property's title is free from any defects or claims. Question 37. If a right is not asserted within a reasonable time frame, what consequence might a court determine? A. Estoppel. B. Lien. C. Adverse possession. D. Abandonment. The correct answer is D. Abandonment. Failing to assert a right within a reasonable period of time can lead a court to determine that the right has been abandoned or waived by the party, thereby losing the ability to assert it. Question 38. A landlord selling his property collected June rent from 5 tenants, 2 at $345 and 3 at $425. What is the total rent collected? A. $1,965. B. $2,145. C. $2,135. D. $2,115. The correct answer is A. $1,965. Add the rent collected from each tenant, 2 times $345, plus 3 times $425 equals $1,965. Question 39. Which of the following is not a function of FNMA, Fannie Mae? A. Purchasing mortgage loans. B. Securitizing mortgages. C. Providing mortgage insurance. D. Regulating mortgage interest rates. The correct answer is D. Regulating mortgage interest rates. FNMA's functions include purchasing mortgage loans, securitizing mortgages, and providing mortgage insurance, but it does not regulate mortgage interest rates, which are set by market forces. Question 40. Which of the following best describes the economic characteristics of land? A. Demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. B. Scarcity, situs, immobility, utility, demand. C. Situs, transferability, demand, immobility. D. Indestructibility, demand, non-homogeneous, situs. The correct answer is A. Demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. The 5 economic characteristics of land are demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. The lack of any of these characteristics reduces the land's utility and value. Question 41. Kevin is leasing a storefront to open a pizza parlor. Any items he attaches to the property which he will use to conduct his business would be A. Property of the property owner. B. Trade fixtures. C. Chattel. D. Real property. The correct answer is B. Trade fixtures. Items and equipment used to conduct business, such as pizza ovens, walk-in coolers, and salad bars, are considered trade fixtures and property of the tenant. Question 42. What does it indicate when a borrower makes monthly loan payments of $612 on an amortized loan? A. Interest-only loan. B. Negative amortization. C. Fully amortized loan. D. Balloon payment loan. The correct answer is C. Fully amortized loan. Monthly loan payments of $612 on an amortized loan indicate that the borrower is paying both principal and interest over the loan term, leading to full repayment by the end. Question 43. Which of the following is not a characteristic of an independent contractor relationship with a broker? A. Employee benefits provided. B. Flexible work schedule. C. Payment on a commission basis. D. Control over work methods. The correct answer is A. Employee benefits provided. Independent contractors typically do not receive employee benefits provided by the broker. They have more autonomy and are compensated based on commissions earned. Question 44. If the monthly payment on a mortgage loan is $1,412 and the interest rate is 11.5%, what is the principal sum? A. $147,399.13. B. $160,020.65. C. $180,000.50. D. $210,000.23. The correct answer is A. $147,399.13. The principal sum can be calculated by dividing the yearly payment by the interest rate. First, find the yearly payment. $1,412 times 12 equals $16,944, divided by 0.115 equals $147,399.13. Question 45. What type of covenants are typically included in general warranty deeds? A. Covenant of seisin, quiet enjoyment, and further assurance. B. Covenant of redemption, encumbrance, and merger. C. Covenant of acceleration, estoppel, and subordination. D. Covenant of warranty, breach, and disclaimer. The correct answer is A. Covenant of seisin, quiet enjoyment, and further assurance. General warranty deeds commonly include covenants of season, ownership, quiet enjoyment, freedom from interference, and further assurance, protection against defects. Question 46. An additional individual who is both obligated on the loan and is on the title to the property is called A, an agent party, B, a partner, C, a borrower in trust, D, a co-borrower. The correct answer is D, a co-borrower. A person that is added to the loan becomes obligated for the loan and is also on the title to the property is called a co-borrower. Question 47. Leslie is showing her listing to some prospective buyer customers. Leslie grew up just down the road and knows this property was once used as a dump site many years ago. Does Leslie have to make the prospective buyers aware of this information since they are customers and not clients? A. No, the seller is responsible for disclosures. B. No, they are not clients. C. Yes, the agent must disclose. D. No, buyers are responsible for inspections. The correct answer is C. Yes, the agent must disclose. Agents owe clients and customers alike the disclosure of any possible environmental hazards. Question 48. What are the practical essentials required for a valid contract in real estate? A. Offer and acceptance, consideration, and legal purpose. B. Written form, notarization, and witnesses. C. Clear title, property survey, and inspections. D. Buyer's pre-approval, seller's disclosure, and appraisal. The correct answer is A. Offer and acceptance, consideration, and legal purpose. To form a valid contract in real estate, there must be a clear offer and acceptance, consideration exchanged, typically money, and the contract must serve a legal purpose. Question 49. Which statement is true regarding real estate sales contracts? A. They are binding only if written on a specific form. B. Oral agreements are sufficient to create enforceable contracts. C. They must be signed by both parties to be valid. D. Verbal offers are legally binding and can be accepted. The correct answer is C. They must be signed by both parties to be valid. Real estate sales contracts require the signatures of both the buyer and seller to be considered valid and enforceable, providing clear evidence of mutual consent and agreement. Question 50. A listing agreement in writing creates which form of agency? A. Negligent agency. B. Implied agency. C. Express agency. D. Ostensible agency. The correct answer is C. Express agency. A written listing agreement creates an expressed agency. The agency relationship is expressed in writing. Question 51. In compliance with fair housing regulations, any deed restriction or covenant that would prohibit the conveyance of the property to a member of a protected class is A. Legal, B. Is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable, C. Will stand in court, D. Valid. The correct answer is B. Is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable. In compliance with fair housing regulations, any deed restriction or covenant that would prohibit the conveyance of the property to members of a protected class is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable. Question 52. The 3-day right of rescission, as per Regulation Z, applies to which situation? A. Commercial real estate transactions. B. Refinancing a mortgage. C. Purchase of a primary residence. D. Sale of a rental property. The correct answer is B. Refinancing a mortgage. The 3-day right of rescission under Regulation Z gives borrowers the right to cancel a mortgage refinance transaction within 3 business days of closing. Question 53. The provision that states all prospective buyers are to be given the same opportunity to select available houses in their price range without restrictions because of race, color, religion, or national origin is found in which law? A. the Federal Anti-Discrimination Act, B, the State Fair Housing Act, C, the Uniform Commercial Code, D, the Federal Fair Housing Law. The correct answer is D, the Federal Fair Housing Law. The Federal Fair Housing Law allows all prospective buyers to be given the same opportunity to select available houses in their price range without restrictions because of race, color, religion, or national origin. Question 54. In a township, what does Section 11 represent? A, a unit of land measuring 1 square mile. B, the designated commercial area. C, the public park or recreational area. D, the local government administrative division. The correct answer is A, a unit of land measuring 1 square mile. In a township, Section 11 represents a unit of land measuring 1 square mile, typically used for administrative and surveying purposes. Question 55. If an appraiser calculates the total land value and then adds the value of the improvements, this method is referred to as what? A, cost approach. B, market approach. C, income approach. D, sales comparison approach. The correct answer is A, cost approach. The cost approach in real estate appraisal involves estimating the value of land and adding the value of improvements based on the cost of construction or replacement. Question 56. A fiduciary relationship exists between the listing broker and the seller. The fiduciary ends, however, if the seller does which of the following? A, rejects an offer from a potential buyer. B, hires an attorney for legal advice. C, withdraws the property from the market. D, provides financial disclosures to the buyer. The correct answer is C, withdraws the property from the market. The fiduciary relationship between the listing broker and the seller typically ends if the seller decides to withdraw the property from the market, terminating the broker's authority. Question 57. A real estate company listed a piece of property at $4.50 per square foot. The lot was 50 feet by 137 feet. The commission was 7.25%. What amount would the seller pay the real estate company? A, $2,234.83. B, $9,545.25. C, $10,452.88. D, $16,762.14. The correct answer is A, $2,234.83. The total price of the lot is calculated as 50 feet times 137 feet equals $6,850 times $4.50 equals $30,825. Then take that and multiply it by 0.0725 equals $2,234.83. Question 58. All of the following are defined and protected under familial status according to the 1988 Amendment of the Federal Fair Housing Law of 1968, except for which one? A, families with children under 18. B, pregnant women. C, individuals with disabilities. D, married couples without children. The correct answer is D, married couples without children. The Federal Fair Housing Law of 1968, amended in 1988, protects familial status, which includes families with children, pregnant women, and individuals with disabilities, but it does not specifically protect married couples without children. Question 59. What does the term escheat mean in the context of real estate? A, the transfer of property ownership through inheritance. B, the process of a property being taken over by a government entity. C, the negotiation and execution of a real estate contract. D, the appraisal of a property's market value. The correct answer is B, the process of a property being taken over by a government entity. Escheat refers to the transfer of property ownership to a government entity when an individual dies without leaving a will or legal heirs. Question 60. If the market value of real estate is $72,000 and the property is assessed at 67% of value, what would be the monthly taxes if the tax rate for the area is $6.50 per $100 of assessed value? A. $261.30. B. $312. C. $389.76. D. $420.48. The correct answer is A. $261.30. The assessed value is calculated as $72,000 times 67% equals $48,240 times $6.5 equals $3,135.6 divided by 12 equals $261.30. Question 61. Betty Smith took title to property in the name Elizabeth Smith. When she sold the property, she signed Betty Smith as grantor. The buyer has which of the following? A. A valid claim to the property. B. No legal recourse. C. Uncertain ownership rights. D. The right to challenge the transaction. The correct answer is C. Uncertain ownership rights. The inconsistency in the name used by the seller creates ambiguity regarding the ownership rights of the buyer, leading to uncertainty and potential legal complications. Question 62. All of the following are involved in the secondary mortgage market, except for which one? A. Mortgage lenders. B. Mortgage brokers. C. Government-sponsored enterprises. D. Home buyers. The correct answer is D. Home buyers. The secondary mortgage market involves various entities like mortgage lenders, mortgage brokers, and government-sponsored enterprises, such as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but home buyers are not directly involved in this market. Question 63. What is the method of creating an agency relationship in which the principal accepts the conduct of someone who acted without prior authorization as the principal's agent? A. Implied agency. B. Ostensible agency. C. Express agency. D. Ratified agency. The correct answer is D. Ratified agency. Ratified agency occurs when the principal accepts or confirms the actions of someone who acted as their agent without prior authorization, thereby creating an agency relationship. Question 64. A buyer wishes to give a post-dated check with an offer. What should the broker do? A. Accept the post-dated check. B. Inform the buyer that post-dated checks are not accepted. C. Advise the buyer to provide a certified check instead. D. Consult with the seller before deciding. The correct answer is C. Advise the buyer to provide a certified check instead. Post-dated checks may create uncertainty and complications in the transaction. It is advisable for the broker to recommend a certified check, which provides immediate funds and security. Question 65. Sharon made an offer on her dream home, and to show the seller she was a serious buyer, she offered a sum of money to be held in escrow that she will forfeit if she does not fulfill her end of the deal. What is the sum of money to be held in escrow as a good faith deposit called? A. Pre-funding deposit. B. Broker deposit. C. Earnest money. D. Purchase promise. Deposit. The correct answer is C. Earnest money. A contract can include earnest money to be held in escrow as a good faith deposit, which is applied toward the purchase price at closing. Question 66. Once all terms of a contract have been fulfilled and the transaction has closed, the contract status is said to be fully A. Rescinded. B. Executed. C. Insured. D. Amended. The correct answer is B. Executed. Once all terms of a contract have been fulfilled and the transaction closed, the contract is fully executed. Question 67. John signs a 6-month lease on an apartment beginning January 1st and ending June 30th. His lease does not automatically renew and no notice is required on his part to vacate on the expiration date. What type of lease did John sign? A. Estate at will. B. Estate from period to period. C. Estate for months. D. Estate for years. The correct answer is D. Estate for years. An estate for years is a lease for a fixed period of time, rather than month to month, that does not automatically renew and requires no notice to terminate at the end of the term. Question 68. What duty does an agent acting as a property manager owe a property owner? A. Principal duties. B. Fiduciary duties. C. Legal duties. D. Regulatory duties. The correct answer is B. Fiduciary duties. A property management agreement creates a general agency between the property owner and the licensee. Therefore, a property manager owes the property owner fiduciary duties. The fiduciary duty requires the agent to act in the property owner's best interest. Question 69. A property management contract should include all of the following, except A. Signatures of the property owner and licensee. B. Duration of the agreement. C. Signature of the tenant. D. Management fee. The correct answer is C. Signature of the tenant. The property management agreement is an employment contract between the property owner and the agent licensee. A tenant will sign a lease, but not the property management agreement. Question 70. Which statement below is true concerning mutual recognition? A. It allows real estate professionals to practice without a license in different states. B. It only applies to certain types of real estate transactions. C. It simplifies the process of obtaining a real estate license in multiple states. D. It restricts real estate professionals from working outside their home state. The correct answer is C. It simplifies the process of obtaining a real estate license in multiple states. Mutual recognition agreements between states allow real estate professionals to obtain licenses in multiple states more easily, reducing the burden of duplicative licensing requirements. Question 71. The seller has chosen to list his house with ABC Brokerage and is organizing a lottery where participants purchase $1,000 tickets. The winner drawn at the end of the month will become the new owner of the home. Which statement below applies? A. Participants purchase tickets, and the winner becomes the new owner. B. Participants enter the lottery for free, and the winner becomes the new owner. C. Participants purchase tickets, and the winner receives a cash prize. D. Participants purchase tickets, and the winner gets a discount on the house. The correct answer is A. Participants purchase tickets, and the winner becomes the new owner. In this scenario, participants buy tickets for the lottery, and the person whose ticket is drawn becomes the new owner of the house. Question 72. Which of the following statements is true regarding registration with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations? A. Registration is optional for real estate professionals. B. Registration is required for real estate professionals. C. Registration is required for buyers but not sellers. D. Registration is required for sellers but not buyers. The correct answer is B. Registration is required for real estate professionals. Real estate professionals are generally required to register with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations to ensure compliance with regulations and industry standards. Question 73. Sabrina and Logan have formed a partnership for real estate transactions, each investing a 50% interest and agreeing to split the profits equally. Which statement below is true about their arrangement? A. They will only split profits if the partnership incurs losses. B. They will split profits based on the percentage of investment. C. They will split profits based on the amount of time invested. D. They will split profits equally, regardless of their investment percentages. The correct answer is D. They will split profits equally, regardless of their investment percentages. Sabrina and Logan have agreed to divide the profits equally, regardless of the specific percentage of their individual investments in the partnership. Question 74. Donnie's neighbor Paul has an easement to cross Donnie's property to get to his own. The easement is recorded and transfers with the land if either Donnie or Paul sell their property. When an easement is on a title, it is an example of an A. encroachment, B. estoppel, C. encumbrance, D. equitable title. The correct answer is C. encumbrance. An encumbrance is a limitation placed on a title such as a lien, lease, or easement. Such encumbrance is important to identify as it may affect the value and/or utility of the property. Question 75. Sales associate Jimmy, a top producer at Highland Homes, has been asked by the owner to work at a new Highland Homes location in addition to his current location. What is true about Jimmy's situation? A. Jimmy will be exclusively assigned to the new location. B. Jimmy will continue working only at his current location. C. Jimmy will split his time between the new location and his current location. D. Jimmy will transition to working solely at the new location. The correct answer is C. Jimmy will split his time between the new location and his current location. The owner has requested Jimmy to work at the new location while also maintaining his responsibilities at his current location, resulting in a shared workload between the two places. Question 76. Among real estate relationship disclosure forms, which is the only form that requires a signature or initials? A. Buyer's disclosure form. B. Seller's disclosure form. C. Dual agency disclosure form. D. Transaction broker notice. The correct answer is C. Dual agency disclosure form. The dual agency disclosure form is the only form among real estate relationship disclosure forms that typically requires the signature or initials of the parties involved to acknowledge their understanding of dual agency representation. Question 77. Which statement below is true concerning agency in real estate? A. An agent can represent both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction without any conflict of interest. B. Agency relationships can only be established through written agreements. C. Agents are always required to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a real estate transaction. D. The type of agency relationship is determined solely by the agent, without the consent of the client. The correct answer is C. Agents are always required to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a real estate transaction. Real estate agents have a legal obligation to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a transaction to ensure transparency and avoid any potential conflicts of interest. Question 78. When agents get together and have a discussion regarding setting a fixed commission rate so that they are all charging the same rate, this conversation violates what act? A. Homestead Act. B. Fair Housing Act. C. ADA Act. D. Sherman Antitrust Act. The correct answer is D. Sherman Antitrust Act. This activity among agents constitutes price fixing. Price fixing is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Question 79. What duty requires an agent to place the client's best interest above all others? A. Honesty. B. Loyalty. C. Respect. D. Obedience. The correct answer is B. Loyalty. The agent's duty of loyalty requires the agent to put the client's best interest above all others. Question 80. Which of the following actions would terminate a single agency relationship with the principal who hired a broker to list his house? A. The principal temporarily suspends the listing agreement. B. The broker assigns another agent to handle the listing. C. The principal decides to withdraw the property from the market. D. The broker finds a potential buyer for the property. The correct answer is C. The principal decides to withdraw the property from the market. If the principal decides to withdraw the property from the market, it would typically terminate the single agency relationship established with the broker for listing the house. Question 81. Which of the following statements accurately describes agency? A. Agency refers to the legal relationship between a real estate agent and their client. B. Agency only exists when a real estate agent represents the seller. C. Agency is a term used exclusively for commercial real estate transactions. D. Agency is not relevant in real estate dealings. The correct answer is A. Agency refers to the legal relationship between a real estate agent and their client. Agency is a fundamental concept in real estate, encompassing the relationship between an agent and their client, whether representing the buyer or seller. Question 82. Which of the following statements is false regarding brokerage offices? A. Brokerage offices serve as a central location for real estate agents to conduct business. B. Brokerage offices are typically owned and operated by licensed brokers. C. Brokerage offices are not involved in the process of property transactions. D. Brokerage offices provide administrative support and resources to their affiliated agents. The correct answer is C. Brokerage offices are not involved in the process of property transactions. Brokerage offices play a crucial role in facilitating property transactions, providing support, resources, and a physical space for agents to conduct their business. Question 83. Which of the following advertisements would be considered a blind ad? A. Charming beachfront property with breathtaking views. Contact for details. B. Spacious 3-bedroom home in a family-friendly neighborhood. Call to schedule a viewing. C. Luxury penthouse available in prestigious downtown tower. Inquire for more information. D. Affordable fixer-upper with great investment potential. Contact for address and showing. The correct answer is D. Affordable fixer-upper with great investment potential. Contact for address and showing. A blind ad withholds specific property details, such as the address, requiring interested parties to inquire further for additional information. Question 84. In Janice's situation, what can be inferred based on her concern about her name not being included on the brokerage sign? A. Janice is dissatisfied with the overall working environment at the brokerage. B. Janice believes her name on the sign would positively impact her professional image. C. Janice is concerned about the legality of not having her name displayed. D. Janice wants her name on the sign as a symbol of seniority and recognition. The correct answer is B. Janice believes her name on the sign would positively impact her professional image. Janice's concern about her name not being on the brokerage sign suggests that she values the visibility and recognition it brings, which can enhance her professional reputation. Question 85. Broker Willie, aware that 4520 Central Street in St. Petersburg was recently rented through a competing brokerage, decides to advertise the property for rent. What best describes Willie's action? A. Willie is engaging in an unethical business practice by advertising a property that is not available for rent. B. Willie is trying to attract potential renters and buyers to his brokerage by advertising a recently rented property. C. Willie is helping the competing brokerage by promoting their recently rented property to a wider audience. D. Willie is attempting to find new leads by advertising a property that he believes will become available for rent again soon. The correct answer is B. Willie is trying to attract potential renters and buyers to his brokerage by advertising a recently rented property. Willie sees the recently rented property as an opportunity to generate leads and interest from potential clients by advertising it for rent, even though it is not currently available. Question 86. Toya, a sales associate, plans to sell her house to capitalize on her real estate expertise. What accurately describes Toya's situation? A. Toya can expect to sell her house quickly due to her industry knowledge. B. Toya's real estate expertise will not have an impact on the sale of her house. C. Toya's professional background may enable her to maximize profit from selling her house. D. Toya's real estate expertise will make it difficult for her to find a buyer for her house. The correct answer is C. Toya's professional background may enable her to maximize a profit from selling her house. Toya's knowledge and experience in real estate can provide her with an advantage in effectively marketing and negotiating the sale of her own property. Question 87. When an escrow deposit is placed with a title company or attorney, what procedures must be followed? A. The escrow deposit must be immediately released to the seller. B. The escrow deposit is held until the closing date, then disbursed according to the terms of the contract. C. The escrow deposit is refunded to the buyer if the seller fails to meet certain conditions. D. The escrow deposit is used to pay the real estate agent's commission. The correct answer is B. The escrow deposit is held until the closing date, then disbursed according to the terms of the contract. When an escrow deposit is made, it is typically held by the title company or attorney until the closing of the transaction, at which point it is disbursed according to the agreed-upon terms. Question 88. Landry owns a duplex and personally occupies one of the units. He has one unit for rent and refuses to rent it to anyone with small children because kids are loud. If he refuses applicants with children, has he committed a violation or any discriminatory acts? A. Yes, he can be fined. B. Yes, he has to rent to anyone. C. Yes, he has discriminated based on familial status. D. No, he is exempt from fair housing regulations because he owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units. The correct answer is D. No, he is exempt from fair housing regulations because he owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units. The Fair Housing Act allows a landlord that owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units to be exempt, as long as the property owner does not use an agent to lease the property and makes no discriminatory advertisements. Question 89. The Fair Housing Act pertains to certain groups as protected classes. Which of the following is not a protected class under fair housing? A. Felons. B. Elderly. C. Handicapped. D. Single mothers. The correct answer is A. Felons. Felons are not a protected class under federal fair housing regulations. Question 90. Broker Ben has E&O insurance and is selling an investment property that he owns. He has made a few false statements and misrepresentations, but he really needs to sell the property fast. What would happen if someone were to sue him for his false statement? A. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. B. The E&O insurance will defend him, but charge him double premium. C. The E&O insurance only covers agents in commercial transactions. D. The E&O insurance would cover him. The correct answer is A. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. Errors and omissions insurance does not cover intentional acts. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. Question 91. Karen recently sold a home for 6% commission. If her commission was $20,700, how much did the property sell for? A. $340,000. B. $342,000. C. $345,000. D. $348,000. The correct answer is C. $345,000. $20,700 divided by 0.06 equals $345,000. Question 92. If two property owners live as neighbors and one of them makes improvements to their property that accidentally crosses the legal property line of the other property owner, this would be termed as an A. Embankment, B. Encroachment, C. Delineation, D. Easement. The correct answer is B. Encroachment. An encroachment can happen when an improvement illegally intrudes on another's property. Question 93. Which statement concerning partnerships is incorrect? A. In a general partnership, all partners share equal responsibility and liability for the business. B. Limited partnerships have both general partners and limited partners with different levels of responsibility and liability. C. Partnerships require a formal written agreement outlining the roles, responsibilities, and profit-sharing arrangements. D. Partnerships provide limited liability protection to all partners involved. The correct answer is D. Partnerships provide limited liability protection to all partners involved. Partnerships do not provide limited liability protection to all partners. In a general partnership, all partners have unlimited personal liability for the partnership's debts and obligations. Question 94. If an unlicensed individual is found guilty of acting like a broker and collecting commissions, what penalty could be imposed? A. Fines and monetary penalties. B. License suspension or revocation. C. Imprisonment or jail time. D. Community service or probation. The correct answer is A. Fines and monetary penalties. Unlicensed individuals acting as brokers and collecting commissions can face penalties in the form of fines and monetary sanctions as a consequence of their unlawful activities. Question 95. When a claim against a licensee is filed and the Real Estate Recovery Fund is used to compensate, what applies? A. The licensee's professional reputation remains intact, and they are not subject to any disciplinary actions. B. The licensee must personally reimburse the Real Estate Recovery Fund for the amount paid out. C. The licensee's license may be suspended or revoked, and they may face disciplinary actions. D. The Real Estate Recovery Fund is not available to compensate claimants in cases involving licensees. The correct answer is C. The licensee's license may be suspended or revoked, and they may face disciplinary actions. If a claim against a licensee is paid from the Real Estate Recovery Fund, it indicates misconduct, which can lead to license suspension or revocation, as well as potential disciplinary actions against the licensee. Question 96. Stacy recently moved out of her rented property and was told by the landlord that she would receive her security deposit within 15 days. What statement is true regarding Stacy's security deposit? A. The landlord is legally required to return the security deposit within the specified time frame. B. The landlord can withhold the security deposit indefinitely. C. Stacy is not entitled to receive her security deposit back. D. The landlord can use the security deposit for any purpose they choose. The correct answer is A. The landlord is legally required to return the security deposit within the specified time frame. Landlords are generally obligated by law to return the security deposit to tenants within a specific period, typically outlined in local rental regulations. Question 97. The Federal Fair Housing Act, also known as the Civil Rights Act of 1968, prohibits discrimination in the showing, negotiation, sale, rental, or financing of a dwelling based on what? A. Age. B. Gender. C. Income level. D. Race. The correct answer is D. Race. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing transactions based on race, along with other protected classes such as color, religion, national origin, familial status, and disability. Question 98. Tally, a sales associate at Madeira brokerage firm, is instructed by her broker to exclusively show Asian-speaking prospects a new subdivision called Orient on the Express. What is this an example of? A. Redlining. B. Blockbusting. C. Steering. D. Zoning. The correct answer is C. Steering. This scenario represents steering, which involves guiding or directing individuals toward or away from certain neighborhoods or properties based on their race, ethnicity, or other protected characteristics. Question 99. In 1988, Congress amended the Fair Housing Act of 1968 to include 2 additional protected classes. Which 2 classes were added? A. Age and marital status. B. Gender and sexual orientation. C. Disability and familial status. D. National origin and religion. The correct answer is C. Disability and familial status. The Fair Housing Act was amended in 1988 to include disability and familial status as protected classes, prohibiting discrimination against individuals with disabilities and families with children. Question 100. Which estate requires the presence of all 4 unities? A. Joint tenancy. B. Tenancy in common. C. Community property. D. Tenancy by the entirety. The correct answer is D. Tenancy by the entirety. Tenancy by the entirety is a form of ownership where spouses jointly hold the property with the 4 unities of possession, interest, time, and title.
Don't forget to share this video with your friends and subscribe for more practice tests.
My name is Jonathan Goforth with Keller Williams Platinum Partners. Thanks for watching this video. This is to help you pass the real estate exam. These are 25 excellent test questions to help you practice with. They are good in all 50 states. After you pass the exam, come back to this video and make a comment. Say, I passed, because everyone would love to know that, and it encourages everyone else who is going to be studying to pass the exam from around the country. In the description of this video below, I have links to other test question videos to help you keep practicing. Check that out. You might have to click the word more to see all of those links. And of course, I'd love it if you subscribe to see more videos like this. And my other videos on my channel are to help you make a lot of money in real estate after you are licensed. I've been a full-time realtor for 27 years. This is my dream job. Give this video a like and let's get started. Number 1, which of the following liens would take priority? A, an IRS tax lien. B, this year's real estate taxes. C, a judgment lien filed 3 weeks ago. D, a mechanics lien. Which of the following liens would take priority? And your answer is B, this year's real estate taxes. So real estate taxes always take the highest priority to be paid. Now you might think it's A, an IRS tax lien, because that sounds a little intimidating, an IRS tax lien. But this year's real estate taxes takes priority. So your answer is B. Number 2, an example of blockbusting would be A, when real estate agents alert residents of a neighborhood that their area is changing due to unwanted people moving in and they should sell before values fall. Or B, when lenders refuse lending to a certain targeted segment of a city. C, when insurance companies refuse to insure homes in a targeted segment of a city. Or D, when a realtor steers buyers to a targeted segment. So this is a good example of a vocabulary word that you need to have memorized. You can see blockbusting used throughout many different kinds of questions. But again, an example of blockbusting would be A. A is your answer. When real estate agents alert residents of the neighborhood that their area is changing due to unwanted people moving in and they should sell before values fall. That is the definition of blockbusting. Number 3, you sold a property near an airport. The flight patterns have been permanently changed with the addition of a new runway, resulting in a 25% loss in property values. This is an example of A, material obsolescence, B, location obsolescence, C, economic obsolescence, or D, functional obsolescence. And your answer is C, economic obsolescence. So economic obsolescence is a cause of depreciation that can occur due to factors not related to the subject property. And this question, it's due to a new runway, and that is the cause of the depreciation. Now, functional obsolescence, which is D, functional obsolescence, that occurs when a service or an object is no longer wanted. An example of functional obsolescence would be such as having a heater in a house that in a very hot climate. That would just be functional obsolescence. That's why your answer is C. That one is economic obsolescence. Number 4, involuntary methods of conveying property include all of the following except A, escheat, B, adverse possession, C, quitclaim deeds, or D, condemnation. So again, involuntary methods. Involuntary methods of conveying property include all of the following. So all of those are involuntary except C, quitclaim deeds. That is a voluntary way that you can enter into to convey property. You can do a quitclaim deed voluntarily. Number 5, the right of a defaulting borrower to keep title to a property by satisfying the debt prior to the foreclosure sale is called A, equitable redemption, B, a trustee's sale, C, statutory redemption, or D, the remainder rights. And so your answer here, well, first, there are 2 kinds of redemption. So let's read that question again. The right of a defaulting borrower to keep title to a property by satisfying the debt prior to the foreclosure sale is called, so you've really got 2 kinds of redemption here. You've got A or you've got C. Your answer is A, equitable redemption. Equitable redemption, that is keeping title to the property by satisfying the debt before the foreclosure sale, prior to the foreclosure sale. That's what equitable redemption is. Statutory redemption, which is C, that one is keeping the title by satisfying the debt after the foreclosure sale. And that's the difference between equitable or statutory redemption. So some of these questions might seem kind of easy and simple, and a lot of these are good foundation questions to help you practice, getting ready to pass the real estate exam. Once you know the good fundamentals of what these questions are, these are good for all 50 states, by the way. All 50 states can see these questions, these types of questions on your real estate exam. Number 6, in case you didn't know, you also need to know commercial. So most real estate agents are going to sell homes, properties, residential real estate, but you also have to pass the questions for commercial real estate. And so number 6, when leasing commercial space and the rent is based on the gross sales of a business, the lease is A, net lease, B, a gross lease, C, a percentage lease, or D, an open-ended lease. So let's talk about this question. When leasing commercial space and the rent is based on the gross sales of a business, the lease is, now don't pick B. A lot of people are going to pick B because it's a gross lease and you talk about gross sales of a business. So for something that's really a simple question, people will pick B and get it wrong. Your answer is C. That is a percentage lease. An example of this would be a parking lot downtown in your city, and their leasing commercial space happens to be a parking lot. And that parking lot is going to be based on the number of cars renting space. And so the gross sales of that business will determine the percentage of lease that they're going to be paying. So that's your answer for that one is C. So as we do these, memorize and learn the vocabulary, because that's going to help you in a lot of these questions that you'll see on the real estate exam. The nice thing about the exam, you know, I've got kids in high school right now, and they're studying for the ACT. And with a test like that, you want to get the highest score possible. Doesn't matter what your score is, you just want the highest score possible. For the real estate exam, it doesn't matter what your score is as long as you pass. So if 70% is what you need to pass in your state, then that's all you need. You don't need 99% to pass. You just need to pass. So that should take some of the pressure off you. You don't have to get all of them correct. Number 7, one loan was obtained using 12 properties as security. This type of mortgage would be called A, a package mortgage, B, a purchase with hard money not backed by Fannie Mae, C, an open-end mortgage, or D, a blanket mortgage. Now, this is one of those types of questions. This is why you need to be studying your material, so that you should know the difference between a package mortgage and a blanket mortgage. You know your vocabulary already, so that this would be hopefully a relatively easy type of question. Let's read it again. One loan was obtained using 12 properties as security. This type of mortgage would be called, your answer is D, a blanket mortgage. So that's what a blanket mortgage is. But A, what is a package mortgage? Let's learn another vocabulary word here with this one. A package mortgage is when you are using both real property and personal property together as security to take out a mortgage. An example of that would be it's a farm, and someone is using the farm itself, the house, the structures on the farm, but they are also using equipment. And the equipment is also rolled into the security, and that is called a package mortgage. So your answer on that one is D, a blanket mortgage. Number 8, a bill of sale is a document used to transfer what? A bill of sale could be A, upgrades on a new construction home, or B, personal property, C, real property, or D, easements. A bill of sale is a document used to transfer what? Your answer is B. A bill of sale is what we use to transfer personal property, such as a lawnmower, such as furniture, things that would normally not be staying with the property when you sell it as the real estate agent. You can transfer those things. The buyer wants to buy these things from your seller, and so they can do a bill of sale and sell it on a document like that. Number 9. By the way, if you've not subscribed, I would love to have you subscribe. Most of my other videos throughout this channel are to have you come back to later and learn how to make a lot of money as a real estate agent. Those are training videos for after you are licensed. Number 9, which of the following types of legal descriptions describes property by starting with an identifiable point and then describes the succeeding sides by direction and length? A, rectangular, B, rural, C, meets and bounds, or D, county, block, and lot. So which of the following types of legal descriptions describes property by starting with an identifiable point and then describes the succeeding sides by direction and length. And that is C, meets and bounds. Now, you won't see this as much after you become a real estate agent. Most of the legal descriptions in cities are deed. They're issued by the county, by the block, by the lot, within subdivisions. Meets and bounds is a longer description, and that's a perfect example of what that is. Number 10, the primary purpose of a deed is to A, prevent adverse possession, B, transfer title rights, C, prove ownership, or D, to give material notice. Well, I will tell you, a lot of people are going to narrow this one down to choices B and C. Hopefully those kind of stand out to you. When you see the word deed, could be to transfer title rights. A lot of people are going to think that's to prove ownership. Your answer is B. The primary purpose of a deed is to transfer title rights. Now, a lot of people get this confused with a title. And the title proves ownership. So this question right here, we can make this into a couple different questions. If you get the primary purpose of a title, that would be to prove ownership. But the title does not transfer the title rights. That's what the deed does. So you need to memorize these, learn these. So again, the primary purpose of a deed is to B, transfer title rights. A title would prove ownership. Number 11, a house sold for $300,000. The buyer is taking out an 80% loan with a 4% interest rate, had to pay $4,000 in closing costs, and 3 discount points. What is the total amount due at closing by the buyer? So this question is not as intimidating as it looks. Let's just break it down, answer it quickly, and move on to the next question. Those 3 discount points. What is a discount point? Well, 1 discount point is 1% of the loan amount. Not the price, but of the loan amount. So let's figure what the loan is. So $300,000 for the price times 80%, which is 0.8, equals $240,000 for the loan. That $240,000 is 80% of the $300,000. We take the loan amount times 0.03, that's 3% for those points, equals $7,200. And that's the total amount of the points, the 3 discount points. Now let's figure the amount of the down payment. So there's a couple of different ways we can figure it. Let's do it like this. We take the $300,000 for the house minus the loan amount, that $240,000, and that gives us $60,000 for the down payment. Or we could just take the $300,000 times 0.2 and we get $60,000. You could do it either way. They give us the $4,000 in closing costs up there in the question that the buyer has to pay. So we're going to add up those 3 numbers. The $7,200 in points plus the $60,000 in the down payment plus that $4,000 in closing costs. And so that adds up to $71,200 is the total amount due. Now, and that's your answer, $71,200. That is the total amount due at closing by the buyer. In the question up there, let's look at the beginning of it. A house sold for $300,000. The buyer is taking out an 80% loan with a 4% interest rate. The 4% interest rate is irrelevant to this question. We don't need to know what the interest rate is. It has nothing to do with us finding out the answer. So I just kind of did a strike through that. You know, many times the real estate commission will will do these test questions that gives you too much information. They'll make it more complicated just to try to confuse you. But it's a relatively fairly straightforward question. That's your answer. Number 12. After a stream flooded due to heavy rain and then receded, the flow of water removed a strip of land along the riverbank. This would be known as A, accretion, B, reversion, C, alluvion, or D, avulsion. Your answer is D, avulsion. So now let's talk about what all four of these are. This is going to be a great practice question. You're going to get 4 different questions out of this. Great for vocabulary. A, accretion. What is accretion? Accretion is an increase in land by natural growth. It's a build-up of land. But what are we looking for in the question? The flow of water removed a strip of land. So it can't be A. A is an increase of land. B, a reversion. A reversion is when someone loses title and it reverts back to another. That's a great vocabulary word, and it has nothing to do with this type of question. C, alluvion. That is an increase in land by natural growth, very similar to accretion. They do have different, a little bit different meanings, but for the purpose of this question, all I want you to know is they are both an increase in land. Then we have D, avulsion. An avulsion is an abrupt change in the course of a stream that forms a boundary between 2 parcels, resulting in a loss of some land. Avulsion, by the way, avulsion and erosion are similar. Erosion is a slow process of the removal of land, and avulsion is faster, much faster, due to an abrupt change. If this question said it had happened over the past 30 years, that would be erosion of losing the land. But this is D is your answer, avulsion. Number 13, which of the following is an encumbrance? So these are great test questions. You know, of all the different videos I have with test questions to help you practice with, this is the video that is my favorite because these 25 questions are excellent. These have come from a lot of different sources. Of all the videos I have, I feel like this one has these 25 questions are the most likely that you are going to see questions very similar to these on your exam. And this is a great one. An encumbrance is a very popular kind of test question, so I want you to learn this vocabulary term. Which of the following is an encumbrance? A, a mortgage. B, an easement. C, a property tax lien. Or D, all of the above. So the question here is, what is an encumbrance? An encumbrance is a claim against a property by a party that is not the owner. It affects the transferability of the property, and it restricts the property's use until the encumbrance is lifted. The most common types of encumbrances are mortgages, easements, and liens. And so your answer is D, all of the above. Number 14, an example of an easement in gross is the right of A, a roofing company that is re-roofing a house has stored some of their supplies slightly onto the neighbor's yard. Or B, kids playing football on their own yard as well as the neighbor's yard. Or C, a painting company that you have hired to repaint your house is parking their trucks on your driveway. Or D, a utility company is accessing your property to maintain wires and pipes. So an example of an easement in gross is the right of D, a utility company accessing your property to maintain wires and pipes. Number 15. This is a question I want to make sure you know. Number 15, the Federal National Mortgage Association, that's abbreviated to FNMA, and we say that is Fannie Mae. This is what Fannie Mae is. So you've probably heard the term Fannie Mae. This is it. This is what Fannie Mae is. So if you look at those letters, FNMA, and you just kind of say those, it would be Fannie Mae. That's where Fannie Mae comes from. And that is the Federal National Mortgage Association. So what is it? That's this question. A, it's a federal agency that buys FHA and VA loans. Or B, it's a federal agency which acts as a watchdog on the primary mortgage market. Or C, it's a government-sponsored private corporation designed to assist the primary mortgage market. Or D, it's a federal agency that insures all types of mortgage loans. And that's what this question is. What is Fannie Mae? So this is a good one. I love this question because chances are pretty high you're going to see a question about like this on your exam. You know, again, these are good for all 50 states. The answer is C. I want to tell you why. There are some things in this that are trigger words. First of all, look at A, B, and D. They all say it's a federal agency. And most people think that the Fannie Mae is a federal agency. Because look at how it's titled. The Federal National Mortgage Association. It looks like it would be a federal agency. But it is not. And that's the big thing I want you to remember. It is not a federal agency, but it is, so read C with me. It's a government-sponsored private corporation designed to assist the primary mortgage market. So it's private. That's the other term I want you to remember about Fannie Mae. It is a private corporation. It is not a federal agency, but it is government-sponsored. So what does Fannie Mae do? What is the purpose of Fannie Mae? And this is why a lot of people will pick A. Do not pick A. A says it's a federal agency that buys FHA and VA loans. Well, it does buy loans, but it's not a federal agency, so that's why your answer is C. Fannie Mae is a purchaser of mortgage loans to free up the liquidity of lenders and banks. That's all that Fannie Mae really does. It creates more liquidity of banks and mortgage companies out there issuing loans. They bundle those up. They sell them to Fannie Mae. Now the bank has all of its money back and they can keep doing more and more loans. And that's what Fannie Mae does. It purchases mortgage loans to free up the liquidity of the lenders and the banks. That is an awesome question. If you have not liked this video yet, right there's the reason to give me a like. Number 16, the type of real estate ownership that is most all-inclusive is A, fee simple absolute estate, B, reversionary interest, C, life estate, or D, qualified fee estate. The type of real estate ownership that is most all-inclusive is A, fee simple absolute estate. So reversionary interest is that interest in property that exists when the ownership of that life estate reverts back to the original at the end of the life estate. Number C, a life estate is a freehold estate that only lasts as long as the life tenant. D, a qualified fee estate is limited by specific conditions. And so the most all-inclusive is A. Number 17, regarding the federal truth in lending law, which of the following must be disclosed to a borrower when taking a new first mortgage? A, that kickbacks to realtors are prohibited. B, the total amount of interest that will be paid during the life of the loan. C, how much the limits are regarding the prepaid items of taxes and insurance, or D, the annual percentage rate, which is also called the APR. So this is the federal truth in lending law, and which of the following must be disclosed to a borrower when taking a new first mortgage? Your answer is D, the annual percentage rate. Number 18, regarding the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, which of the following can a lender not do? A, verify a borrower's income sources. B, refuse a borrower who is receiving income from public assistance. C, tell the applicant within 30 days of denial or granting of credit. Or D, give specific reasons why the credit was denied. So of those four, which of the following can a lender not do? So they can do all those except B. They cannot refuse a borrower who is receiving income from public assistance. Number 19, which of the following would be classified as a general lien? So which of these is a general lien? A judgment lien. B, a property tax lien. C, a real estate property tax lien. Or D, a mechanics lien. And your answer is A. A judgment lien is placed on all of the assets of the debtor in general. B and C are placed specifically only on the property that is delinquent in taxes. And then D, a mechanics lien, that's also specific to the property where someone is trying to get paid on work or supplies that were performed at that specific property. So the general type of lien on there is a judgment lien. Number 20, the amount of loan expressed as a percentage of the value of the property getting the loan placed against it is called the A, loan to value ratio, B, debt to equity ratio, C, the secured debt ratio, or D, the appraised value. So you will see this throughout your career. It's funny, a lot of the things that you're studying, you're just not going to use a lot of this throughout your career. You won't see some of these terms much. A lot of this, we're studying right here to help you pass an exam. But number 20, the answer to this, you're going to see this on every contract if a buyer's taken out a loan. Your answer is A. It's a loan to value ratio, LTV. That's abbreviated, loan to value. So that's the amount of loan expressed as a percentage of the value of the property getting the loan placed against it. And that's the loan to value ratio, A. We're going to go through these last 5 questions pretty quick. Couple things at the end of this video, you're going to see 2 links pop up on your screen. You can click on either of those for more test question videos. Also, if you go into the description of this video below, you might have to click the word more to open up all the full description of it. I'm going to put a lot of different links to a variety of other test question videos to help you keep practicing. What you need to do to pass this exam, study your material. Just study it over and over and over and over. Get all the concepts in your head so you're learning them. And then practice a lot of test questions. That's the format you're going to take this exam, is in the format of multiple choice test questions. And so that's how you need to be reviewing, because it will help you be comfortable and very confident when you go in to take the exam. Number 21, in determining total square footage of a home being appraised, the appraiser should use A, inside dimensions, B, outside dimensions, C, the net square feet after removing closets and stairs because they are not living space. Or D, lot dimensions. So when determining total square footage of a home being appraised, the appraiser should use B, the outside dimensions. Number 22, a lot measured 80 feet by 100 feet, with the front being 80 feet across. It was valued at $5 per square foot plus $40 per front foot. What is the total value of the lot? For this, you're going to figure the area, and then that 80 feet across the front, that is a line. Think of that as the curb. It's not another area. It's just a line across the front, and that determines kind of location. You know, different lots. There's one reason that corner lots are many times worth more because of the frontage. So here's how you figure this. Let's read it again. A lot measured 80 feet by 100 feet, with the front being 80 feet across. It was valued at $5 per square foot plus $40 per front foot. What's the total value of the lot? So here's how you do this. First, we're going to take 80 times 100. That gives us 8,000 square feet. And take that times $5. So that's $40,000 for the area of the lot. Now, we got 80 linear feet across the front. This is not more area. This is simply the line. I think of this as the curb. This is the frontage of the lot. You got 80 linear feet, and so we're going to take 80 times $40 per foot. That gives us $3,200. All you do is add those together. $40,000 plus $3,200 is $43,200 for the total value of the lot. Number 23. A realtor has been selling homes for 18 years and has sold over 400 homes in her career. After going on a listing appointment, she can refuse the listing for the following reason. A, the seller wants to list the home for $30,000 higher than the highest sale in the neighborhood. Or B, the majority of the other homeowners are minorities. C, the religious beliefs of the homeowner. Or D, the seller is a minority. Now, this should be a fairly easy one for you. It is not B, C, or D. If you see answer choices like those, you should eliminate those. Cannot discriminate. And so your answer is A. And you can refuse a listing for that. And every once in a while, you might come across a listing in the future. Your career gets going. You come across a seller, and they want to severely overprice that house, and you know there is no way you're going to ever sell it. You have the right to refuse it. Now, you probably still won't, but you have the right to refuse it, and that's all that this question is asking. So your answer on that one was A. Number 24, the best information source that a broker can use in determining a list price for a home is A, what the owner originally paid for it. B, the list prices of other homes not in the same area. C, the appraised value of a comparable property. Or D, the assessed value of a comparable property. So we're looking for the best choice. The best choice. Now, many times you might use all of this. You know, when I go on a listing appointment and I'm trying to price a home, I am curious. Everything I can find out about that house. I'm curious, you know, on all the different ways of helping me get some direction. But in this, your best answer is C. the appraised value of a comparable property. D is the assessed value. That's a county assessment. County assessments many times are not accurate at all. So if you can get C, the appraised value of a comparable property, that is your best choice of those 4 different options. Our last question, number 25. The right of a county, city, or state to take private property is known as A, the right of first refusal, or B, severance, or C, eminent domain, or D, condemnation. We're ending with this one. This is just a phenomenal question. You need to know this. Very likely you're going to see this question given to you in a couple different formats. So we're going to talk about this. You can take number 25. It can count as 2 different test questions, the way we're going to discuss this. Before we wrap this up, if you didn't subscribe yet, I'd be honored if you subscribed, and please give this video a like. And then before this ends, keep studying. I want you to schedule your exam as fast as you can. Study the material, practice questions, and just go take the exam. Get it knocked out. Get it done and over with so you can begin this most awesome career. I've had the privilege of doing this in my dream job. I've done this full-time for 27 years. I got to be listed in Forbes magazine in 2019, 20, and 21 as one of the top market leaders in the country. It is the best career ever imaginable. So let's do number 25. Again, the right of a county, city, or state to take private property is known as the right of first refusal, severance, eminent domain, or condemnation. Your answer is C. Now we're going to talk about, it is not A or B, but let's talk about the difference between C and D. C is eminent domain, and that is the right of the government to take private property for public good. And see, at the top of this question, this is asking what is the right? And that's C. It is the right. Condemnation is the process, and you need to know the difference. You're going to see these 2 words used sometimes in the same question, just like this. You need to know the difference. Eminent domain is the right of the government. Condemnation is the process that the government used to take the property when the government uses the right of eminent domain. Just learn those, memorize those. Condemnation is the process, and eminent domain is the right. Thanks so much for watching. Just keep practicing. Check out the 2 videos that have popped up on your screen now, and look forward to you joining me on the next video.
Question 1. What are the 4 unities required for joint tenancy in California? A. Interest, time, title, possession. B. Interest, time, possession, exclusivity. C. Time, title, possession, exclusivity. D. Interest, title, exclusivity, condition. Answer: A. Interest, time, title, possession. Explanation: for joint tenancy in California, the 4 unities required are unity of interest, unity of time, unity of title, and unity of possession. This means all joint tenants must have an equal share, acquire the interests at the same time, through the same document, and have equal rights to the whole property. Question 2. Define the term encumbrance in real estate. A. A right or interest in a property reducing its value. B. A financial obligation tied to the property. C. A restriction on the use of the property. D. All of the above. Answer: D. All of the above. Explanation: an encumbrance in real estate refers to any claim, line, charge, or liability attached to and binding on real property that may lessen its value or obstruct the use of the property. This can include financial obligations like mortgages, as well as easements or restrictions. Question 3. What does title vesting mean in California real estate transactions? A. Transfer of property ownership. B. Legal process to clear a title. C. Method in which title is held by property owners. D. Registration of property title with the state. Answer: C. Method in which title is held by property owners. Explanation: title vesting in California real estate refers to the method in which ownership of the property is held. It determines how the title is held by the property owners, whether it be as joint tenants, tenants in common, community property, etc. Question 4. Explain the difference between taxable value and assessed value of a property. A. Taxable value is the price the property can be sold for, while assessed value is for tax purposes. B. Taxable value is set by the tax authority, while assessed value is determined by a public appraisal. C. Taxable value includes exemptions and reliefs, while assessed value is the raw appraisal value. D. Taxable value and assessed value are the same in real estate. Answer: C. Taxable value includes exemptions and reliefs, while assessed value is the raw appraisal value. Explanation: the assessed value of a property is the dollar value assigned to a property to measure applicable taxes, determined by a public tax assessor. The taxable value is the assessed value minus any tax reliefs or exemptions applicable. Question 5. What is the primary purpose of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA? A. To ensure buyers and sellers have knowledge of all settlement costs. B. To regulate the real estate industry. C. To provide a framework for real estate licensing. D. To control the interest rates on mortgages. Answer: A. To ensure buyers and sellers have knowledge of all settlement costs. Explanation: the primary purpose of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, is to ensure that buyers and sellers in the real estate market are provided with detailed information about all costs associated with the settlement process of a real estate transaction. Question 6. Describe the concept of agency in real estate and the duties it entails. A. The legal relationship between a principal and an agent. B. The process of buying and selling real estate. C. The regulatory body governing real estate agents. D. The contract between a seller and a buyer. Answer: A. The legal relationship between a principal and an agent. Explanation: agency in real estate refers to the legal relationship established between a principal, such as a buyer or seller, and an agent, such as a real estate broker or salesperson, where the agent represents the principal in transactions. This relationship entails duties like loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, and care. Question 7. What are the legal implications of breaching a fiduciary duty in a real estate transaction? A. Possible revocation of real estate license. B. Legal action for breach of contract. C. Financial compensation to the affected party. D. All of the above. Answer: D. All of the above. Explanation: breaching a fiduciary duty in a real estate transaction can lead to several legal implications, including the revocation of the agent's real estate license, legal action for breach of contract, and financial compensation to the party harmed by the breach. Question 8. Explain the difference between a general line and a specific line. A. A general line is against all properties, while a specific line is against one property. B. A general line is short-term, while a specific line is long-term. C. A general line is government-related, while a specific line is private. D. A general line is for personal property, while a specific line is for real estate. Answer: A. A general line is against all properties, while a specific line is against one property. Explanation: a general line is a legal claim against all the properties of a debtor, for example, due to unpaid taxes, whereas a specific line is against a particular property only, for example, a mortgage on a specific house. Question 9. Define redlining and its impact on real estate practices. A. The division of areas for specific real estate purposes. B. The illegal practice of denying services based on location. C. Marking properties for demolition or renovation. D. Zoning areas for commercial use only. Answer: B. The illegal practice of denying services based on location. Explanation: redlining is the discriminatory practice where services, like mortgages or insurance, are denied or made more expensive for residents of certain areas based on racial or ethnic composition rather than economic criteria. Question 10. What is the significance of a contingency clause in a real estate contract? A. It specifies the legal fees involved in the transaction. B. It outlines the obligations of the real estate agent. C. It sets conditions that must be met for the contract to be binding. D. It determines the commission rate for the sale. Answer: C. It sets conditions that must be met for the contract to be binding. Explanation: a contingency clause in a real estate contract specifies conditions that must be fulfilled for the contract to be legally binding. Common examples include home inspections, financing, and the sale of a current home. Question 11. Scenario: a seller accepts a buyer's offer contingent on the sale of the buyer's current home. What type of contingency is this? A. Financing contingency. B. Sale contingency. C. Inspection contingency. D. Appraisal contingency. Answer: B. Sale contingency. Explanation: this is a sale contingency, where the buyer's ability to purchase the property is contingent upon them selling their current home. This type of contingency allows the buyer to avoid owning two properties simultaneously. Question 12. What is blockbusting, and why is it illegal in real estate practice? A. Selling blocks of properties at a discount. B. The process of buying up properties to create a monopoly. C. Persuading owners to sell property cheaply by instilling fear of neighborhood decline. D. Dividing large properties into smaller blocks for resale. Answer: C. Persuading owners to sell property cheaply by instilling fear of neighborhood decline. Explanation: blockbusting is an illegal practice in real estate where agents or others persuade homeowners to sell their properties cheaply by instilling fear that the neighborhood is declining, often due to racial or ethnic changes, and then profit by reselling at higher prices. Question 13. How does California's Proposition 13 affect property taxes? A. It limits the annual increase in property taxes. B. It increases property taxes annually. C. It eliminates property taxes for senior citizens. D. It imposes an additional tax on luxury properties. Answer: A. It limits the annual increase in property taxes. Explanation: California's Proposition 13, passed in 1978, limits the annual increase in property taxes to no more than 2% unless the property is sold or new construction is completed. This proposition significantly impacted how property taxes are calculated in California. Question 14. Explain the right of first refusal in a lease agreement. A. The tenant's right to extend the lease before others. B. The landlord's right to terminate the lease early. C. The tenant's right to purchase the property before it is offered to others. D. The landlord's right to increase rent before renewing the lease. Answer: C. The tenant's right to purchase the property before it is offered to others. Explanation: the right of first refusal in a lease agreement gives the tenant the right to purchase the property at the same terms offered by or to a third party before the property is sold to that third party. This clause can be particularly important in commercial leases. Question 15. Describe the process of escrow in California real estate transactions. A. A legal arrangement where a third party holds funds until conditions are met. B. The period between the signing of the contract and the closing of the sale. C. The process of transferring property title from seller to buyer. D. A government-regulated account for holding property taxes and insurance. Answer: A. A legal arrangement where a third party holds funds until conditions are met. Explanation: in California real estate transactions, Escrow refers to a legal arrangement in which a neutral third party, the escrow agent, temporarily holds funds, documents, and other assets until specific conditions of the transaction are met, such as the completion of a property inspection or securing financing. Question 16. What does due diligence entail for a buyer in a real estate transaction? A. Paying the required deposit on time. B. Ensuring all contractual obligations are fulfilled. C. Conducting thorough investigations into the property and transaction. D. Obtaining pre-approval for a mortgage. Answer: C. Conducting thorough investigations into the property and transaction. Explanation: due diligence for a buyer in a real estate transaction involves conducting comprehensive investigations and research into the property, including reviewing documents, conducting inspections, and ensuring legal and regulatory compliance before finalizing the purchase. Question 17. Define the term amortization in the context of a mortgage. A. The process of increasing mortgage payments over time. B. The division of a mortgage into equal payments over a set period. C. The calculation of property taxes based on mortgage amount. D. The interest rate adjustment in an adjustable rate mortgage. Answer: B. The division of a mortgage into equal payments over a set period. Explanation: amortization in the context of a mortgage refers to the process of dividing the mortgage loan into equal payments spread over a specific period. These payments typically include both principal and interest, gradually reducing the outstanding balance over the loan term. Question 18. What is a 1031 exchange, and how is it used in California real estate? A. A method of exchanging similar properties to defer capital gains taxes. B. A process for converting rental properties into commercial use. C. A technique for refinancing a property to reduce interest rates. D. A legal provision for transferring property titles between family members. Answer: A. A method of exchanging similar properties to defer capital gains taxes. Explanation: a 1031 exchange, named after Section 1031 of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code, allows real estate investors in California and other states to defer paying capital gains taxes on an investment property when it is sold, as long as another like-kind property is purchased with the profit gained from the sale. Question 19. Describe the difference between real property and personal property. A. Real property is immovable, while personal property is movable. B. Real property is leased, while personal property is owned. C. Real property is for commercial use, while personal property is for personal use. D. Real property is insured, while personal property is not. Answer: A. Real property is immovable, while personal property is movable. Explanation: real property refers to land and anything permanently attached to it, like buildings or trees, making it immovable. Personal property, on the other hand, includes movable items like furniture, vehicles, or jewelry. Question 20. Explain the term cap rate and its significance in real estate investment. A. The maximum interest rate for real estate loans. B. The ratio of net operating income to property asset value. C. The limit on property price increases per year. D. The capital required for property maintenance. Answer: B. The ratio of net operating income to property asset value. Explanation: the capitalization rate, cap rate, is a key metric in real estate investment, representing the ratio of a property's net operating income to its current market value. It is used to estimate the investor's potential return on investment and helps in comparing the profitability of different properties. Question 21. What is constructive eviction, and under what circumstances might it occur? A. When a landlord physically evicts a tenant without court order. B. When a tenant voluntarily leaves due to the landlord's failure to provide habitable conditions. C. When a tenant is forced to leave due to rent increases. D. When a property is condemned by the city, forcing tenants to leave. Answer: B. When a tenant voluntarily leaves due to the landlord's failure to provide habitable conditions. Explanation. Constructive eviction occurs when a tenant is forced to leave because the landlord has failed to provide safe, habitable living conditions, effectively breaking the lease agreement. The tenant must leave due to circumstances created by the landlord's neglect. Question 22. Define cloud on title and its potential impact on a real estate transaction. A. A claim or line that makes the title's validity questionable. B. A temporary restriction on the property title. C. A legal hold on the title until outstanding debts are paid. D. A discrepancy in the property description in the title. Answer. A. A claim or line that makes the title's validity questionable. Explanation. A cloud on title is any claim, line, or encumbrance that might invalidate or impair the title to real property or make its legality uncertain. It can complicate the sale process and needs to be resolved before a clear title can be transferred. Question 23. Describe the role and responsibilities of a transaction broker in California real estate. A. A broker who handles the financial aspects of the transaction. B. An intermediary who assists both buyer and seller without representing either. C. A broker who exclusively represents the buyer in the transaction. D. A legal advisor who provides counsel on real estate laws. Answer. B. An intermediary who assists both buyer and seller without representing either. Explanation. A transaction broker in California real estate acts as a neutral intermediary who assists both the buyer and the seller in a real estate transaction without representing either party. Their role is to facilitate the transaction rather than advocate for either side. Question 24. Explain exclusive right to sell listing agreements and how they differ from other listing types. A. A contract where only the listing broker can sell the property. B. A listing agreement that allows multiple brokers to sell the property. C. A contract where the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves. D. An agreement that exclusively lists the property on certain platforms. Answer. A. A contract where only the listing broker can sell the property. Explanation. An exclusive right to sell listing agreement grants one broker the exclusive right to sell the property. Unlike other types of listings, even if the seller finds a buyer independently, the exclusive broker is still entitled to a commission. Question 25. What legal protections are afforded by the Fair Housing Act in real estate? A. Protection against fraud in mortgage lending. B. Protection against discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. C. Protection against unfair property taxes. D. Protection for first-time homebuyers against predatory lending. Answer. B. Protection against discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Explanation. The Fair Housing Act provides legal protection against discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, and familial status. It prohibits such discrimination in renting, selling, or financing homes. Question 26. Scenario. A buyer discovers undisclosed water damage after purchasing a home. What recourse is available under California law? A. Filing a claim with the insurance company. B. Seeking compensation through small claims court. C. Suing the seller for nondisclosure. D. Requesting a refund from the real estate agent. Answer. C. Suing the seller for nondisclosure. Explanation. Under California law, if a buyer discovers undisclosed water damage after purchasing a home, they may have legal recourse to sue the seller for nondisclosure. Sellers are required to disclose known material defects, and failure to do so can lead to legal action. Question 27. How does the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, impact commercial real estate properties? A. It requires all commercial properties to be fully accessible to people with disabilities. B. It applies only to residential properties. C. It mandates that properties built before 1990 be retrofitted for accessibility. D. It affects only new constructions and major renovations. Answer: A. It requires all commercial properties to be fully accessible to people with disabilities. Explanation: The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, impacts commercial real estate by requiring properties to be accessible to people with disabilities. This includes providing reasonable accommodations and ensuring accessibility in public and commercial spaces. Question 28. Define gross rent multiplier and how it is used in evaluating rental properties. A. A measure of the total rent collected over a year. B. The ratio of a property's sale price to its annual rental income. C. The total expenses subtracted from the gross rent. D. A method to calculate property taxes based on rent. Answer: B. The ratio of a property's sale price to its annual rental income. Explanation: The gross rent multiplier, GRM, is a tool used in evaluating rental properties, calculated by dividing the property's sale price by its annual rental income. It provides a quick way to estimate the value of an income-producing property and compare it with similar properties. Question 29. What is chain of title in real estate and why is it important? A. The sequence of historical transfers of title to a property. B. The process of transferring property between family members. C. The legal document that proves ownership of a property. D. The progression of property values over time. Answer: A. The sequence of historical transfers of title to a property. Explanation: The chain of title in real estate is the sequence of historical transfers and records of ownership of a property. It's important because it ensures clear title, showing there are no disputes or unknown claims to the property. Question 30. Explain the concept of market value and how it is determined in real estate. A. The price set by the local government for tax purposes. B. The most probable price a property should bring in a competitive market. C. The highest price a buyer is willing to pay. D. The average price of similar properties in the area. Answer: B. The most probable price a property should bring in a competitive market. Explanation: The market value in real estate is the most likely price that a property should bring in a competitive and open market, considering all conditions pertinent to the sale, such as the willingness of the buyer and seller, and assuming both parties are well informed. Question 31. Describe the process and importance of conducting a comparative market analysis, CEMA. A. A method to assess the seller's financial status. B. A process where the property is compared to similar properties in the area for pricing. C. A survey to determine the best marketing strategies for the property. D. A technique to evaluate the environmental impact of the property. Answer: B. A process where the property is compared to similar properties in the area for pricing. Explanation: A comparative market analysis, CEMA, is a tool used in real estate to determine the value of a property by comparing it to similar properties in the same area that have recently sold, are currently on the market, or were on the market and did not sell. This analysis helps in setting a competitive and fair price for the property. Question 32. What is escrow in a real estate transaction, and what role does it play? A. A legal process where a property is surveyed before sale. B. A financial agreement where the buyer pays the seller directly. C. A neutral third party holds funds and documents until the transaction is complete. D. A government agency that oversees real estate transactions. Answer: C. A neutral third party holds funds and documents until the transaction is complete. Explanation: In a real estate transaction, escrow refers to a neutral third party holding all funds, documents, and other pertinent items related to the transaction until all conditions of the sale are met. It ensures a smooth and secure transfer of property and funds between the buyer and seller. Question 33. Define liens and its significance in real estate transactions. A. A legal right to access another's property. B. A financial claim or encumbrance on a property as security for a debt. C. A contract between a landlord and tenant. D. A boundary dispute between neighboring properties. Answer: B. A financial claim or encumbrance on a property as security for a debt. Explanation: a lien is a legal right or interest that a creditor has in another's property, usually lasting until a debt or duty that it secures is satisfied. In real estate transactions, a lien affects the property's title, and it must be paid off or resolved before the property can be sold. Question 34. Scenario: a property in California has been identified as having an endangered species habitat on it. How does this impact the property's use and value? A. It increases the property value due to its unique ecosystem. B. It has no impact on the property's use or value. C. It limits development and changes to the property, potentially affecting its value. D. It mandates the property to be donated for conservation. Answer: C. It limits development and changes to the property, potentially affecting its value. Explanation: if a property in California is identified as having an endangered species habitat, it can impact the property's use and value by limiting development and changes that can be made to the property. This is due to environmental protection laws that aim to preserve endangered species and their habitats. Question 35. Explain the term real estate syndication and its function in property investment. A. A group of investors pooling resources to invest in real estate. B. A government program to support first-time homebuyers. C. A legal process to resolve disputes in property investment. D. A method for transferring property titles between investors. Answer: A. A group of investors pooling resources to invest in real estate. Explanation: real estate syndication is a method in which multiple investors pool their resources to invest in real estate projects. This approach allows individuals to participate in larger real estate investments than they could on their own and share in the profits and risks. Question 36. What is the purpose of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, and how does it protect consumers? A. It regulates property taxes and assessments. B. It ensures fair practices in mortgage lending and closing processes. C. It oversees the construction standards for new homes. D. It manages rent control policies in urban areas. Answer: B. It ensures fair practices in mortgage lending and closing processes. Explanation: the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, is a federal law that ensures fair practices in the real estate settlement process. It requires certain disclosures to be made to home buyers and sellers, prohibits specific practices like kickbacks, and ensures consumers are provided with detailed information about all costs associated with the mortgage process. Question 37. Describe the legal implications of a property being condemned by the government. A. The property is marked for demolition due to safety concerns. B. The property is taken by the government for public use under eminent domain. C. The property is seized due to the owner's failure to pay property taxes. D. The property is designated as a historical landmark. Answer: B. The property is taken by the government for public use under eminent domain. Explanation: when a property is condemned by the government, it is typically taken under the power of eminent domain for public use, such as building roads or schools. The property owner is usually entitled to fair compensation for the loss of their property. Question 38. Define the concept of easement and provide an example of how it might be used in real estate. A. A temporary lease agreement for property use. B. A right to use another's property for a specific purpose. C. A dispute over property boundaries. D. A restriction on property development. Answer: B. A right to use another's property for a specific purpose. Explanation: an easement is a legal right to use another's property for a specific purpose, even though they do not own it. For example, utility companies may have an easement to install and maintain utility lines, or a neighbor might have an easement to use a driveway that crosses another's property. Question 39. What are deed restrictions, and how can they affect property use? A. Limits on the sale price of a property. B. Conditions and limitations imposed on a property's use by the deed. C. Government-imposed restrictions on property development. D. Financial lines attached to a property. Answer. B. Conditions and limitations imposed on a property's use by the deed. Explanation. Deed restrictions are conditions and limitations written into a property's deed that dictate how the property can be used, what can be built on it, and how it can be altered. These restrictions can significantly affect property use and are legally enforceable. Question 40. Scenario. A tenant signs a 1-year lease but needs to move out after 6 months due to job relocation. What are the tenant's options under California law? A. The tenant must pay rent for the entire lease term. B. The tenant can sublet the property with the landlord's approval. C. The tenant can break the lease without any consequences. D. The tenant must find a replacement tenant to assume the lease. Answer. B. The tenant can sublet the property with the landlord's approval. Explanation. Under California law, if a tenant needs to move out before the lease term ends due to job relocation, they can potentially sublet the property, subject to the landlord's approval. The tenant remains responsible for the lease terms and rent payment unless a new agreement is made. Question 41. What is a balloon payment in the context of a mortgage, and how does it affect the borrower? A. A large payment made at the start of the mortgage. B. A final lump sum payment due at the end of a mortgage term. C. A monthly payment that gradually increases over time. D. An additional fee for mortgage insurance. Answer. B. A final lump sum payment due at the end of a mortgage term. Explanation. A balloon payment in a mortgage context is a large lump sum payment due at the end of a mortgage term. It usually comes after a series of smaller monthly payments and may require refinancing or selling the property if the borrower cannot make the large payment. Question 42. Define capital gains tax and its implications when selling real estate in California. A. A tax on the increase in value of the property from purchase to sale. B. A fixed rate tax applied to all real estate transactions. C. A tax on the total sale price of the property. D. A municipal tax for property improvements. Answer. A. A tax on the increase in value of the property from purchase to sale. Explanation. Capital gains tax is a tax on the profit realized from the sale of a non-inventory asset, such as real estate, that has increased in value. In California, this means if you sell a property for more than you purchased it, you may owe taxes on the profit or capital gain. Question 43. Explain the process and significance of a property being rezoned in California. A. Changing the property's use from residential to commercial. B. The process of appealing property taxes. C. Renegotiating mortgage terms based on property value. D. Updating property boundaries on a title. Answer. A. Changing the property's use from residential to commercial. Explanation. Rezoning is the process of changing the designated use of a property, such as from residential to commercial or industrial. It is significant because it can drastically alter what can be built or how a property can be used, affecting its value and the community. Question 44. Scenario. A homeowner discovers a latent defect in their property after purchasing it. What legal recourse do they have against the seller in California? A. File a complaint with the local housing authority. B. Seek damages through a lawsuit for nondisclosure. C. Request a refund from the real estate agent. D. There is no legal recourse once the sale is complete. Answer. B. Seek damages through a lawsuit for nondisclosure. Explanation. In California, If a homeowner discovers a latent defect after purchase that the seller knew about and did not disclose, they can seek legal recourse against the seller. The law requires sellers to disclose known material defects, and failure to do so can lead to a lawsuit for non-disclosure. Question 45. What is the significance of disclosure in real estate transactions, and what types of information must be disclosed in California? A. Only financial details of the transaction must be disclosed. B. All known defects, hazards, and material facts about the property. C. Only information about previous owners. D. Disclosures are not legally required in California. Answer. B. All known defects, hazards, and material facts about the property. Explanation. In California real estate transactions, disclosure is significant as sellers are legally required to disclose all known defects, hazards, and material facts about the property. This includes issues like structural defects, pest infestations, and history of property disputes. Question 46. Describe the concept of bundle of rights in property ownership. A. The various taxes and fees associated with owning property. B. The collection of legal rights afforded to a property owner. C. The responsibilities of a landlord in a rental agreement. D. The architectural and design standards for property development. Answer. B. The collection of legal rights afforded to a property owner. Explanation. The bundle of rights in property ownership refers to the set of legal rights that the owner possesses. These rights typically include the right to possess, control, enjoy, exclude others from, and dispose of the property. Question 47. What are adjustments in a real estate closing statement, and how are they calculated? A. Adjustments for property damage found during the final inspection. B. Changes to the sale price based on market conditions. C. Prorated items such as taxes and utility bills divided between buyer and seller. D. Modifications to the interest rate on the mortgage. Answer. C. Prorated items such as taxes and utility bills divided between buyer and seller. Explanation. Adjustments in a real estate closing statement refer to prorated payments for items such as property taxes, utility bills, and association fees. These are divided between the buyer and seller based on the exact period each party is responsible for these costs. Question 48. Explain the term real property and provide examples of what it includes. A. Only the land and natural resources on it. B. Personal belongings and movable items in a home. C. Land, buildings, and other permanent structures or improvements. D. Mortgages and other financial instruments tied to property. Answer. C. Land, buildings, and other permanent structures or improvements. Explanation. Real property refers to land and anything permanently attached to it, including buildings, fences, and other structures. It also encompasses rights associated with the property, such as mineral rights or easements. Question 49. Scenario. A property in California has a disputed boundary line with its neighbor. What steps can the owner take to resolve this issue? A. Ignore the dispute as it doesn't legally affect the property. B. Seek a resolution through a community mediator. C. Initiate a boundary line adjustment process through legal channels. D. Automatically gain ownership of the disputed land over time. Answer. C. Initiate a boundary line adjustment process through legal channels. Explanation. In a disputed boundary line situation in California, the property owner can resolve the issue through legal channels, such as initiating a boundary line adjustment process, which may involve surveying and legal agreements with the neighbor. Question 50. What are the key responsibilities of a property manager in a residential rental property in California? A. Only financial management and rent collection. B. Managing tenants, property maintenance, and compliance with laws. C. Solely focused on marketing and leasing the property. D. Renovating and improving the property for resale. Answer. B. Managing tenants, property maintenance, and compliance with laws. Explanation. The key responsibilities of a property manager in a residential rental property in California include managing tenants, such as screening and handling leases, maintaining the property, and ensuring compliance with relevant laws and regulations. Question 51. Define the concept of escrow in real estate and discuss its role in a transaction. A legal agreement where the buyer rents the property before purchasing. B. A method for transferring property titles between parties. C. A neutral third party holds funds and documents until all conditions are met. D. A government inspection to ensure property compliance. Answer: C. A neutral third party holds funds and documents until all conditions are met. Explanation: in real estate, escrow refers to a process where a neutral third party, typically an escrow company, holds funds, documents, and other pertinent items related to the transaction until all conditions of the deal, like inspections and financing, are met. It ensures a secure and fair process for both the buyer and seller. Question 52. Explain the difference between real estate appraiser and real estate inspector in the context of a property transaction. A. An appraiser focuses on property value, while an inspector examines property condition. B. Both perform the same role, but in different transaction stages. C. An appraiser is for commercial properties, and an inspector is for residential properties. D. An inspector determines property value, and an appraiser looks for defects. Answer: A. An appraiser focuses on property value, while an inspector examines property condition. Explanation: in a property transaction, a real estate appraiser's role is to assess and provide an opinion on the property's value, often for financing purposes. In contrast, a real estate inspector's job is to examine the physical condition of the property, identifying any issues or necessary repairs. Question 53. Scenario: a couple is buying a home and discovers the seller is a licensed real estate agent who is representing themselves in the transaction. What disclosures are required in this situation in California? A. No disclosures are necessary as the seller is a licensed agent. B. Full disclosure of the seller's agent status and any potential conflicts of interest. C. Only financial disclosures about the property's value. D. Disclosure of the agent's commission rates. Answer: B. Full disclosure of the seller's agent status and any potential conflicts of interest. Explanation: in California, when a licensed real estate agent is selling their own property and representing themselves in the transaction, they are required to fully disclose their status as an agent and any potential conflicts of interest that may arise from this dual role. Question 54. Describe the process and significance of property appraisal in a real estate transaction in California. A. A legal requirement for all property sales in California. B. An assessment of the property's market value, typically for financing purposes. C. A review of the property's compliance with zoning laws. D. An inspection for structural defects and needed repairs. Answer: B. An assessment of the property's market value, typically for financing purposes. Explanation: a property appraisal in a real estate transaction in California involves an assessment of the property's market value, usually conducted by a licensed appraiser. This appraisal is significant, especially for financing purposes, as lenders use the appraised value to determine the loan amount. Question 55. What is a cloud on title, and how can it be resolved in a California real estate transaction? A. A dispute over property boundaries resolved through a survey. B. A defect or uncertainty in the ownership of the property resolved through legal action or a title company. C. A temporary lien on the property resolved by paying off debts. D. Environmental issues on the property resolved through remediation. Answer: B. A defect or uncertainty in the ownership of the property resolved through legal action or a title company. Explanation: a cloud on title refers to any defect, claim, or uncertainty that affects the ownership of the property, such as unresolved liens or disputes over property ownership. In California, resolving a cloud on title typically involves legal action or working with a title company to clear up any issues. Question 56. Explain the implications of a property being located in a flood zone for a potential buyer in California. A. The buyer is ineligible for a mortgage. B. Mandatory flood insurance and potential impact on property value and usability. C. No special implications. It's treated like any other property. D. The property is restricted to agricultural use only. Answer. B. Mandatory flood insurance and potential impact on property value and usability. Explanation. For a property located in a flood zone in California, potential buyers face implications, such as the requirement to purchase flood insurance if they use a federally backed mortgage. Additionally, being in a flood zone may impact the property's value, usability, and future development potential. Question 57. Define mortgage insurance and explain when and why it is required in a real estate transaction. A. Insurance covering the property's structural damages. B. Insurance protecting the lender if the borrower defaults on the loan. C. Insurance for the buyer in case of job loss. D. A one-time fee for processing the mortgage application. Answer. B. Insurance protecting the lender if the borrower defaults on the loan. Explanation. Mortgage insurance is a type of insurance policy that protects the lender in case the borrower defaults on their mortgage loan. It is typically required when the borrower makes a down payment less than 20% of the property's value, as it poses a higher risk to the lender. Question 58. What are the legal considerations for a real estate professional when dealing with a property that has been stigmatized, such as one where a crime occurred in California? A. The stigma must be disclosed, regardless of its nature. B. Only physical defects need to be disclosed, not stigmas. C. Disclosure of stigmas depends on whether they materially affect the property's value. D. Stigmas are considered public information and don't require disclosure. Answer. C. Disclosure of stigmas depends on whether they materially affect the property's value. Explanation. In California, real estate professionals must consider whether a property stigma, like a crime occurring on the property, materially affects the property's value or desirability. While not all stigmas require disclosure, significant ones that could influence a buyer's decision should be disclosed. Question 59. Scenario. A property owner wants to convert a single-family residence into a rental property. What legal and regulatory considerations should they be aware of in California? A. Local zoning laws, rental market rates, and HOA rules. B. Only the need to obtain a new property insurance policy. C. The impact on property taxes and mortgage terms. D. Conversion is not allowed under California law. Answer. A. Local zoning laws, rental market rates, and HOA rules. Explanation. In California, a property owner looking to convert a single-family residence into a rental property should be aware of local zoning laws, rental market rates, and any homeowners association, HOA, rules or restrictions. They also need to consider landlord-tenant laws and obtaining proper insurance for a rental property. Question 60. Describe the impact and requirements of California's Green Building Standards Code on new construction projects. A. The code only applies to government buildings. B. Mandatory energy efficiency and environmental design standards for all new constructions. C. Voluntary guidelines for environmentally friendly building practices. D. Requirements for solar panel installation on all new homes. Answer. B. Mandatory energy efficiency and environmental design standards for all new constructions. Explanation. California's Green Building Standards Code, also known as CalGreen, imposes mandatory energy efficiency and environmental design standards on all new construction projects. These requirements aim to reduce environmental impact and promote sustainable building practices. Question 61. What is the homestead exemption in California real estate, and what protection does it offer homeowners? A. Exemption from all property taxes for primary residences. B. Protection against complete loss of the home in bankruptcy or debt situations. C. A deduction on mortgage interest for tax purposes. D. Exemption from complying with local zoning regulations. Answer: B. Protection against complete loss of the home in bankruptcy or debt situations. Explanation: the homestead exemption in California real estate provides homeowners with protection against the forced sale of their home to satisfy certain types of debts, thereby safeguarding a portion of the home's equity in bankruptcy or debt collection situations. It offers a degree of financial security to homeowners. Question 62. Define exclusive agency listing and how it differs from an exclusive right to sell listing. A. Exclusive agency listing allows multiple agents to sell the property. B. The seller can find a buyer themselves without paying a commission. C. It's a temporary agreement for a specified period. D. The listing is only advertised through the agent's channels. Answer: B. The seller can find a buyer themselves without paying a commission. Explanation: in an exclusive agency listing, the property owner agrees to work with one real estate agent to sell the property, but retains the right to find a buyer themselves. If the seller finds the buyer, they are not required to pay a commission to the agent. This differs from an exclusive right to sell listing, where the agent receives a commission regardless of who finds the buyer. Question 63. Scenario: a landlord in California wants to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent. Describe the legal steps required for this process. A. The landlord can immediately change the locks and remove the tenant's belongings. B. Issuing a notice to pay rent or quit, followed by a legal eviction process if unpaid. C. Directly filing a lawsuit without any prior notice. D. Negotiating a payment plan with the tenant without legal intervention. Answer: B. Issuing a notice to pay rent or quit, followed by a legal eviction process if unpaid. Explanation: in California, if a landlord wants to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent, they must first issue a notice to pay rent or quit. If the tenant fails to pay the overdue rent within the specified time, the landlord can then proceed with a legal eviction process, which involves filing an unlawful detainer lawsuit. Question 64. What is dual agency in real estate transactions, and what are its implications in California? A. When two agents from the same brokerage represent the buyer and seller. B. It's illegal in California for one agent to represent both the buyer and seller. C. When a buyer uses two agents to find a property. D. A situation where the agent also acts as the mortgage broker. Answer: A. When two agents from the same brokerage represent the buyer and seller. Explanation: dual agency in real estate transactions occurs when two agents from the same brokerage represent both the buyer and seller in the same transaction. In California, dual agency is legal but must be fully disclosed and agreed upon by both parties. It can raise concerns about conflicts of interest and the agent's ability to represent both sides fairly. Question 65. Explain the significance of earnest money in a real estate transaction. A. A penalty fee if the buyer decides to withdraw the offer. B. A security deposit held by the landlord for rentals. C. A good faith deposit showing the buyer's serious intention to purchase. D. The initial payment towards the property's down payment. Answer: C. A good faith deposit showing the buyer's serious intention to purchase. Explanation: earnest money in a real estate transaction is a deposit made by the buyer to show their serious intention to complete the purchase. It's held in an escrow account and typically applied to the purchase price at closing. If the buyer backs out without a valid reason, they may forfeit the earnest money. Question 66. Describe the process of obtaining a certificate of occupancy for a newly constructed property in California. A. Obtaining approval from the homeowners association. B. Completing a final inspection by a city or county official to confirm code compliance. C. registering the property with the California Real Estate Commission. D. Automatic issuance after property taxes are paid. Answer: B. Completing a final inspection by a city or county official to confirm code compliance. Explanation: to obtain a certificate of occupancy for a newly constructed property in California, the property must undergo a final inspection by a city or county official. This inspection is to confirm that the property complies with building codes, zoning laws, and other regulations. Once it passes the inspection, the certificate is issued, indicating the property is suitable for occupancy. Question 67. What are the implications of a property being in a historical district for a potential buyer in California? A. The buyer must maintain the property's historical integrity. B. No implications. It's treated like any other property. C. The property is exempt from property taxes. D. The property cannot be sold to non-residents. Answer: A. The buyer must maintain the property's historical integrity. Explanation: buying a property in a historical district in California carries the implication that the buyer must maintain the property's historical integrity. This often means adhering to strict guidelines for renovations, repairs, and alterations to preserve the historical and architectural significance of the property and the district. Question 68. Scenario: a buyer is interested in a property with a homeowners association, HOA. What should they know about HOAs and their impact on property ownership? A. HOAs have no impact on property rights. B. HOAs impose rules and fees that affect property use and ownership. C. HOAs only govern commercial properties. D. HOAs are responsible for paying property taxes. Answer: B. HOAs impose rules and fees that affect property use and ownership. Explanation: when considering a property with a homeowners association, HOA, a buyer should be aware that HOAs impose certain rules, restrictions, and fees. These can affect property use, maintenance, and ownership rights. HOA rules can dictate aspects like exterior design, landscaping, and use of common areas, and failure to comply can result in fines or legal action. Question 69. Define sublease and explain its potential complexities in California real estate. A. Transferring the entire lease to a new tenant. B. Renting out a portion or all of a leased property by the original tenant to another party. C. A lease between a tenant and a property manager. D. A lease for commercial properties only. Answer: B. Renting out a portion or all of a leased property by the original tenant to another party. Explanation: a sublease in California real estate occurs when the original tenant rents out a portion or the entirety of their leased property to another party. This arrangement can be complex as it typically requires the landlord's approval, and the original tenant remains responsible for the lease obligations, including rent and property care. Question 70. Explain the concept of property staging and its significance in the real estate selling process. A. Renovating the property before listing it for sale. B. Setting a property's sale price based on market conditions. C. Arranging furniture and decor to make the property more appealing to buyers. D. Photographing the property for online listings. Answer: C. Arranging furniture and decor to make the property more appealing to buyers. Explanation: property staging in the real estate selling process involves strategically arranging furniture, decor, and other elements to enhance the property's appeal to potential buyers. Effective staging can highlight the property's strengths, create a welcoming atmosphere, and potentially lead to quicker sales and higher offers. Question 71. What is a lease option to buy in real estate, and what are its advantages and disadvantages? A. A lease where the tenant has no option to purchase the property. B. A rental agreement that includes an option for the tenant to buy the property at a set price. C. An agreement where the tenant must purchase the property after the lease ends. D. A commercial lease agreement for businesses only. Answer: B. A rental agreement that includes an option for the tenant to buy the property at a set price. Explanation. A lease option to buy is a rental agreement that includes an option for the tenant to buy the property at a predetermined price during or at the end of the lease term. Advantages include the ability to test the property before buying and locked-in purchase price. Disadvantages include potential loss of option money if not exercised and market fluctuations. Question 72. Scenario. A property owner in California wants to install solar panels on their home. What are the potential benefits, costs, and legal considerations? A. Benefits include reduced energy costs. Costs involve installation and maintenance. Legal considerations include permits and HOA rules. B. No benefits or legal considerations, only increased property taxes. C. Benefits only in energy production, high costs with no financial incentives. D. Legal considerations prohibit solar panel installations in residential areas. Answer. A. Benefits include reduced energy costs. Costs involve installation and maintenance. Legal considerations include permits and HOA rules. Explanation. For a California homeowner wanting to install solar panels, benefits include reduced energy costs and potential tax incentives. Costs involve initial installation and ongoing maintenance. Legal considerations include obtaining necessary permits and compliance with Homeowners Association, HOA, rules or local ordinances regarding solar panel installations. Question 73. Describe the process and importance of lead-based paint disclosure in California real estate transactions. A. Optional disclosure for properties built before 1978. B. Mandatory for all properties, regardless of construction date. C. Required only for commercial properties. D. Mandatory disclosure for properties built before 1978 to inform potential health risks. Answer. D. Mandatory disclosure for properties built before 1978 to inform potential health risks. Explanation. In California real estate transactions, lead-based paint disclosure is a mandatory process for properties built before 1978. Sellers must inform buyers about the presence of lead-based paint, which poses potential health risks, especially to children. This disclosure helps buyers make informed decisions and plan for potential remediation. Question 74. What are special assessment taxes, and when are they typically levied on property owners in California? A. Taxes for general state revenue, levied annually. B. Additional taxes for specific local improvements, like infrastructure projects. C. Federal taxes for environmental conservation. D. One-time taxes at the point of sale. Answer. B. Additional taxes for specific local improvements, like infrastructure projects. Explanation. Special assessment taxes in California are additional taxes levied on property owners for specific local improvements or projects, such as infrastructure upgrades, street repairs, or public utilities. These taxes are typically assigned to properties that directly benefit from the improvement, and the amount is based on the property's assessed value or the improvement's impact. Question 75. Define constructive eviction and give an example of a situation that might lead to it in California. A. When a landlord evicts a tenant without proper legal procedure. B. When a tenant leaves due to the property becoming uninhabitable. C. A legal eviction process initiated by a property owner. D. Eviction due to redevelopment plans. Answer. B. When a tenant leaves due to the property becoming uninhabitable. Explanation. Constructive eviction occurs when a tenant is forced to leave a rental property because it has become uninhabitable or unsafe, often due to the landlord's neglect or failure to make necessary repairs. An example is if a landlord doesn't address severe water damage, leading to hazardous mold growth, making the property unfit for living. Question 76. Scenario. A commercial property owner is facing foreclosure. Explain the foreclosure process and the owner's options in California. A. Immediate eviction and property seizure by the lender. B. A legal process involving notice of default, opportunity to cure, and potential public auction. C. Foreclosure is not applicable to commercial properties. D. Direct sale of the property to the government. Answer: B. A legal process involving notice of default, opportunity to cure, and potential public auction. Explanation: in California, the foreclosure process for a commercial property owner begins with a notice of default from the lender. The owner then has a period to cure the default, usually by paying the overdue amount. If not resolved, the property may be sold at a public auction. The owner may explore options like loan modification, short sale, or bankruptcy to avoid foreclosure. Question 77. What are the benefits and drawbacks of buying a property at a real estate auction in California? A. Benefits include lower prices. Drawbacks include potential for unseen damages. B. Only benefits, no drawbacks. C. Illegal in California. D. Drawbacks include higher prices, no benefits. Answer: A. Benefits include lower prices. Drawbacks include potential for unseen damages. Explanation: buying a property at a real estate auction in California can offer benefits like potentially lower prices and quicker transactions. However, drawbacks include the risk of buying a property as is, often without a thorough inspection, leading to potential unseen damages or issues that the buyer will have to address. Question 78. Explain property staging and its significance in the real estate selling process in California. A. Mandatory renovation required by California law. B. Preparing and furnishing a property to enhance its appeal to potential buyers. C. Only applicable for high-end properties. D. A legal requirement for disclosing property defects. Answer: B. Preparing and furnishing a property to enhance its appeal to potential buyers. Explanation: property staging in California involves preparing and furnishing a property in a way that enhances its appeal to potential buyers. It can involve decluttering, rearranging furniture, and adding decorative elements to make the property more attractive. Staging can help a property sell faster and for a higher price by showcasing its best features and helping buyers visualize living there. Question 79. Describe the responsibilities of a property manager in a residential rental property in California. A. Solely responsible for collecting rent. B. Managing daily operations, maintaining the property and tenant relations. C. Only handling property sales and purchases. D. Focusing exclusively on marketing and advertising. Answer: B. Managing daily operations, maintaining the property and tenant relations. Explanation: a property manager for a residential rental property in California has a range of responsibilities, including managing daily operations, maintaining the property, handling repairs, collecting rent, addressing tenant complaints, and ensuring compliance with landlord-tenant laws. They also play a key role in tenant relations, from screening potential renters to addressing lease violations. Question 80. What are adjustments in a real estate closing statement, and how are they calculated in California? A. Random fees added by the real estate agent. B. Prorated amounts for items prepaid or owed at the time of closing. C. Fixed charges based on property size. D. Adjustments are not used in California real estate transactions. Answer: B. Prorated amounts for items prepaid or owed at the time of closing. Explanation: adjustments on a real estate closing statement in California refer to prorated amounts for items that have been prepaid or are still owed at the time of closing. This can include prorated property taxes, homeowner association dues, utility bills, and interest. These adjustments ensure that the buyer and seller only pay their respective shares of these costs up to and from the closing date. Question 81. What is the role of a title company in a California real estate transaction? A. To provide property insurance only. B. To negotiate the sale price. C. To ensure the property title is legitimate and facilitate the closing process. D. To manage the property after the sale. Answer: C. to ensure the property title is legitimate and facilitate the closing process. Explanation. In California real estate transactions, a title company plays a crucial role in ensuring that the property title is legitimate and clear of any lines or encumbrances. They conduct a title search, provide title insurance to protect against future claims, and often facilitate the closing process, handling the paperwork, and the exchange of funds. Question 82. Explain the concept of Housing Affordability Index in California real estate. A measure of the average resident's ability to purchase an average-priced home. B, an index indicating the number of luxury homes available. C, a government-mandated price ceiling on housing. D, a measure of rental property affordability. Answer: A, a measure of the average resident's ability to purchase an average-priced home. Explanation. The Housing Affordability Index in California real estate is a measure used to gauge the average resident's ability to buy an average-priced home in a specific area. It considers factors like median household income, median home price, and prevailing mortgage rates. A higher index indicates greater affordability. Question 83, scenario. A California property is found to be in violation of local building codes. What are the implications for the seller? A, the property cannot be sold until it complies with the codes. B, no implications, the buyer is responsible for compliance. C, the property is automatically condemned. D, the seller must pay a fine, but the sale can proceed. Answer: A, the property cannot be sold until it complies with the codes. Explanation. In California, if a property is found to be in violation of local building codes, it cannot be sold until the issues are addressed and the property is brought into compliance. The seller is responsible for ensuring that the property meets all applicable codes and regulations before the sale can proceed. Question 84. Define sale-leaseback in commercial real estate and its typical use in California. A, selling a property and then leasing it back from the new owner. B, a lease agreement that automatically converts to a sale. C, leasing a property with an option to buy. D, a temporary lease before a property is sold. Answer: A, selling a property and then leasing it back from the new owner. Explanation. A sale-leaseback is a transaction in commercial real estate where the owner sells the property and then leases it back from the new owner. This arrangement is often used in California as a financing strategy, allowing the original owner to free up capital while continuing to use the property for their business operations. Question 85. What is the impact of California's Proposition 5 on property tax transfer for senior citizens? A, allows senior citizens to transfer their low property tax base to a new home. B, increases property taxes for senior citizens. C, prohibits senior citizens from transferring property. D, has no impact on property taxes for senior citizens. Answer: A, allows senior citizens to transfer their low property tax base to a new home. Explanation. California's Proposition 5, also known as the Property Tax Transfer Initiative, allows senior citizens, age 55 and older, to transfer their low property tax base to a new home of equal or lesser value. This can provide significant tax savings, especially for those living in homes with long-standing low tax bases due to Proposition 13. Question 86. Discuss the role of a probate sale in California real estate transactions. A, sale of property by a bank. B, sale of a property that is part of an estate of a deceased person. C, an illegal sale of property. D, a private sale without a real estate agent. Answer: B, sale of a property that is part of an estate of a deceased person. Explanation. A probate sale in California real estate occurs when a property is sold as part of the estate of a deceased person. This type of sale is typically overseen by the probate court, and it may involve specific legal procedures and potential court approval, especially if the estate is subject to probate proceedings. Question 87. Explain the concept of green building and its relevance in California real estate. A, building with only recycled materials. B. Construction and operation of buildings in an environmentally sustainable way. C. Buildings painted green to promote environmental awareness. D. Buildings used exclusively for agricultural purposes. Answer B. Construction and operation of buildings in an environmentally sustainable way. Explanation: green building in California real estate refers to the practice of constructing and operating buildings in an environmentally sustainable manner. This includes using energy-efficient materials, reducing waste, conserving water, and minimizing the impact on the environment. In California, green building practices are increasingly relevant due to environmental concerns and state regulations promoting sustainability. Question 88. What are the legal requirements for disclosing death on a property in California? A. Mandatory disclosure of any death within the past 3 years. B. No requirement to disclose deaths on a property. C. Only required for deaths due to violent crimes. D. Disclosure required only if asked by the buyer. Answer: A. Mandatory disclosure of any death within the past 3 years. Explanation: in California, the law requires sellers to disclose if a death has occurred on the property within the past 3 years. This requirement is part of the broader obligation to disclose material facts that could affect the property's value or desirability. The disclosure should include the fact of the death and, if known, the cause. Question 89. Describe the California law on mandatory earthquake insurance disclosures for properties. A. Earthquake insurance is mandatory for all properties. B. Sellers must inform buyers if the property is in an earthquake hazard area. C. No specific disclosure laws regarding earthquake insurance. D. Disclosure only required for properties built before 1980. Answer: B. Sellers must inform buyers if the property is in an earthquake hazard area. Explanation: California law requires sellers to disclose to potential buyers if the property is located in a designated earthquake hazard area. This disclosure is part of the Natural Hazard Disclosure Statement, informing buyers of potential risks. However, the law does not mandate the purchase of earthquake insurance. Question 90. Explain the California Coastal Commission's role in real estate development near the coastline. A. No involvement in coastal real estate development. B. Responsible for beach cleanups only. C. Regulates development to protect coastal resources and public access. D. Only advises on property prices. Answer: C. Regulates development to protect coastal resources and public access. Explanation: the California Coastal Commission plays a significant role in real estate development near the state's coastline. The Commission regulates development in the coastal zone to ensure protection of coastal resources, public access to the coast, and environmental sustainability. Developers must often obtain permits from the Commission for coastal projects. Question 91. What is the MIZ&x Act in California, and how does it affect property owners? A. A tax incentive program for owners of historic properties. B. An act regulating the sale of commercial mills. C. A law requiring solar panels on all new properties. D. Legislation controlling rent increases in California. Answer: A. A tax incentive program for owners of historic properties. Explanation: the MIZ&x Act in California provides a significant property tax relief for owners of historic properties. In exchange for preserving and maintaining their historic property, owners can receive a reduced property tax bill. This act encourages the restoration and preservation of historic buildings throughout California. Question 92. Define transfer tax in California real estate transactions. A. A tax on transferring utilities to the new owner. B. A fee for transferring the title of a property from one owner to another. C. A tax on transferring furniture included in a property sale. D. There is no transfer tax in California. Answer: B. A fee for transferring the title of a property from one owner to another. Explanation: Transfer tax in California real estate transactions is a fee imposed by local governments for transferring the title of a property from one owner to another. The tax amount can vary depending on the city or county where the property is located, and it is typically based on the sale price or a flat fee. Question 93. How do Prop 60 and Prop 90 benefit senior homeowners in California? A. Allow transfer of low property tax base to a new home within or between counties. B. Provide free home maintenance services. C. Mandate lower selling prices for seniors. D. Offer tax credits for downsizing homes. Answer. A. Allow transfer of low property tax base to a new home within or between counties. Explanation. Propositions 60 and 90 in California allow senior homeowners, age 55 and older, to transfer their low property tax base to a new home. Prop 60 applies to transfers within the same county, while Prop 90 extends this benefit to certain other counties. This can provide significant tax savings, especially for seniors moving to homes of equal or lesser value. Question 94. What is the significance of zoning variances in California real estate development? A. Variances are irrelevant in California. B. Permission to deviate from specific zoning regulations for a property. C. Automatic approval of any construction project. D. A ban on all commercial development. Answer. B. Permission to deviate from specific zoning regulations for a property. Explanation. Zoning variances in California real estate development are permissions granted by local zoning authorities to deviate from the standard zoning regulations for a specific property. Property owners or developers might request a variance to allow for use or structure that doesn't strictly comply with the zoning code, such as building height or setback requirements. Question 95. Scenario. A real estate agent in California is found guilty of secret profit. What does this mean, and what are the consequences? A. Making unauthorized renovations to increase property value. B. Profiting from undisclosed information or actions in a transaction. C. Secretly reducing the sale price. D. Selling a property without a license. Answer. B. Profiting from undisclosed information or actions in a transaction. Explanation. In California real estate, secret profit refers to a situation where a real estate agent profits from undisclosed information or actions related to a transaction without the knowledge or consent of their client. This is a breach of the agent's fiduciary duty and can lead to legal consequences, including loss of license, fines, and potential lawsuits. Question 96. Explain the concept of rent control in California and its impact on landlords and tenants. A. Limits the amount landlords can charge for rent and rent increases. B. A policy that allows unlimited rent increases. C. Mandatory rental subsidies provided by the state. D. Only applies to commercial properties. Answer. A. Limits the amount landlords can charge for rent and rent increases. Explanation. Rent control in California is a policy that limits the amount landlords can charge for rent and governs how much and how often they can increase rent. The aim is to provide more stable and affordable housing options for tenants. However, it also impacts landlords by restricting their ability to freely set rental rates, potentially affecting their rental income. Question 97. Explain the Subdivision Map Act in California and its significance in real estate development. A. Governs the division of land into smaller lots or parcels. B. A map displaying all real estate properties in California. C. An act that prohibits subdivision of land. D. Only applies to commercial real estate developments. Answer. A. Governs the division of land into smaller lots or parcels. Explanation. The Subdivision Map Act in California is a set of regulations that governs the subdivision of land into smaller lots or parcels for sale, lease, or financing. It is significant in real estate development as it sets forth the requirements for creating subdivisions, including the preparation and approval of maps and adherence to local planning and zoning regulations. Question 98. What are TIC agreements? Tenancy in common and their role in California real estate. A. Agreements for shared ownership of a property by multiple parties. B. Contracts for temporary tenancy in commercial properties. C. Exclusive agreements for real estate agents. D. Agreements for vacation rentals. Answer. A. Agreements for shared ownership of a property by multiple parties. Explanation. Tenancy in common, TIC, agreements in California real estate involve shared ownership of a property by multiple parties. Each owner has an undivided interest in the property and can own different percentages. TIC agreements are important for outlining the rights and responsibilities of each co-owner, including how expenses and profits are divided and what happens if one party wants to sell their share. Question 99. Describe the legal requirements for smoke detector installation in California properties. A. Optional for all properties. B. Mandatory for all residential properties. C. Required only in commercial buildings. D. Only required in new construction. Answer. B. Mandatory for all residential properties. Explanation. In California, it is legally required to have smoke detectors installed in all residential properties. This includes single-family homes, apartments, condos, and other types of dwellings. The law specifies where smoke detectors should be placed, such as in each bedroom, outside sleeping areas, and on each level of the home, to ensure safety and compliance with fire safety regulations. Question 100. What is a purchase money mortgage, and how does it work in California real estate transactions? A. A mortgage provided by a government agency. B. A loan taken to finance the purchase of a property. C. A mortgage for purchasing commercial properties only. D. A special mortgage for first-time homebuyers. Answer. B. A loan taken to finance the purchase of a property. Explanation. A purchase money mortgage in California real estate is a loan taken out by the buyer to finance the purchase of a property. This type of mortgage is typically obtained from a bank or other financial institution, though sometimes it can be a seller-financed loan where the seller acts as the lender. It is secured by the property being purchased, and failure to repay the loan can lead to foreclosure. Question 1. What are the specific disclosure requirements for selling a property within a designated wildfire zone in California? A. Disclosure of proximity to the nearest fire station. B. No special disclosures required. C. Disclosure of the property's wildfire risk and any measures taken to mitigate it. D. Disclosure of the last wildfire occurrence date. Answer. C. Disclosure of the property's wildfire risk and any measures taken to mitigate it. Explanation. In California, sellers must disclose if a property is located in a designated wildfire zone, including the property's specific risk and any mitigation measures taken. Question 2. How do the California laws regulate dual agency in real estate transactions, and what are the potential conflicts of interest? A. Dual agency is prohibited. B. Dual agency is allowed without any specific disclosures. C. Dual agency is allowed, but both parties must be informed and consent to the arrangement. D. Dual agency applies only to commercial transactions. Answer. C. Dual agency is allowed, but both parties must be informed and consent to the arrangement. Explanation. In California, dual agency is legal, but it requires full disclosure and informed consent from both the buyer and seller due to potential conflicts of interest. Question 3. Describe the legal process for challenging a property tax assessment in California. A. Filing a complaint with the local police department. B. Appealing to the county assessor's office within a specified period. C. Directly petitioning the state governor. D. No legal process available. Answer. B. Appealing to the county assessor's office within a specified period. Explanation. Property owners in California can challenge their property tax assessment by filing an appeal with the county assessor's office within the legally specified time frame. Question 4. In California, what legal steps must a landlord take to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent in a rent-controlled jurisdiction? A. Immediate eviction without notice. B. Providing a written notice followed by a court process if necessary. C. Eviction is not allowed for non-payment of rent. D. Only a verbal warning is required. Answer. B. Providing a written notice followed by a court process if necessary. Explanation. In California, landlords must provide a written notice to tenants for non-payment of rent and may need to undergo a court process for eviction, especially in rent-controlled areas. Question 5. Explain the implications of selling a property with a solar panel lease agreement in California. A. The lease agreement is terminated upon sale. B. The new owner must renegotiate the lease terms. C. The existing lease agreement typically transfers to the new owner. D. Solar panel leases have no implications on property sales. Answer. C. The existing lease agreement typically transfers to the new owner. Explanation. In California, when a property with a solar panel lease is sold, the lease agreement usually transfers to the new owner, who must then adhere to its terms. Question 6. Discuss the legal ramifications of non-compliance with California's seismic retrofitting requirements for older buildings. A. Potential fines and mandatory compliance orders. B. No legal ramifications. C. Immediate building closure. D. Tax incentives. Answer. A. Potential fines and mandatory compliance orders. Explanation. Owners of older buildings in California that don't comply with seismic retrofitting requirements may face legal consequences, such as fines and orders to comply. Question 7. How does the California Coastal Act impact development rights for properties located along the coastline? A. Unrestricted development rights. B. The Act does not impact coastal properties. C. Development is typically restricted to preserve coastal resources. D. Mandatory development of coastal properties. Answer. C. Development is typically restricted to preserve coastal resources. Explanation. The California Coastal Act imposes restrictions on development along the coastline to protect coastal resources and access. Question 8. What are the responsibilities of a real estate agent in California when handling a property with known environmental hazards? A. No special responsibilities. B. Fully disclose all known environmental hazards to potential buyers. C. Advise the seller to remedy the hazards before selling. D. Only disclose if asked by the buyer. Answer. B. Fully disclose all known environmental hazards to potential buyers. Explanation. In California, real estate agents are required to fully disclose any known environmental hazards of a property to potential buyers. Question 9. Describe the process and requirements for converting a single-family residence into a multi-family dwelling in California. A. No special process or requirements. B. Obtain necessary permits, adhere to zoning laws, and possibly make structural changes. C. Only a verbal agreement with the local housing authority is needed. D. Conversion is not allowed. Answer. B. Obtain necessary permits, adhere to zoning laws, and possibly make structural changes. Explanation. Converting a single-family residence to a multi-family dwelling in California involves obtaining relevant permits, complying with zoning laws, and making any necessary structural modifications. Question 10. Explain the significance of Mello-Roos in California real estate and its impact on property taxation. A. Mello-Roos provides a tax exemption for property owners. B. It refers to additional taxes for specific local improvements or services. C. No impact on property taxation. D. Mello-Roos reduces property taxes for all homeowners. Answer: B. It refers to additional taxes for specific local improvements or services. Explanation: Melrose in California real estate refers to special districts that can levy additional taxes on property owners to fund specific local improvements or services. Question 11. In California, what are the considerations and challenges in dealing with a property that is part of a homeowners association, HOA? A. There are no special considerations or challenges. B. Adherence to HOA rules, potential fees, and understanding the impact on property use. C. HOAs only apply to commercial properties. D. Automatic exemption from property taxes. Answer: B. Adherence to HOA rules, potential fees, and understanding the impact on property use. Explanation: Owning a property in a homeowners association in California involves adhering to the HOA's rules and regulations, understanding any associated fees, and considering the impact on property use. Question 12. Discuss the legal considerations for real estate developers in California regarding the Endangered Species Act. A. The Act does not apply to real estate development. B. Mandatory relocation of endangered species. C. Compliance with habitat protection requirements and potential need for permits. D. The Act only applies to federal lands. Answer: C. Compliance with habitat protection requirements and potential need for permits. Explanation: Real estate developers in California must comply with the Endangered Species Act, which may include habitat protection measures and obtaining necessary permits for development. Question 13. How does a mechanic's lien affect the sale of a property in California, and what steps can be taken to resolve it? A. The lien must be paid or resolved before the property can be sold. B. The buyer assumes responsibility for the lien. C. It has no effect on the property sale. D. The lien is automatically removed upon sale. Answer: A. The lien must be paid or resolved before the property can be sold. Explanation: A mechanic's lien on a property in California must be addressed, either by paying it off or resolving it, before the property can be successfully sold. Question 14. What are the implications of the Ellis Act for property owners and tenants in California? A. It allows property owners to evict tenants without cause. B. The Act prohibits eviction for the purpose of converting rentals to condominiums. C. It permits landlords to evict tenants to take the property off the rental market. D. Tenants are guaranteed lifetime occupancy. Answer: C. It permits landlords to evict tenants to take the property off the rental market. Explanation: The Ellis Act in California allows landlords to evict tenants if they intend to remove the property from the rental market, often for conversions or demolitions. Question 15. Explain the process of obtaining a conditional use permit for a property in California. A. Automatic issuance with property purchase. B. Applying through the local planning department, public hearings, and adherence to specific conditions. C. No permits are required for property use. D. A letter of intent to the state government. Answer: B. Applying through the local planning department, public hearings, and adherence to specific conditions. Explanation: Obtaining a conditional use permit in California involves applying through the local planning department, potentially undergoing public hearings, and meeting specific conditions set for the property's use. Question 16. Describe the impact and requirements of California's Green Building Standards Code on new construction projects. A. The code mandates solar panel installation on all new buildings. B. No impact or requirements. C. Compliance with energy efficiency, water conservation, and environmental quality standards. D. Only applies to government buildings. Answer: C. Compliance with energy efficiency, water conservation, and environmental quality standards. Explanation: California's Green Building Standards Code requires new construction projects to adhere to specific standards related to energy efficiency, water conservation, and environmental quality. Question 17. In a California real estate transaction, how is community property handled in a divorce settlement? A. Divided equally between the spouses. B. Awarded entirely to one spouse. C. Converted into a rental property. D. Sold and proceeds donated to charity. Answer. A. Divided equally between the spouses. Explanation. In California, community property, including real estate acquired during marriage, is generally divided equally between the spouses in a divorce settlement. Question 18. What legal issues arise when selling a property located in a California floodplain? A. Mandatory flood insurance and disclosure of flood risk. B. No legal issues or requirements. C. The property cannot be sold. D. Double property tax rates. Answer. A. Mandatory flood insurance and disclosure of flood risk. Explanation. Selling a property in a California floodplain involves disclosing the flood risk to potential buyers and the likely requirement for them to obtain flood insurance. Question 19. Discuss the challenges and legal considerations of historic property preservation in California. A. No challenges. Historic properties are exempt from preservation laws. B. Compliance with preservation guidelines and potential restrictions on alterations. C. Historic properties can be demolished after 50 years. D. Historic designation results in higher property taxes. Answer. B. Compliance with preservation guidelines and potential restrictions on alterations. Explanation. Owners of historic properties in California must comply with preservation guidelines and may face restrictions on making alterations to maintain the property's historic character. Question 20. Explain the legal implications of air rights in urban real estate development in California. A. Air rights are not recognized in California. B. Potential for development above or near the property, subject to zoning and development regulations. C. Unlimited vertical development rights. D. Only applicable to properties near airports. Answer. B. Potential for development above or near the property, subject to zoning and development regulations. Explanation. In California, air rights pertain to the potential to develop space above a property, which is subject to local zoning and development regulations. Question 21. A developer in California plans to convert a historical building into a boutique hotel. However, the building is listed as a cultural heritage site. What challenges and legal requirements will the developer face? A. No challenges. Historical status is purely honorary. B. Adhering to strict preservation guidelines and obtaining special permits. C. Automatic denial of conversion requests for historical buildings. D. Paying a cultural heritage tax. Answer. B. Adhering to strict preservation guidelines and obtaining special permits. Explanation. Developers in California converting historical buildings face challenges like adhering to preservation guidelines and obtaining permits that respect the building's cultural heritage status. Question 22. After a severe drought, a property owner in California is informed that their groundwater use must be limited. What are the legal implications of this for the property owner, especially if they rely on this water source for agricultural purposes? A. No legal implications. Water use is unrestricted. B. Requirement to adhere to state-imposed water usage limitations. C. Mandatory installation of water-saving technology. D. Compensation from the state for reduced water usage. Answer. B. Requirement to adhere to state-imposed water usage limitations. Explanation. In drought conditions, California property owners, including those using groundwater for agriculture, may face legal restrictions on water usage to conserve resources. Question 23. A real estate agent in California discovers that a listed property was the site of a major crime a year ago. How should the agent handle this information with potential buyers? A. Disclose the information to all potential buyers. B. Only disclose if asked directly by the buyer. C. Keep the information confidential to protect the seller's interests. D. Report the information to the local authorities. Answer. A. Disclose the information to all potential buyers. Explanation. In California, significant events like major crimes occurring on a property are material facts that must be disclosed to potential buyers. Question 24. During a property inspection in California, a significant earthquake fault is discovered on the land. What disclosure obligations does the seller have, and how might this affect the property's value and insurability? A. Full disclosure of the earthquake fault and potential impact on value and insurance. B. No obligation to disclose natural hazards. C. Only disclose if the buyer plans to build on the property. D. Disclosure is only required for commercial properties. Answer. A. Full disclosure of the earthquake fault and potential impact on value and insurance. Explanation. Sellers in California must disclose known natural hazards like earthquake faults, which can affect a property's value and insurability. Question 25. A couple is buying a house in California with an unpermitted in-law unit. What are the potential legal and financial risks they face, and how can these be mitigated? A. No risks. Unpermitted units are common. B. Potential fines and the need to bring the unit up to code. C. Automatic eviction of tenants from the unit. D. Requirement to demolish the unpermitted unit. Answer. B. Potential fines and the need to bring the unit up to code. Explanation. Buying a property with an unpermitted unit in California carries risks like potential fines and the need to obtain permits and ensure the unit meets code requirements. Question 26. A California property owner wants to build an extension on their home, but it would encroach onto a public utility easement. What steps should the owner take to legally proceed with their plans? A. Proceed with construction without addressing the easement. B. Seek a modification or release of the easement from the utility company. C. Pay a fee to the local government. D. Transfer the easement to another part of the property. Answer. B. Seek a modification or release of the easement from the utility company. Explanation. In California, building on a public utility easement requires the property owner to negotiate with the utility company for an easement modification or release. Question 27. In a California coastal town, residents are opposing a new housing development project citing environmental concerns. What legal processes must the developer go through to address these concerns and proceed with the project? A. Ignore the residents' concerns and proceed. B. Undergo environmental impact assessments and public hearings. C. Seek approval directly from the state governor. D. Pay compensation to the residents. Answer. B. Undergo environmental impact assessments and public hearings. Explanation. Developers in California must address environmental concerns through processes like environmental impact assessments and possibly public hearings, especially in coastal areas. Question 28. A homeowner in a historic district of San Francisco wants to renovate their home, but their plans are not in compliance with the local historic preservation guidelines. What are their options? A. Proceed with the renovations regardless of guidelines. B. Modify the renovation plans to comply with preservation guidelines. C. Apply for a complete exemption from the guidelines. D. Sell the property as is. Answer. B. Modify the renovation plans to comply with preservation guidelines. Explanation. Homeowners in historic districts in California must ensure that their renovation plans comply with local historic preservation guidelines, potentially requiring plan modifications. Question 29. A real estate investor in California purchases a property at an auction, only to discover there are existing tenants with a long-term lease. What are the investor's rights and responsibilities in this situation? A. Evict the tenants immediately. B. Honor the existing lease terms until expiration. C. Convert the lease into a month-to-month agreement. D. Increase the rent to market rates immediately. Answer: B. Honor the existing lease terms until expiration. Explanation: in California, property buyers must honor existing long-term leases until they expire, even if the property was purchased at an auction. Question 30. After buying a home in California, a buyer finds out that their property is part of a landslide zone, which was not disclosed by the seller. What legal recourse does the buyer have? A. No recourse. Landslide risk is a public record. B. Seek damages or rescind the sale due to non-disclosure. C. Mandatory arbitration with the seller. D. Report the seller to the local housing authority. Answer: B. Seek damages or rescind the sale due to non-disclosure. Explanation: in California, failure to disclose a property's location in a landslide zone can lead to legal recourse for the buyer, such as seeking damages or rescinding the sale. Question 31. A real estate broker in California is accused of misrepresenting the square footage of a property. What consequences might the broker face, and how can buyers protect themselves from such misrepresentations? A. Broker faces no consequences. Buyers should independently verify square footage. B. License revocation and legal action against the broker. Buyers should conduct or review a professional property appraisal. C. A warning from the real estate board. D. Mandatory retraining for the broker. Answer: B. License revocation and legal action against the broker. Buyers should conduct or review a professional property appraisal. Explanation: misrepresenting property details like square footage can result in serious consequences for a broker in California, including legal action and license revocation. Buyers should protect themselves by verifying property details through appraisals. Question 32. In California, a landowner is interested in subdividing their property to sell in smaller lots. What zoning laws and subdivision regulations must they consider? A. Subdivision is generally prohibited. B. Local zoning laws, subdivision regulations, and possibly obtaining a subdivision map. C. Only state-level approval is required. D. No regulations. Landowners have full freedom to subdivide. Answer: B. Local zoning laws, subdivision regulations, and possibly obtaining a subdivision map. Explanation: subdividing property in California requires compliance with local zoning laws and subdivision regulations, which may include obtaining a subdivision map. Question 33. A homeowner in California wants to install a fence, but their neighbor claims it would violate their view easement. How should this dispute be resolved? A. Proceed with the fence installation regardless of the easement. B. Seek a legal resolution or agreement respecting the view easement. C. Remove the neighbor's view easement. D. Request permission from the local government. Answer: B. Seek a legal resolution or agreement respecting the view easement. Explanation: in California, disputes over view easements should be resolved legally or through mutual agreement, respecting the rights established by the easement. Question 34. A commercial property in California is found to have asbestos during a renovation. What are the legal obligations of the property owner regarding asbestos abatement? A. Immediate removal of asbestos by the owner. B. No action required as asbestos is considered safe. C. Notify tenants and employees. Professional asbestos removal if necessary. D. Sell the property as is. Answer: C. Notify tenants and employees. Professional asbestos removal if necessary. Explanation: Property owners in California must notify tenants and employees if asbestos is found and undertake professional abatement if required, especially during renovations. Question 35. In a California real estate transaction, what are the considerations and implications of buying a property that is currently leased to a tenant? A. The buyer can terminate the lease immediately. B. The buyer must honor the existing lease until its expiration. C. Convert the lease to a short-term agreement. D. Increase the rent as soon as the property is purchased. Answer. B. The buyer must honor the existing lease until its expiration. Explanation. In California, buyers of leased properties are typically required to honor the existing lease terms until the lease expires. Question 36. How does the California law regarding Proposition 65 affect real estate agents and property disclosures? A. No impact on real estate agents or disclosures. B. Mandatory disclosure of any known exposure to substances listed under Proposition 65. C. Proposition 65 only applies to industrial properties. D. Voluntary disclosure recommended but not required. Answer. B. Mandatory disclosure of any known exposure to substances listed under Proposition 65. Explanation. California's Proposition 65 requires real estate agents to disclose any known exposures to chemicals or substances listed under the Act that could cause cancer or reproductive harm. Question 37. A family inherits a beachfront property in California that is subject to a public access easement to the beach. What does this mean for their ownership rights and privacy? A. Full privacy. Public access easements are non-binding. B. They must allow public access through their property to the beach. C. The easement can be revoked by the new owners. D. Permission from the local government is needed for public access. Answer. B. They must allow public access through their property to the beach. Explanation. Inheriting a property in California with a public access easement to the beach means the owners must allow the public to use the easement, impacting their privacy. Question 38. A property in California is being sold with a claim of adverse possession by a neighbor. What legal documentation and processes are involved in resolving this claim? A. The claim can be ignored as invalid. B. Legal action to challenge or validate the adverse possession claim. C. Automatic transfer of property ownership to the neighbor. D. Mediation between the property owner and the neighbor. Answer. B. Legal action to challenge or validate the adverse possession claim. Explanation. Resolving an adverse possession claim in California typically involves legal action to either validate or challenge the neighbor's claim based on specific legal criteria. Question 39. In California, a property is situated in a high-risk fire zone. What special insurance requirements and building regulations apply to this property? A. Standard insurance and building regulations. B. Enhanced fire insurance coverage and compliance with fire-resistant building codes. C. No insurance available for high-risk fire zones. D. Mandatory relocation of the property. Answer. B. Enhanced fire insurance coverage and compliance with fire-resistant building codes. Explanation. Properties in high-risk fire zones in California often require enhanced fire insurance and must comply with specific building regulations that include fire-resistant materials and design. Question 40. A tenant in California discovers that their rental unit does not have the legally required number of smoke detectors. What actions can they take, and what are the landlord's responsibilities? A. Install the smoke detectors themselves. B. Request immediate installation by the landlord. The landlord is legally obligated to ensure smoke detectors are present and functional. C. Report the landlord to the police. D. No action required. Smoke detectors are optional. Answer. B. Request immediate installation by the landlord. the landlord is legally obligated to ensure smoke detectors are present and functional. Explanation. In California, landlords are legally responsible for installing and maintaining the required number of smoke detectors in rental units. Tenants should request the landlord to fulfill this obligation. Question 41. An apartment complex in California is up for sale, but it's under rent control. What are the implications for a potential investor regarding rent adjustments and tenant rights? A. Rent can be immediately adjusted to market rates. B. Rent adjustments are subject to strict local rent control laws. C. Tenants have no special rights under rent control. D. The property is exempt from rent control upon sale. Answer. B. Rent adjustments are subject to strict local rent control laws. Explanation. In California, properties under rent control are subject to local laws that govern how and when rent can be adjusted, impacting a potential investor's return on investment. Question 42. A property in California is discovered to have significant seismic retrofitting deficiencies. What are the seller's disclosure obligations and the buyer's due diligence in this case? A. The seller is not required to disclose seismic deficiencies. B. Full disclosure by the seller and thorough inspection by the buyer. C. Disclosure only if the buyer inquires about seismic safety. D. The buyer assumes all responsibility for seismic safety. Answer. B. Full disclosure by the seller and thorough inspection by the buyer. Explanation. California law requires sellers to disclose known material facts, including seismic retrofitting deficiencies. Buyers should conduct due diligence with a thorough inspection. Question 43. A real estate agent in California is representing a seller who wants to list a property known to have been a methamphetamine lab. What disclosures are required by law? A. No disclosure is required for past criminal activity. B. Full disclosure of the property's history as a methamphetamine lab. C. Disclosure only upon direct inquiry from the buyer. D. The agent should refuse to list the property. Answer. B. Full disclosure of the property's history as a methamphetamine lab. Explanation. California law requires disclosure of a property's history if it was used as a methamphetamine lab due to potential health hazards. Question 44. During a property transaction in California, a title search reveals an old easement for a now-defunct utility company. What should the prospective buyer consider regarding this easement? A. The easement can be ignored as the utility company is defunct. B. Possible legal steps to have the easement officially removed or clarified. C. The easement automatically transfers to the new owner. D. Renegotiate the property price based on the easement. Answer. B. Possible legal steps to have the easement officially removed or clarified. Explanation. In California, even if an easement is for a defunct company, it's important to clarify or legally remove it to avoid future complications. Question 45. A couple is buying a home in California. Just before closing, they discover the property is in a designated flood zone. What implications does this have for their home insurance and mortgage? A. Mandatory purchase of flood insurance may be required by mortgage lenders. B. No implications. Flood zones don't affect insurance or mortgages in California. C. The couple can opt out of flood insurance if they accept the risk. D. The property value is automatically reduced. Answer. A. Mandatory purchase of flood insurance may be required by mortgage lenders. Explanation. Properties in designated flood zones in California typically require owners to purchase flood insurance, especially if they have a mortgage. Question 46. Define lion in the context of real estate and explain its potential impact on a property sale in California. A. A lion is a decorative marking with no legal impact. B. A legal claim or hold on a property, potentially affecting its sale or transfer. C. A mandatory insurance policy for all real estate transactions. D. A government tax imposed on luxury properties. Answer B. A legal claim or hold on a property, potentially affecting its sale or transfer. Explanation. A lien is a legal claim against a property for unpaid debts, which can complicate or impede the sale of the property until the lien is resolved. Question 47. Sarah is selling her house and has received multiple offers. One offer is below the asking price, but is all cash with no contingencies. The other is above asking price, but requires financing and includes an inspection contingency. What factors should Sarah consider when deciding which offer to accept? A. Only the highest offer should be considered. B. The certainty of the all-cash offer versus the higher but conditional offer. C. The first offer received, regardless of its terms. D. The financial background of the buyers. Answer B. The certainty of the all-cash offer versus the higher but conditional offer. Explanation. In evaluating offers, sellers like Sarah should consider the certainty and simplicity of an all-cash offer against a potentially higher but conditional financed offer. Question 48. Explain the purpose and process of a 1031 exchange in real estate and its potential benefits for California investors. A. A process to exchange properties with similar values to avoid capital gains tax. B. A method to convert residential properties into commercial ones. C. An exchange program between states. D. A tax penalty for frequent property trading. Answer A. A process to exchange properties with similar values to avoid capital gains tax. Explanation. A 1031 exchange in real estate allows investors to defer capital gains tax by exchanging one investment property for another of similar value. Question 49. A real estate investor is interested in a property, but a title search reveals a cloud on title. What does this mean, and how might it affect the purchase? A. It indicates a clear and unencumbered title. B. Uncertainties or disputes about the property title that can complicate the purchase. C. The property is under government surveillance. D. A temporary issue that can be ignored. Answer B. Uncertainties or disputes about the property title that can complicate the purchase. Explanation. A cloud on title refers to any dispute or irregularity in the property's title, creating potential legal issues for the buyer and complicating the purchase process. Question 50. What are the key differences between a general warranty deed and a quitclaim deed in California real estate transactions? A. No significant differences exist. B. A general warranty deed guarantees a clear title, while a quitclaim deed offers no such guarantees. C. A quitclaim deed is used only for commercial properties. D. A general warranty deed is for leasing properties only. Answer B. A general warranty deed guarantees a clear title, while a quitclaim deed offers no such guarantees. Explanation. In California, a general warranty deed provides assurance that the property title is free from defects, while a quitclaim deed transfers any ownership interest without any guarantees about the title. Question 51. After purchasing a new home, a buyer discovers that the backyard shed encroaches on the neighbor's property. What are the potential legal remedies for this situation? A. Ignore the encroachment as it involves only a shed. B. Seek a boundary adjustment or easement agreement with the neighbor. C. Demolish the shed immediately. D. Transfer property ownership to the neighbor. Answer B. Seek a boundary adjustment or easement agreement with the neighbor. Explanation. In California, resolving an encroachment, like a shed on a neighbor's property, may involve legal solutions, such as boundary adjustments or negotiating an easement. Question 52. What are the implications of discovering a prescriptive easement during a property sale in California, and how might it affect the transaction? A. The property cannot be sold until the easement is removed. B. It indicates a right of use established through long-term unauthorized use, potentially affecting property access. C. A prescriptive easement increases the property's value. D. Mandatory compensation to the party holding the easement. Answer: B. It indicates a right of use established through long-term unauthorized use, potentially affecting property access. Explanation: a prescriptive easement in California, gained through long-term use, can affect a property's access rights and should be disclosed in the transaction. Question 53. Tom wants to convert his single-family home into a duplex in California. What zoning considerations and legal permissions must he obtain to proceed? A. No permissions needed. All single-family homes can be converted. B. Check local zoning laws, obtain necessary permits, and possibly rezone the property. C. Only inform the neighbors about the conversion. D. Apply for a state-level conversion permit. Answer: B. Check local zoning laws, obtain necessary permits, and possibly rezone the property. Explanation: converting a single-family home into a duplex in California requires compliance with local zoning ordinances, obtaining relevant permits, and possibly rezoning. Question 54. In California, how does the concept of community property affect the sale of a property during a divorce? A. The property is automatically sold and proceeds divided equally. B. One spouse is entitled to all proceeds. C. Community property is not considered in divorce settlements. D. The property is divided based on each spouse's contribution. Answer: A. The property is automatically sold and proceeds divided equally. Explanation: in California, community property, including real estate acquired during marriage, is typically divided equally between the spouses in a divorce, often involving sale and division of proceeds. Question 55. Explain the role of escrow in a real estate transaction in California and why it is important. A. A temporary holding of funds by a third party until transaction conditions are met. B. Escrow is only used for luxury property transactions. C. An optional service for first-time buyers. D. A government tax on property sales. Answer: A. A temporary holding of funds by a third party until transaction conditions are met. Explanation: escrow in California real estate transactions involves a neutral third party holding funds and documents until all conditions of the transaction are met, ensuring a secure and orderly process. Question 56. A property owner in California is facing foreclosure. Describe the foreclosure process and what options the owner might have to avoid it. A. Foreclosure cannot be avoided once initiated. B. The process involves notice of default, a redemption period, and potential sale, with options like loan modification or short sale to avoid it. C. Immediate eviction with no prior notice. D. The owner must pay double the mortgage amount to avoid foreclosure. Answer: B. The process involves notice of default, a redemption period, and potential sale, with options like loan modification or short sale to avoid it. Explanation: in California, foreclosure involves legal steps like a notice of default and redemption period, with options for the owner to avoid it, such as loan modification or arranging a short sale. Question 57. What are the legal implications and responsibilities for a real estate agent in California when representing both the buyer and seller in the same transaction? Dual agency. A. Dual agency is prohibited in California. B. The agent must provide full disclosure to and obtain consent from both parties. C. The agent can favor one party over the other. D. Only written consent from the seller is required. Answer: B. The agent must provide full disclosure to and obtain consent from both parties. Explanation: dual agency in California is legal, but requires the real estate agent to provide full disclosure about the dual representation and obtain informed consent from both buyer and seller. Question 58. A property in California is listed as having a defeasance clause in its mortgage agreement. Explain what this clause means for the borrower. A. The borrower is penalized for early mortgage repayment. B. The mortgage can be voided upon full payment. C. Mandatory refinancing after 5 years. D. The clause restricts the sale of the property. Answer. B. The mortgage can be voided upon full payment. Explanation. A defeasance clause in a California mortgage agreement means that the mortgage line is voided once the borrower has fully repaid the loan. Question 59. Linda is considering purchasing a timeshare in California. What are the specific considerations and potential drawbacks she should be aware of? A. Timeshares guarantee a return on investment. B. Considerations include ongoing maintenance fees, inflexibility in scheduling, and potential resale difficulties. C. Timeshares are exempt from property taxes. D. Mandatory participation in timeshare exchange programs. Answer. B. Considerations include ongoing maintenance fees, inflexibility in scheduling, and potential resale difficulties. Explanation. When considering a timeshare purchase in California, buyers should be aware of issues like ongoing maintenance fees, limited scheduling flexibility, and potential challenges in reselling the timeshare. Question 60. A historic property in California is up for sale, but it comes with a preservation easement. What does this mean for potential buyers? A. The property cannot be altered or renovated. B. The easement allows public access to the property. C. Restrictions on alterations to preserve its historic character. D. The property is automatically classified as a museum. Answer. C. Restrictions on alterations to preserve its historic character. Explanation. A preservation easement on a historic property in California typically means that any alterations must comply with guidelines to preserve the property's historic character. Question 1. What term describes the increase in land due to the gradual deposit of soil by natural water sources? A. Erosion. B. Accretion. C. Avulsion. D. Alluvion. Answer. B. Accretion. Explanation. Accretion is the process where land increases due to the gradual deposit of soil by natural water sources. Question 2. In real estate, what does the term encumbrance refer to? A. A free and clear property title. B. A restriction on property use. C. An increase in property value. D. A type of property insurance. Answer. B. A restriction on property use. Explanation. In real estate, an encumbrance refers to a restriction on property use, such as lines, easements, or restrictive covenants. Question 3. Define escheat in the context of real estate. A. The transfer of property to estate when an owner dies without heirs. B. A legal process to resolve property disputes. C. The division of property among heirs. D. A property tax exemption. Answer. A. The transfer of property to estate when an owner dies without heirs. Explanation. Escheat is the process where the state may take ownership of property if an owner dies without legal heirs or a will. Question 4. What is the main difference between a general line and a specific line? A. A general line is secured by a specific asset, while a specific line is not. B. A specific line applies to all the debtor's assets, while a general line applies only to specific assets. C. A general line applies to all the debtor's assets, while a specific line is secured by a specific asset. D. There is no difference. They are interchangeable terms. Answer. C. A general line applies to all the debtor's assets, while a specific line is secured by a specific asset. Explanation. A general line is a claim against all assets of a debtor, while a specific line is a claim against a specific piece of property. Question 5. Explain the concept of chain of title in property law. A. The legal documentation proving ownership of a property. B. A list of previous property owners. C. The process of transferring property from one owner to another. D. The sequence of historical transfers of title to a property. Answer: D. The sequence of historical transfers of title to a property. Explanation: chain of title refers to the chronological order of conveyancing of a property from the original owner to the present owner. Question 6. A property owner sells a piece of land but retains the mineral rights. What kind of property rights are they exercising? A. Air rights. B. Surface rights. C. Severable rights. D. Easement rights. Answer: C. Severable rights. Explanation: by retaining the mineral rights while selling the land, the owner is exercising severable rights, which allow the separation of different aspects of property rights. Question 7. What are the legal implications of a property that is landlocked? A. It has no legal access to public roadways. B. It is surrounded by government land. C. It is subject to higher property taxes. D. It cannot be developed or sold. Answer: A. It has no legal access to public roadways. Explanation: a landlocked property is one that does not have legal access to a public road, impacting its accessibility and possibly its value. Question 8. Define market value in real estate terms. A. The highest price a property will bring in a competitive market. B. The average price of similar properties in the area. C. The assessed value for tax purposes. D. The price set by the property owner. Answer: A. The highest price a property will bring in a competitive market. Explanation: market value in real estate is defined as the most probable price that a property would bring in a competitive and open market. Question 9. How does zoning affect property use? A. It determines the types of buildings allowed. B. It only affects commercial properties. C. It sets the price for which a property can be sold. D. It dictates the interior design of buildings. Answer: A. It determines the types of buildings allowed. Explanation: zoning laws dictate how properties in certain areas can be used, including the types of buildings allowed and their intended uses. Question 10. What is the primary purpose of a deed? A. To insure the property. B. To finance the property. C. To officially record a property transaction. D. To transfer ownership of a property. Answer: D. To transfer ownership of a property. Explanation: the primary purpose of a deed is to formally transfer ownership of a property from one party to another. Question 11. Describe the difference between real property and personal property. A. Real property is movable. Personal property is immovable. B. Real property includes land and buildings. Personal property includes movable items. C. Personal property includes land. Real property includes buildings. D. There is no difference between the two. Answer: B. Real property includes land and buildings. Personal property includes movable items. Explanation: real property refers to land and anything permanently attached to it, like buildings, while personal property refers to movable items. Question 12. What does title insurance protect against? A. Property damage. B. Loss due to mortgage default. C. Unpaid property taxes. D. Defects in the title of the property. Answer: D. Defects in the title of the property. Explanation: title insurance protects the buyer against any losses due to defects in the title of the property, such as lines or ownership disputes. Question 13. Explain the concept of adverse possession. A. The right to possess property through squatting. B. The process of evicting a tenant. C. The act of buying property at a tax sale. D. The right to use another's property for a specific purpose. Answer: A. The right to possess property through squatting. Explanation: adverse possession allows a person to gain legal title to a property by occupying it for a specific period under certain conditions, often without the legal owner's permission. Question 14. What is the difference between a fixture and chattel in real estate? A. A fixture is permanently attached to a property. Chattel is not. B. Chattel is used only in commercial properties. Fixtures are for residential use. C. A fixture is a type of easement. Chattel is a type of lion. D. There is no significant difference. Answer: A. A fixture is permanently attached to a property. Chattel is not. Explanation: in real estate, a fixture is an item that is permanently attached to the property and becomes part of it, while chattel is personal property that is not attached and can be removed. Question 15. In a real estate transaction, what is the role of an escrow agent? A. To finance the property purchase. B. To conduct the property appraisal. C. To mediate disputes between buyer and seller. D. To hold and manage funds or documents until the transaction is completed. Answer: D. To hold and manage funds or documents until the transaction is completed. Explanation: an escrow agent acts as a neutral third party, holding and managing funds or important documents until all conditions of the real estate transaction are met. Question 16. How does a balloon payment function in a mortgage context? A. A large payment due at the end of a mortgage term. B. A small regular payment throughout the mortgage term. C. An upfront payment before the mortgage starts. D. A refundable payment after the mortgage is paid off. Answer: A. A large payment due at the end of a mortgage term. Explanation: a balloon payment is a large lump sum payment due at the end of a mortgage term, typically after a series of smaller regular payments. Question 17. What legal principle is involved when a tenant has exclusive possession, use, and enjoyment of real property for a specific duration under a lease? A. Freehold estate. B. Leasehold estate. C. Joint tenancy. D. Tenancy in common. Answer: B. Leasehold estate. Explanation: a leasehold estate grants a tenant the right to exclusive possession, use, and enjoyment of real property for a specific period, as defined in a lease agreement. Question 18. Define equity in relation to homeownership. A. The initial down payment made on a house. B. The total market value of a property. C. The difference between the property's market value and the outstanding mortgage balance. D. The interest rate on a mortgage. Answer: C. The difference between the property's market value and the outstanding mortgage balance. Explanation: in homeownership, equity refers to the difference between the property's current market value and the amount still owed on the mortgage. Question 19. What does the term due diligence refer to in the process of buying real estate? A. Negotiating the best possible deal. B. Verifying the property's condition and legal status before purchase. C. Ensuring the property is insured. D. Arranging for the mortgage and financial aspects. Answer: B. Verifying the property's condition and legal status before purchase. Explanation: due diligence in real estate involves thoroughly investigating and verifying a property's condition, legal status, and other relevant aspects before completing the purchase. Question 20. Explain the concept of depreciation in real estate, particularly for investment properties. A. The decrease in property value due to wear and tear. B. The increase in property value over time. C. The change in property zoning. D. The division of property ownership. Answer: A. The decrease in property value due to wear and tear. Explanation: In real estate, particularly for investment properties, depreciation refers to the decrease in the value of a property over time due to factors like wear and tear or obsolescence. Question 21. What is a 1031 exchange in real estate, and when is it used? A method to defer capital gains taxes by exchanging one investment property for another. B. A standard real estate transaction for residential properties. C. A process for transferring property titles. D. An exchange of real estate investment trusts. Answer. A. A method to defer capital gains taxes by exchanging one investment property for another. Explanation. A 1031 exchange in real estate allows investors to defer capital gains taxes by exchanging one investment property for another similar property. Question 22. Scenario. Samantha, a homeowner, discovers a rare bird species nesting on her property, which is now classified as a protected habitat by environmental laws. How might this impact her property rights and usage? A. She can claim tax benefits for conservation. B. She must vacate the property immediately. C. Her property rights may be restricted to protect the habitat. D. She can develop the land without restrictions. Answer. C. Her property rights may be restricted to protect the habitat. Explanation. If Samantha's property is classified as a protected habitat, her rights to use, develop, or alter the property may be limited to protect the endangered species. Question 23. Define the term amortization in the context of a real estate mortgage. A. The process of increasing the mortgage balance. B. The division of property ownership between co-owners. C. The process of paying off a loan in regular installments over time. D. The devaluation of property over time. Answer. C. The process of paying off a loan in regular installments over time. Explanation. Amortization in real estate mortgages refers to the process of gradually reducing the loan balance through regular payments of both principal and interest over a set period. Question 24. What distinguishes a condominium from a townhouse in terms of ownership and property rights? A. Condominiums are always single-story, while townhouses are multi-story. B. Condominium owners hold titles to individual units and share common areas, while townhouse owners often own the land underneath. C. Townhouses are only found in urban areas, while condominiums are not. D. Condominiums are rented, while townhouses are owned. Answer. B. Condominium owners hold titles to individual units and share common areas, while townhouse owners often own the land underneath. Explanation. The key difference lies in ownership. Condominium owners own their individual units and a share of common areas, while townhouse owners typically own their unit and the land directly beneath it. Question 25. Scenario. Jacob owns a parcel of land with a river running through it. He plans to build a dam for a small hydroelectric generator. What water rights must Jacob consider before proceeding? A. Riparian rights. B. Littoral rights. C. Prior appropriation rights. D. Severable rights. Answer. A. Riparian rights. Explanation. Riparian rights pertain to the use of water from a river or stream that runs through or adjacent to a property. Jacob must consider these rights, which can be subject to local and environmental regulations, before building a dam. Question 26. In real estate, what does cap rate, capitalization rate, signify? A. The interest rate on a mortgage. B. The zoning classification of a property. C. The rate of return on an investment property. D. The property's appreciation rate. Answer. C. The rate of return on an investment property. Explanation. The capitalization rate, or cap rate, in real estate is used to indicate the potential rate of return on an investment property based on the income it generates. Question 27. Define redlining and its impact in the real estate market. A. The process of drawing district lines for political purposes. B. The practice of denying services, typically financial, to residents of certain areas based on race or ethnicity. C. The outlining of flood zones for insurance purposes. D. The demarcation of commercial and residential zones. Answer: B. The practice of denying services, typically financial, to residents of certain areas based on race or ethnicity. Explanation: redlining is a discriminatory practice where services like banking, insurance, and access to loans are denied to people based on their race or ethnicity, typically affecting certain neighborhoods or areas. Question 28. Scenario: a large shopping mall has been proposed in a residential neighborhood. The residents are concerned about increased traffic and noise. What public process must this development go through before it can be approved? A. A zoning variance. B. A community vote. C. Environmental impact assessment. D. A public hearing and approval by Planning Commission. Answer: D. A public hearing and approval by Planning Commission. Explanation: for such a development, it must undergo a public hearing process and receive approval from the local Planning Commission, taking into account factors like zoning, traffic, and environmental impact. Question 29. Explain the difference between leasehold estate and fee simple estate. A. Leasehold estate offers temporary rights to use property. Fee simple estate offers complete ownership. B. Leasehold estate pertains to commercial properties. Fee simple estate to residential properties. C. Leasehold estate allows subletting. Fee simple estate does not. D. There is no significant difference. Answer: A. Leasehold estate offers temporary rights to use property. Fee simple estate offers complete ownership. Explanation: a leasehold estate grants the holder the right to use and occupy a property for a set term, while a fee simple estate represents absolute ownership of the property, including the land it's on. Question 30. Scenario: Nora and Max are co-owners of a property. Nora wants to sell her share, but Max refuses. What legal actions are available to Nora in this situation? A. Filing a lawsuit for specific performance. B. Requesting a partition action in court. C. Seeking a restraining order against Max. D. Applying for a zoning change. Answer: B. Requesting a partition action in court. Explanation: if co-owners of a property disagree on selling or dividing it, one owner, like Nora, can file a partition action in court to force the division or sale of the property.
We have prepared for you 100 more real estate questions that will help you study and prepare for your real estate exam. Please like this video as it helps our channel. Now let's get started.
Question 1. When a deed does not specify the estate being conveyed, it is presumed to transfer which of the following? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Future interest. The correct answer is A. Fee simple absolute. When a deed does not specify the estate being conveyed, it is generally presumed to transfer a fee simple absolute, which is the highest and most complete form of ownership. Question 2. Possession, control, and enjoyment are included in which of the following? A. Eminent domain. B. Leasehold estate. C. Bundle of rights. D. Reversionary interest. The correct answer is C. Bundle of rights. The bundle of rights in real estate includes possession, control, and enjoyment among other rights, allowing the property owner to exercise various freedoms and powers. Question 3. If Alicia deeds property to Bernice and her heirs, with the stipulation that if Bernice leaves no heirs, the property will then go to Cynthia, then Cynthia now holds which type of estate? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Remainder estate. The correct answer is D. Remainder estate. Cynthia holds a remainder estate, which means she has a future interest in the property that will take effect after the termination of the preceding interest, in this case, Bernice's heirs. Question 4. In a deed that states, "To Jonathan for his life," what type of interest does the grantor have? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Reversionary interest. The correct answer is D. Reversionary interest. The grantor retains a reversionary interest in the property. Once Jonathan's life estate ends, ownership reverts back to the grantor or their designated party. Question 5. A life estate may be granted for which of the following purposes? A. Personal residence. B. Business operations. C. Investment purposes. D. All of the above. The correct answer is D. All of the above. A life estate can be granted for various purposes, including personal residence, business operations, or investment reasons, providing the life tenant with the right to use and enjoy the property during their lifetime. Question 6. Which of the following is not a type of freehold estate? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Qualified fee estate. The correct answer is C. Leasehold estate. A leasehold estate is a type of non-freehold estate that grants the right to possess and use property for a specific period but does not convey ownership. Question 7. Fee simple ownership includes all of the following rights, except A. Right to sell the property. B. Right to lease the property. C. Right to use the property. D. Right to transfer ownership after death. The correct answer is D. Right to transfer ownership after death. Fee simple ownership grants the owner the right to sell, lease, and use the property, but the transfer of ownership after death may be subject to estate planning or inheritance laws. Question 8. In a scenario where an elderly couple grants a hospital a gift of real property while reserving a life estate for themselves, the hospital is considered the A. Life tenant. B. Remainder man. C. Grantor. D. Grantee. The correct answer is D. Grantee. The hospital is the grantee in this scenario, as they receive the gift of real property from the elderly couple while the couple retains a life estate. Question 9. Which of the following activities is not permitted for the owner of a life estate? A. Selling the life estate interest. B. Transferring the life estate to another person. C. Renting the property to a tenant. D. Making structural changes to the property. The correct answer is A. Selling the life estate interest. The owner of a life estate can transfer or convey the life estate to another person, rent the property, and make certain changes or improvements, but they cannot sell the life estate interest itself. Question 10. A widow who is given the right to use the family home for her lifetime, with ownership passing to the children upon her death, holds which type of interest? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Conditional estate. The correct answer is B. Life estate. A life estate grants the widow the right to use and occupy the family home during her lifetime, but ownership passes to the children upon her death. Question 11. Which of the following statements is true regarding a life estate? A. It can only be created for a specific number of years. B. The life tenant has full ownership rights to the property. C. The life tenant is responsible for paying property taxes and maintenance. D. It terminates upon the death of the grantor. The correct answer is C. The life tenant is responsible for paying property taxes and maintenance. In a life estate, the life tenant has the right to use and possess the property during their lifetime, but is typically responsible for the property's expenses, such as taxes and maintenance. Question 12. What term is used to describe the degree, quantity, or nature of a person's interest in real property? A. Ownership type. B. Estate size. C. property valuation. D. Interest in land. The correct answer is D. Interest in land. Interest in land refers to the degree, quantity, or nature of a person's legal right or claim to real property, which can vary in terms of ownership and duration. Question 13. The return of land to the grantor or grantor's heirs when the grant is over is best described as A. Escheat, B. Reversion, C. Eminent domain, D. Condemnation. The correct answer is B. Reversion. Reversion refers to the return of land to the grantor or the grantor's heirs after the expiration of a specific interest or estate in the property, such as a life estate. Question 14. How should an estate in land vested in a grantee until she marries be properly classified? A. Fee simple, absolute. B. Life estate. C. Fee simple determinable. D. Leasehold estate. The correct answer is C. Fee simple determinable. An estate in land vested in a grantee until she marries is classified as a fee simple determinable because it automatically ends upon the occurrence of a specific event or condition, marriage in this case. Question 15. Which of the following is an example of a less than freehold estate? A. Fee simple absolute. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Fee simple determinable. The correct answer is C. Leasehold estate. A leasehold estate is an example of a less than freehold estate because it grants the tenant the right to possess and use the property for a specified period, but does not convey ownership. Question 16. With respect to real property, how is the term estate best described? A. The physical land and structures on it. B. The legal interest or rights a person has in real property. C. The value or worth of a property. D. The process of transferring property ownership. The correct answer is B. The legal interest or rights a person has in real property. In the context of real property, the term estate refers to the legal interest, rights, or bundle of ownership rights that a person holds in the property. Question 17. Which statement provides the strongest assurance of fee simple ownership? A. Subject to a mortgage. B. Subject to an easement. C. Subject to zoning restrictions. D. To have and to hold forever. The correct answer is D. To have and to hold forever. The statement, to have and to hold forever, indicates fee simple ownership, which is the highest and most complete form of property ownership, granting full rights and control without any limitations or conditions. Question 18. In the administration of an estate, who typically selects the administrator? A. The court. B. The deceased person's attorney. C. The family members of the deceased. D. The executor named in the deceased person's will. The correct answer is A. The court. In the administration of an estate, the court typically selects the administrator, also known as the executor or personal representative, to manage and distribute the deceased person's assets and handle other legal matters. Question 19. Which of the following characteristics does not describe a fee simple estate? A. Absolute ownership. B. Potentially infinite duration. C. Subject to certain restrictions or conditions. D. Transferred upon the death of the owner. The correct answer is D. Transferred upon the death of the owner. A fee simple estate is not transferred upon the death of the owner. It provides absolute ownership, potentially infinite duration, and may be subject to restrictions or conditions, but it does not automatically transfer upon the owner's death. Question 20. When a man dies without leaving a valid will, his death is referred to as what? A. Intestate. B. Testate. C. Probate. D. Trustee. The correct answer is A. Intestate. When a person dies without leaving a valid will, they are said to have died intestate. This means that the distribution of their estate will be determined by the laws of intestacy. Question 21. A woman possesses a fee simple estate. Which of the following actions can she not do to the property? A. Sell or transfer the property to someone else. B. Lease the property to a tenant. C. Modify or alter the property. D. Use the property for any lawful purpose. The correct answer is C. Modify or alter the property. As the holder of a fee simple estate, the woman has the right to sell, lease, and use the property for any lawful purpose. However, significant modifications or alterations to the property may require additional permissions or approvals. Question 22. A farmer sold a portion of his farm to a railroad company with the condition, as long as it remains a rail line. If the rail line is abandoned, the property reverts back to the farmer or the farmer's heirs. What type of estate is described in this scenario? A. Fee simple estate. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Defeasible estate. The correct answer is D. Defeasible estate. The scenario describes a defeasible estate, specifically a fee simple determinable estate. The farmer retains a possibility of reverter, which means that if the specified condition, rail line existence, is violated or abandoned, the property automatically reverts back to the farmer or the farmer's heirs. Question 23. Which term refers to the largest estate or ownership in real property? A. Fee simple estate. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Concurrent estate. The correct answer is A. Fee simple estate. The fee simple estate refers to the largest and most complete form of ownership in real property. It provides the owner with absolute rights and control over the property and can be freely transferred or inherited. Question 24. The holder of which of the following would be considered a non-freeholder? A. Fee simple estate. B. Life estate. C. Leasehold estate. D. Concurrent estate. The correct answer is C. Leasehold estate. A non-freeholder refers to someone who holds a leasehold estate, which is a temporary and non-ownership interest in real property. The leasehold estate grants the holder the right to use and occupy the property for a specified period, but ownership remains with the landlord, freeholder. Question 25. Which of the following actions is not permitted for the grantor of a life estate? A. Sell or transfer the life estate to another person. B. Lease the life estate to a tenant. C. Modify or alter the property. D. Revoke or terminate the life estate at any time. The correct answer is D. Revoke or terminate the life estate at any time. Once a life estate is created, the grantor, also known as the life tenant, cannot unilaterally revoke or terminate the life estate. The life estate remains in effect until the death of the life tenant or the occurrence of any other specified event mentioned in the deed or will. Question 26. Where would a licensee be advised to go to clarify any questions about an encroachment concerning a property she is selling? A. Local zoning department. B. County recorder's office. C. Surveyor's office. D. Title insurance company. The correct answer is C. Surveyor's office. The surveyor's office can provide accurate boundary information and identify any potential encroachments on the property in question. Question 27. In a scenario where the owner sold a property with a restriction on selling alcohol, but the subsequent buyer violated the restriction, what would be the basis for the owner or owner's heirs to claim a right of re-entry? A. Breach of contract. B. Adverse possession. C. Eminent domain. D. Lis pendens. The correct answer is A. Breach of contract. The violation of the restriction on selling alcohol by the subsequent buyer constitutes a breach of the contract between the owner and the buyer, which may allow the owner or owner's heirs to claim a right of re-entry. Question 28. Which of the following items is an example of personal property? A. House. B. Car. C. Land. D. Building fixture. The correct answer is B. Car. A car is typically considered personal property as it is movable and not permanently attached to land or structures. Question 29. Which of the following is typically categorized as personal property? A. Real estate. B. Furniture. C. Easement. D. Deed. The correct answer is B. Furniture. Furniture is commonly categorized as personal property as it is movable and not considered a part of the real estate or immovable property. Question 30. What is the best definition of real property? A. Land and everything permanently attached to it. B. Personal belongings. C. Intellectual property rights. D. Financial assets. The correct answer is A. Land and everything permanently attached to it. Real property refers to land and any improvements or structures permanently attached to it, such as buildings, trees, and underground resources. Question 31. What category do temporary or easily movable things or objects typically fall under in real estate? A. Fixtures. B. Chattels. C. Improvements. D. Structures. The correct answer is B. Chattels. Temporary or easily movable things or objects in real estate are generally classified as chattels, which are personal property items distinct from fixtures or permanent structures. Question 32. In a real property sale contract that includes removable items like paintings and furniture, what should the seller deliver along with the deed? A. Maintenance records. B. Proof of insurance. C. Appraisal report. D. Removable items mentioned in the contract. The correct answer is D. Removable items mentioned in the contract. In addition to delivering the deed, the seller should also provide the removable items specifically mentioned in the real property sale contract, such as paintings and furniture. Question 33. Among the following options, which one is not considered a fixture in real estate? A. Ceiling fan. B. Built-in bookshelf. C. Exterior fence. D. Freestanding microwave. The correct answer is D. Freestanding microwave. A freestanding microwave is not considered a fixture in real estate since it can be easily moved and is not permanently affixed to the property. Question 34. When determining whether something is a fixture, what is the most significant factor to consider? A. Size. B. Age. C. Market value. D. Method of attachment. The correct answer is D. Method of attachment. The most significant factor in determining whether something is a fixture is the method of attachment, that is, how the item is affixed or attached to the property. Question 35. What is an adjustable rate mortgage that allows the borrower to change the arm to a fixed rate mortgage within a specific time? A. An exchangeable arm. B. A convertible arm. C. A balloon. Arm. D. An arm interchange. The correct answer is B. A convertible arm. A convertible arm allows the borrower to change from an adjustable rate mortgage to a fixed rate mortgage within a specified amount of time. Question 36. Which term most accurately describes personal property? A. Real estate. B. Fixtures. C. Chattels. D. Easements. The correct answer is C. Chattels. Chattels is the term that best describes personal property, which includes movable possessions that are not considered part of the real estate. Question 37. Littoral property is situated on which type of location? A. Coastline. B. Mountainous region. C. Urban area. D. Rural farmland. The correct answer is A. Coastline. Littoral property refers to property that is located along a coastline, typically associated with bodies of water such as oceans, seas, or lakes. Question 38. In the context of real estate, The term improvements is most closely associated with what? A. Landscaping features. B. Structural repairs. C. Building upgrades. D. Property taxes. The correct answer is C. Building upgrades. In real estate, the term improvements primarily refers to enhancements or modifications made to a property's buildings or structures. Question 39. What is the term used to describe the rights of ownership that include the right to use, possess, enjoy, and dispose of a property while excluding others without rights from interfering? A. Eminent domain. B. Adverse possession. C. Zoning regulations. D. Bundle of rights. The correct answer is D. Bundle of rights. The bundle of rights refers to the comprehensive set of ownership rights associated with real property, which encompasses various privileges such as use, possession, enjoyment, and disposition. Question 40. What is the term for the appropriation of land by the owner for public use, which is accepted on behalf of the public, such as streets in a platted subdivision? A. Easement. B. Encroachment. C. Dedication. D. Abandonment. The correct answer is C. Dedication. Dedication is the term used to describe the appropriation of land by the owner for public use, where the owner transfers the land's control and responsibility to the public. Question 41. When an owner of real property is uncertain about the inclusion of riparian rights, the best way to determine it is by reviewing the A. Deed, B. Zoning regulations, C. Property tax records, D. Building permits. The correct answer is A. Deed. Reviewing the deed is the most reliable way to determine if riparian rights are included in the ownership of real property. Question 42. How is the boundary of a property altered? A. Zoning changes. B. Eminent domain. C. Land survey. D. Title insurance. The correct answer is C. Land survey. The boundary of a property is altered through a land survey, which accurately identifies and documents the property lines and any changes to them. Question 43. Who is considered a riparian owner? A. Someone who owns land adjacent to a river or stream. B. An owner of commercial real estate. C. A property owner in a suburban area. D. A landlord who rents out properties. The correct answer is A. Someone who owns land adjacent to a river or stream. A riparian owner is someone who owns land that directly borders or is adjacent to a river or stream, granting them certain rights and privileges associated with the water source. Question 44. In a physical sense, what does real estate encompass, excluding what? A. Buildings and structures. B. Land and improvements. C. Natural resources and minerals. D. Personal belongings and chattels. The correct answer is D. Personal belongings and chattels. Real estate encompasses land, buildings, structures, and improvements, but does not include personal belongings and chattels, which are considered separate from the real property. Question 45. What do riparian rights refer to? A. Rights of access to a public park. B. Rights associated with air travel. C. Rights to use and access water from a river or stream. D. Rights to mineral extraction on private property. The correct answer is C. Rights to use and access water from a river or stream. Riparian rights pertain to the legal rights of landowners to utilize and access water from a nearby river or stream that is located on or adjacent to their property. Question 46. What is the term for the removal of land when a stream suddenly changes its channel? A. Erosion. B. Accretion. C. Avulsion. D. Alluvion. The correct answer is C. Avulsion. Avulsion refers to the sudden removal of land when a stream abruptly changes its course, usually caused by a natural event like a flood or earthquake. Question 47. What must a landowner who sells a 1-acre farm do? A. Obtain a building permit. B. Update property tax records. C. Prepare an environmental impact report. D. Provide a valid legal description. The correct answer is D. Provide a valid legal description. When selling a 1-acre farm, the landowner must accurately provide a valid legal description of the property to ensure clarity and specificity in the transaction. Question 48. When a woman receives a gift of real property through a will, she is referred to as A. Devizee, B. Beneficiary, C. Heir, D. Legatee. The correct answer is A. Devizee. A woman who receives real property through a will is referred to as a devizee, as the property is specifically bequeathed to her in the testator's will. Question 49. What is the term used to describe the loss of one's real estate due to the gradual wearing away of soil caused by natural factors? A. Erosion. B. Encroachment. C. Depletion. D. Amortization. The correct answer is A. Erosion. Erosion is the term used to describe the gradual loss of real estate due to natural causes, such as the wearing away of soil by wind or water. Question 50. An important characteristic of land is its potential for modification and improvement, which typically increases its value. Which of the following options is not considered an improvement? A. Building a swimming pool. B. Constructing a new garage. C. Installing a security system. D. Growing natural vegetation. The correct answer is D. Growing natural vegetation. While modifications like building structures or adding security systems are considered improvements, growing natural vegetation is not typically categorized as an improvement to the land in real estate terms. Question 51. Which of the following types of property is typically not considered real property? A. Land. B. Buildings. C. Vehicles. D. Mineral rights. The correct answer is C. Vehicles. While land, buildings, and mineral rights are considered real property, vehicles are typically classified as personal property. Question 52. How are riparian rights best described? A. Rights to access public parks. B. Rights associated with air travel. C. Rights to use and access water from a river or stream. D. Rights to subdivide and develop land. The correct answer is C. Rights to use and access water from a river or stream. Riparian rights refer to the legal rights of landowners to utilize and access water from a nearby river or stream that is located on or adjacent to their property. Question 53. What is the term used to describe a right, privilege, or improvement that is inherent to a property and transfers with its ownership? A. Easement. B. Encumbrance. C. Fixture. D. Appurtenance. The correct answer is D. Appurtenance. An appurtenance is a right, privilege, or improvement that is attached to a property and passes with its ownership, such as an easement or a fixture. Question 54. In the context of real property, what does the term fee signify? A. Ownership interest. B. Rental payment. C. Property tax assessment. D. Mortgage loan amount. The correct answer is A. Ownership interest. In real property, the term fee refers to the ownership interest or absolute ownership rights that an individual holds over a property. Question 55. How would you best describe the rights to the space above the ground within vertical planes? A. Air rights. B. Easement rights. C. Subsurface rights. D. Water rights. The correct answer is A. Air rights. Air rights refer to the rights a property owner has to control and use the space above the ground within vertical planes, typically extending to the airspace above their property. Question 56. What is the term for crops that require annual planting and cultivation on land? A. Perennial crops. B. Annual crops. C. Orchards. D. Vineyards. The correct answer is B. Annual crops. Annual crops are those that need to be planted and cultivated each year, as they have a life cycle of one growing season. Question 57. How would you best describe the rights in the land that automatically transfer with the conveyance of the land? A. Appurtenant rights. B. Easement rights. C. Inherent rights. D. Water rights. The correct answer is A. Appurtenant rights. Appurtenant rights are rights that are automatically transferred with the conveyance of land, such as easements or other associated privileges and benefits. Question 58. Among these items, which one is not considered real property when affixed as an appurtenance to land? A. Shed. B. Fence. C. Tree. D. Vehicle. The correct answer is D. Vehicle. While sheds, fences, and trees are typically considered real property when affixed to land, vehicles are generally classified as personal property. Question 59. A man dies testate, leaving a wife and minor son. He bequeaths all of his property to his son, but the wife claims her elective share under the Uniform Probate Code. How will the man's property be distributed? A. Entirely to the son. B. Partially to the son and partially to the wife. C. Entirely to the wife. D. Based on the court's discretion. The correct answer is B. Partially to the son and partially to the wife. The wife is entitled to claim her elective share, which ensures she receives a portion of the husband's property, while the remaining portion goes to the son, as per the will. Question 60. What is the term used to describe a man who makes a will? A. Testator. B. Beneficiary. C. Executor. D. Legatee. The correct answer is A. Testator. A testator is the term used to describe a person, regardless of gender, who makes a will and specifies the distribution of their assets after their death. Question 61. In a building, what are ceiling tiles that drop into a metal frame considered? A. Fixtures. B. Personal property. C. Easements. D. Improvements. The correct answer is A. Fixtures. Ceiling tiles that drop into a metal frame are considered fixtures because they are permanently attached to the building and are therefore considered part of the real property. Question 62. What does a devisé receive? A. Real property. B. Personal property. C. Financial compensation. D. Legal advice. The correct answer is A. Real property. A devisé is a person who receives real property through a will or testamentary instrument upon the death of the property owner. Question 63. What is the closest meaning of the term intestate? A. To die without a will. B. To die with multiple wills. C. To die without any heirs. D. To die outside the jurisdiction. The correct answer is A. To die without a will. When a person dies intestate, it means they passed away without having made a valid will to specify the distribution of their assets. Question 64. When real property is conveyed by a codicil to a will, how is it conveyed? A. By sale. B. By gift. C. By lease. D. By testamentary disposition. The correct answer is D. By testamentary disposition. Real property conveyed by a codicil to a will is conveyed through a testamentary disposition, which is a provision made in the will to transfer ownership of the property. Question 65. What does the term probate refer to in a legal context? A. Distribution of assets after death. B. Property appraisal process. C. Estate planning services. D. legal dispute resolution. The correct answer is A. Distribution of assets after death. Probate refers to the legal process of administering and distributing the assets of a deceased person according to their will or the laws of intestacy. Question 66. What is a devise in the context of real estate? A. A legal document that transfers personal property after death. B. The act of leaving property to someone in a will. C. A type of mortgage used for real estate transactions. D. A government program for property tax assessment. The correct answer is B. The act of leaving property to someone in a will. A devise refers to the act of transferring real property to someone through a will, indicating who will inherit the real estate after the owner's death. Question 67. How does the property of a person who dies intestate pass? A. It is divided equally among all surviving family members. B. It is sold, and the proceeds are distributed among creditors. C. It reverts to the government. D. It is determined by the court based on intestate succession laws. The correct answer is D. It is determined by the court based on intestate succession laws. When a person dies intestate, without a will, the court follows specific laws to determine how the property will be distributed among the surviving family members according to the laws of intestacy. Question 68. In the event of intestate succession where no heirs are found, what is the process by which real property reverts to the government? A. Probate. B. Foreclosure. C. Eminent domain. D. Escheat. The correct answer is D. Escheat. Escheat is the process by which real property reverts to the government when there are no heirs or beneficiaries found during intestate succession. Question 69. What happens to real property when a person dies testate? A. It is sold, and the proceeds are distributed among creditors. B. It is divided equally among surviving family members. C. It reverts to the government. D. It is transferred to the beneficiaries specified in the person's will. The correct answer is D. It is transferred to the beneficiaries specified in the person's will. When a person dies testate with a valid will, the real property is distributed to the beneficiaries as specified in the will according to the person's wishes. Question 70. Which of the following items is not considered personal property when bestowed in a will? A. Jewelry. B. Vehicles. C. Real estate. D. Cash. The correct answer is C. Real estate. Real estate refers to immovable property, such as land and buildings, and is not considered personal property. It is typically transferred through a devise in a will rather than being bestowed. Question 71. How can the title to an owner's real estate be transferred upon their death? A. Will. B. Trust. C. Quitclaim deed. D. Intestate succession. The correct answer is A. Will. The title to real estate can be transferred upon the owner's death through a will, where the owner specifies the beneficiaries who will receive the property. Question 72. What does the term escheat refer to in real estate? A. Transferring property through a trust. B. Transferring property through a quitclaim deed. C. Reversion of property to the government. D. Distribution of property to heirs. The correct answer is C. Reversion of property to the government. Escheat refers to the legal process where real estate property reverts to the government when no heirs or beneficiaries can be identified or located. Question 73. In the probate process of an estate, who is the last to receive payment, if any? A. Creditors. B. Executor. C. Beneficiaries. D. Attorney. The correct answer is C. Beneficiaries. After settling all outstanding debts and obligations, the beneficiaries of the estate are typically the last to receive payment from the remaining assets. Question 74. Which of the following words does not belong to the same group as the others? A. Warranty. B. Deed. C. Title. D. Insurance. The correct answer is D. Insurance. The terms warranty, deed, and title are all related to real estate transactions, whereas insurance is a term associated with risk coverage. Question 75. If a buyer defaults on a loan and the lender declares the note to become due and payable immediately, this would best be described as A. An momentum clause, B. An exculpatory clause, C. An acceleration clause, D. An habendum clause. The correct answer is C. An acceleration clause. This is a classic example of an acceleration clause. Question 76. Which of the following documents does not transfer an interest in real property? A. Warranty deed. B. Quitclaim deed. C. Lease agreement. D. Mortgage. The correct answer is C. Lease agreement. While warranty deeds, quitclaim deeds, and mortgages can transfer an interest in real property, a lease agreement establishes a leasehold interest without transferring ownership of the property. Question 77. A man executed a will. However, the probate court declared it invalid due to not meeting state law requirements. Who will receive title to the man's real estate? A. The state government. B. The man's closest living relative. C. The person designated as the alternate beneficiary in the will. D. The state-appointed administrator of the estate. The correct answer is D. The state-appointed administrator of the estate. When a will is declared invalid, the probate court appoints an administrator to distribute the estate according to the state's laws of intestacy. Question 78. Who typically selects the executor of an estate? A. The deceased person in their will. B. The probate court judge. C. The attorney representing the estate. D. The beneficiaries of the estate. The correct answer is A. The deceased person in their will. The deceased person typically designates the executor in their will. The executor is responsible for managing the estate and ensuring its proper distribution. Question 79. A man died without a will and with no surviving relatives. What will happen to his 4-acre farm? A. It will be sold and the proceeds will go to the state government. B. It will be transferred to the closest living relative. C. It will be auctioned off to settle outstanding debts. D. It will escheat to the state government as unclaimed property. The correct answer is D. It will escheat to the state government as unclaimed property. In the absence of a will and surviving relatives, the property will generally escheat to the state government as unclaimed property. Question 80. Under which condition would a property owner have riparian rights? A. When owning property adjacent to a river or a stream. B. When owning property with mineral rights. C. When owning property in a historic district. D. When owning property with an easement. The correct answer is A. When owning property adjacent to a river or a stream. Riparian rights pertain to the rights of a property owner who has land adjacent to a river or a stream, granting them certain water-related privileges and usage. Question 81. What happens to a person's real property when they die testate? A. It is transferred according to the person's will. B. It is sold and the proceeds are distributed to creditors. C. It reverts to the state government. D. It is divided equally among surviving family members. The correct answer is A. It is transferred according to the person's will. When a person dies testate, their real property is distributed according to their valid will, specifying who will inherit the property and how it will be transferred. Question 82. Which statement is not true about a party wall built on the property line between two lots? A. Each owner has an easement right to the wall. B. The wall is jointly owned by both property owners. C. Repairs and maintenance costs are shared by both owners. D. Either owner can modify or remove the wall without the other's permission. The correct answer is D. Either owner can modify or remove the wall without the other's permission. A party wall is typically subject to agreements and restrictions, and modifications or removal usually require mutual consent and adherence to applicable regulations. Question 83. What is the primary purpose of the Uniform Commercial Code? A. Regulating real estate transactions. B. Governing criminal offenses. C. Standardizing commercial transactions and business practices. D. Establishing employment regulations. The correct answer is C. Standardizing commercial transactions and business practices. The Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, is a set of laws adopted by most U.S. states to provide consistency and uniformity in commercial transactions, such as sales, leases, and negotiable instruments. Question 84. Which option best describes the difference between an administrator and an executor? A. An administrator is appointed by the court, while an executor is named in the will. B. An administrator handles personal matters, while an executor deals with financial affairs. C. An administrator is responsible for intestate estates, while an executor manages testate estates. D. An administrator is an attorney, while an executor is a family member of the deceased. The correct answer is A. An administrator is appointed by the court, while an executor is named in the will. An administrator is appointed by the court to handle an estate when there is no valid will, while an executor is designated in a will to manage the estate's affairs. Question 85. A business owner discovered a location for a donut shop that had a drive-through option and was situated on a highway just north of town, leading to a large employment city. What economic concept did the owner utilize in selecting this location for the donut shop? A. Supply and demand. B. Economies of scale. C. Market segmentation. D. Location advantage. The correct answer is D. Location advantage. The business owner utilized the concept of location advantage by strategically selecting a site with drive-through and highway access to attract customers from the employment city. Question 86. In which of the following would you typically find the four unities of title, time, interest, and possession? A. Joint tenancy. B. Tenancy in common. C. Life estate. D. Leasehold estate. The correct answer is A. Joint tenancy. Joint tenancy commonly exhibits the four unities of title, time, interest, and possession, indicating shared ownership with equal rights, simultaneous interest, and undivided possession. Question 87. In 1994, Fred constructed a building with 6 stories. Later, a zoning ordinance was enacted, prohibiting buildings 6 stories or taller in the area. This scenario exemplifies what? A. Non-conforming use. B. Variance. C. Spot zoning. D. Down zoning. The correct answer is D. Down zoning. The zoning ordinance that restricts buildings to a maximum of 6 stories represents down zoning, a change in zoning regulations that imposes more restrictive land use conditions. Question 88. A provision in a mortgage that allows the lender to demand repayment in full from you if you sell your mortgage property is called A. Liquidation clause. B. Due on sale provision. C. Lender rebate provision. D. Transfer clause. The correct answer is B. Due on sale provision. If a mortgage has a provision that allows for a lender to demand repayment in full upon the sale of a mortgage property that serves as security for the mortgage, this is called a due on sale provision. Question 89. A table or chart that shows how much of each mortgage payment that is applied to interest and how much is applied to the principal is called A. An amortization schedule, B. A mortgage division chart, C. A loan expiration schedule, D. An interest to principal chart. The correct answer is A. An amortization schedule. An amortization schedule is a table or chart that shows how much of each mortgage payment that is applied to interest and how much is applied to the principal. Question 90. When a property adjoins a navigable waterway, which statement is true regarding riparian water rights? A. Riparian owners have exclusive rights to use the water. B. Riparian owners cannot use the water for any purpose. C. Riparian owners have equal rights to use the water. D. Riparian owners must seek permission for water usage from the government. The correct answer is C. Riparian owners have equal rights to use the water. Riparian owners, whose property borders a navigable waterway, generally have equal rights to reasonable use of the water, balancing the interests of all riparian owners. Question 91. When a buyer assumes the seller's tax escrow account held by the lender, what entry is made on the settlement statement at closing? A. Debit to the buyer and credit to the seller for the tax escrow amount. B. Debit to the buyer and credit to the lender for the tax escrow amount. C. Debit to the seller and credit to the buyer for the tax escrow amount. D. Debit to the lender and credit to the seller for the tax escrow amount. The correct answer is B. Debit to the buyer and credit to the lender for the tax escrow amount. When the buyer assumes the seller's tax escrow account, the buyer takes responsibility for the future payment of taxes. The entry reflects a debit to the buyer and a credit to the lender to adjust the settlement statement accordingly. Question 92. Tom, who owned a farm jointly with his son Jerry, had personal debts of over $50,000 and no assets except his share of the farm. Which statement is true? A. Tom's creditors can claim his share of the farm to settle his debts. B. Tom's share of the farm is protected from his personal debts. C. Tom's debts and assets have no impact on his joint ownership of the farm. D. Tom's son Jerry is responsible for paying off Tom's debts. The correct answer is A. Tom's creditors can claim his share of the farm to settle his debts. In joint tenancy, Tom's creditors can pursue his share of the farm to satisfy his debts, as it is considered an asset owned by him. His personal debts can encumber his ownership interest. Question 93. Jane purchased a house from John, but later discovered that John fraudulently misrepresented the electrical system's condition. Considering John's fraudulent actions, what is true about their contract? A. Jane can cancel the contract and seek legal remedies. B. Jane must accept the faulty electrical system as is. C. John is entitled to fix the electrical system at his expense. D. John is not liable for the misrepresentation. The correct answer is A. Jane can cancel the contract and seek legal remedies. John's fraudulent misrepresentation allows Jane to rescind the contract due to the deceptive nature of the transaction and pursue legal remedies for damages or cancellation. Question 94. In order for a deed to be valid, it must be A. Signed by the grantor. B. Adequately describe the property. C. In writing. D. All of these. The correct answer is D. All of these. A valid deed must be in writing, it must be signed by the grantor, and it must adequately describe the property. Question 95. If you charter a corporation and acquire an apartment building, then sell stock to specific individuals who are granted a proprietary lease, enabling them to occupy different units, what type of ownership have you established? A. Cooperative ownership. B. Condominium ownership. C. Joint tenancy ownership. D. Corporate ownership. The correct answer is A. Cooperative ownership. By selling stock and granting proprietary leases, you have established a cooperative ownership structure where the stockholders have the right to occupy different units while collectively owning the corporation that owns the building. Question 96. Which of the following statements is true about a mortgage? A. It transfers ownership of the property to the lender. B. It is a type of insurance policy for real estate. C. It represents the borrower's promise to repay the loan. D. It is a legal document that outlines property boundaries. The correct answer is C. It represents the borrower's promise to repay the loan. A mortgage is a financial agreement where the borrower pledges their property as collateral and agrees to repay the loan amount, typically with interest, over a specified period. Question 97. A, B, and C are joint tenants of a property. After C's death, B sells their interest to D. Who currently owns the property? A, B, and D. B, A, B, and C. C, A, and D. D, B, and D. The correct answer is A, B, and D. In joint tenancy, when one tenant dies, the remaining tenants still own the property. Therefore, after C's death, A, B, and D are the current owners. Question 98. A buyer pays a $25,000 down payment and agrees to pay the remaining $150,000 at 12% interest over 10 years. The seller has a $100,000 first mortgage at 10% interest. What type of financing device is most likely involved if the seller provides a deed? A. Lease agreement. B. Land contract. C. Reverse mortgage. D. Wraparound mortgage. The correct answer is B. Land contract. In a land contract, the seller retains the deed until the buyer fulfills the payment terms. It allows the buyer to occupy the property while making installment payments, and the seller holds a mortgage interest. Question 99. For a $25,000 loan with a 30-year term and a 9% interest rate, if the monthly payments are $201.16, what would be the first month's interest payment? A. $56.25. B. $187.50. C. $187.75. D. $197.25. The correct answer is B. $187.50. The first month's interest payment is calculated by multiplying the loan balance, $25,000, by the monthly interest rate, 9% divided by 12, equals $187.50. Question 100. If a grantor signs a deed on Saturday but does not deliver it to the grantee until Sunday, which of the following statements is true? A. The deed is invalid because it was not delivered on the same day as the signing. B. The deed is valid since delivery can occur at any time after the signing. C. The grantor can revoke the deed at any point before delivery. D. The grantee has equitable title but not legal title until the deed is delivered. The correct answer is D. The grantee has equitable title but not legal title until the deed is delivered. Delivery of a deed is essential for the transfer of legal title. Until the grantee receives the delivered deed, they hold equitable title, which grants certain rights and interests but not full legal ownership.
Don't forget to share this video with your friends and subscribe for more practice tests. We have prepared for you 100 real estate questions that will help you study and prepare for your real estate exam. Please like this video as it helps our channel. Now let's get started.
Question 1. An insurance policy which combines personal liability insurance and hazard insurance coverage for a dwelling, and its contents is called A. Homeowner's insurance. B. Buyer's insurance. C. Errors and omissions insurance. D. All of the above. The correct answer is A. Homeowner's insurance. Homeowner insurance is the right term as it combines personal liability and hazard coverage for the dwelling and its contents, ensuring comprehensive protection for homeowners. Question 2. What is the status of a contract when all the terms have been fulfilled and the transaction has been closed? A. Fully executed. B. Terminated. C. Voidable. D. Unenforceable. The correct answer is A. Fully executed. When all the terms of a contract have been fulfilled and the transaction has been closed, the contract is considered to be fully executed. This means that both parties have performed their obligations under the contract and there are no further actions required. At this point, the contract has been completely executed and both parties are typically released from any further obligations under the agreement. Question 3. Surface rights, air rights, and subsurface rights are all rights that can be sold by a property owner while still retaining the property itself. These rights are known as A. Severable rights. B. Literal rights. C. Owner's rights. D. Riparian rights. The correct answer is A. Severable rights. Surface rights, air rights, and subsurface rights can be sold separately and are called severable rights. Question 4. When an easement allows the use of a neighboring property, which automatically transfers upon the sale of either dominant or servient property, it is called what type of easement? A. Easement by prescription. B. Easement appurtenant. C. Easement in gross. D. Easement of utility. The correct answer is B. Easement appurtenant. Appurtenant means runs with the land. An easement appurtenant is an easement allowing the use of a neighboring property, which automatically transfers upon the sale of either dominant or servient property. Question 5. Linda purchased a fee, simple interest for the private use of a residential property for 1 week every single year. What did Linda purchase? A. Shares in a cooperative building. B. A condominium. C. Common elements. D. Resort. Timeshare. The correct answer is D. Resort timeshare. Vacation. Timeshare. Resorts sell a fee simple form of ownership to a buyer for the private and exclusive use of a unit for 1 week a year. There is title work, a closing, and the buyer is conveyed a deed. Question 6. What is the highest form of land ownership which includes the full and complete bundle of property rights? A. Fee simple defeasible. B. Fee simple determinable. C. Fee simple condition. Subsequent. D. Fee simple absolute. The correct answer is D. Fee simple absolute. Fee simple absolute. Freehold estate is the highest level of property ownership, giving the owners the right of possession, control, exclusion, enjoyment, and disposition. Question 7. What type of ownership would allow 2 or more owners to have various unequal percentages of ownership? A. Joint tenancy with rights of survivorship. B. Joint tenancy. C. Tenancy in common. D. Tenancy in severalty. The correct answer is C. Tenancy in common. Tenancy in common grants owners to have an equal, undivided interest in a property, but also allows for owners to have varying percentages of unequal ownership as well. Question 8. Tenancy in severalty is best described as A. 2 property owners. B. 1 property owner. C. More than 2 property owners. D. Property owned by a corporation. The correct answer is B. 1 property owner, severing all other owners. When one single person is the sole owner of a property, it is known as tenancy in severalty. Question 9. Which of the following is not one of the 4 land use controls? A. Police power. B. Intestate. C. Escheat. D. Eminent domain. The correct answer is B. Intestate. The 4 public land use controls in real estate are police power, escheat, eminent domain, and taxation. Question 10. What is the general purpose for cities to require building permits? A. Permit fees are income for the city. B. Control the amount of building allowed. C. To supersede deed restrictions. D. To require a minimum level of construction standards. The correct answer is D, to require a minimum level of construction standards. The purpose of building permits are to ensure a minimum level of construction standards which maintains the safety and well-being of the public. Question 11. The interest rate banks charge to their preferred customers is called A, the graduated rate, B, the preferred rate, C, the prime rate, D, the priority rate. The correct answer is C, the prime rate. The prime rate is the rate the banks charge their preferred customers for loans. Question 12. The City of Brownwood plans to build a new water treatment facility, but the land that is required is privately owned. Eminent domain allows the city to A, take possession of the land with no compensation to the property owner, B, do nothing, the city does not own the land and they cannot take it, C, ask the property owner to donate the land, D, take possession of the land against the owner's wishes, yet the owner must be compensated. The correct answer is D, take possession of the land against the owner's wishes, yet the owner must be compensated. Eminent domain allows the government to take possession of privately owned land for use by the public, even at the objection of the owner, as long as the property owner receives compensation. Question 13. When the appraised value of a property is given, it is based on A, comparable sales, B, a lower purchase price, C, none of these, D, an exact determination of market value. The correct answer is A, comparable sales. The appraised value of a property is given by comparable sales as well as an opinion of the property's fair market value. Question 14. Agent Brooke is preparing for a listing appointment and has gathered information to prepare a report of recent market data for the seller to review. The report agents reconcile to obtain a reasonable list price for a property based on current listings, recent sales, and expireds would be called A, Comparable Marketing Analytics, CMA, B, Broker Price, Opinion, BPO, C, Comparative Market Analysis, CMA, D, Agent Market Analysis, AMA. The correct answer is C, Comparative Market Analysis, CMA. The report agents reconcile to obtain a reasonable list price for a property based on current listings, recent sales, and expireds is called a comparative market analysis, CMA. Question 15. Paul owns an older residential property in an area now zoned for commercial use. Paul decides to renovate the home into a laundromat. The change in the property's functionality for Paul's financial gain is an example of what? A, highest and best use, B, substitution, C, assemblage, D, conformity. The correct answer is A, highest and best use. The transition of the residential property to an income-producing business is an example of the property being put to its highest and best use. Question 16. John's tire store is being built across the street from Big Bob's Tires. What appraisal principle describes this situation? A, substitution, B, plottage, C, competition, D, progression. The correct answer is C, competition. The appraisal principle of competition states that two similar businesses attract more customers when within close proximity than they would separately. Question 17. Buyer. Sam purchased a rundown residential home in a neighborhood with many nice, well-kept properties. Sam intends to renovate the home and resell it for a profit. Considering the nicer homes in the neighborhood help raise his property value, what appraisal principle is Sam leveraging? A, regression, B, progression, C, assemblage, D, substitution. The correct answer is B, progression. Progression is the appraisal principle that a dilapidated property will gain value when the surrounding properties are well kept. Nicer homes surrounding a property that is run down will only raise the subject property's value. Question 18. During the appraisal process, the appraiser will never adjust the price of the A, appraisal, B, comps. C. Subject property. D. Land. The correct answer is C. Subject property. During the appraisal process, the appraiser always adjusts the value of the comparables accordingly, but never the value of the subject property. Question 19. While working on an appraisal report, appraiser Jake finds that the comparable property is superior to the subject property with more amenities. How will Jake make adjustments to arrive at a value of the subject property? A. Subtract value from comparable. B. Add value to subject. C. Subtract value from subject. D. Add value to comparable. The correct answer is A. Subtract value from comparable. When an appraiser finds that a comparable property is of better quality or has more features than the subject, they will subtract value from the comparable. The idea is that the price a comparable home sold for, with more features, needs to be adjusted down to find the probable price the subject property will sell for without those features. Question 20. The beautiful town of Big Bear is experiencing a fast influx of new residents. There are few homes on the market and no new construction developments in the works. What will this do to the price of the existing homes in the area? A. The prices will decline over time. B. The prices will remain stable. C. The prices will decline swiftly. D. The prices will increase. The correct answer is D. The prices will increase. The principle of supply and demand control property values. An influx of new residents in an area with limited housing drives property values up. Question 21. Homeowner. Paul is selling his home without a real estate agent. He places an advertisement stating, "Owner financing 3% down payment." Is Paul's advertisement in violation of the Truth in Lending Act? A. Yes. When a down payment is listed, there must be a price listed also. B. No. Property owners are not regulated by TRIL advertising requirements. C. Yes. All the terms of the owner financing are not disclosed. D. Yes. The ad contains trigger terms. The correct answer is B. No. Property owners are not regulated by TRIL advertising requirements. The Truth in Lending Act and Regulation Z regulates the terms used in lending advertisements by lenders. Property owners are exempt from the advertising requirements when selling their property. Question 22. Which one of the following loan types does not require a down payment? A. VA loan. B. Conventional loan. C. Bridge loan. D. FHA loan. The correct answer is A. VA loan. Loans backed by the Department of Veterans Affairs are offered to qualifying veterans and do not require the veterans to pay a down payment. Question 23. Discount points are a way lenders are able to charge prepaid interest in order to lower the interest rate over the life of the loan. What is the cost of the discount points based on? A. The down payment required. B. The appraised property value. C. The loan amount. D. The sales price. The correct answer is C. The loan amount. Discount points charged on all loan types are figured as a percentage of the loan amount. 1 discount point is equal to 1% of the loan amount. Question 24. FHA loans require that borrowers provide protection to the lender in case of loan default. What must the borrower pay for to provide this protection to the lender? A. Credit life insurance. B. Homeowner's insurance. C. Mortgage insurance premium. D. Title insurance. The correct answer is C. Mortgage insurance premium. There are 2 types of FHA mortgage insurance premiums, MIP, that borrowers are required to pay. Upfront mortgage insurance premium, UFMIP. This is a one-time fee paid at the time of closing or can be added to the loan amount. Annual mortgage insurance premium, MIP. This is an ongoing monthly premium that borrowers are required to pay as part of their mortgage payment. The MIP amount depends on the loan term, loan-to-value ratio, and the initial loan amount. The MIP is typically paid for the life of the loan. Question 25. Fair housing regulations apply not only to real estate agents, but also lenders. When a lender denies a mortgage application solely based on the racial demographics of the neighborhood the property is located in, the lender is guilty of A. Steering, B. Redlining, C. Mortgage fraud, D. Panic selling. The correct answer is B. Redlining. Redlining is the term used when lenders deny loans based on the racial demographics of the neighborhood. Lenders are to base credit decisions on the borrower's creditworthiness. Redlining is a violation of the Fair Housing Act. Question 26. Terry received a conventional 30-year loan to purchase his home. Thanks to some large extra payments, Terry will have his home paid for in only 17 years. Which of the following loan terms could charge Terry an extra fee for paying off the home so soon? A. Interest fee. B. Escalation clause. C. Subordination clause. D. Prepayment penalty. The correct answer is D. Prepayment penalty. Some conventional loans include a prepayment penalty clause, which allows a lender to charge the borrower additional fees if the loan is paid off early. Prepayment penalties are not allowed on government loans, such as FHA and VA. Question 27. Mark is not able to make his entire mortgage payment on time each month and has fallen behind on payments. Because of his failure to pay, his lender, ABC Home Loans, sent him notice that they are calling for the remaining mortgage balance to be paid in full in one lump sum immediately. This is an example of A. Judicial foreclosure, B. Subordination clause, C. Acceleration clause, D. Escalation clause. The correct answer is C. Acceleration clause. An acceleration clause allows the lender to call for the note to be paid in full in one lump sum immediately when a borrower falls behind in payments. Question 28. Some loans are structured where the lender places a portion of each payment the borrower makes into a special account to pay the property taxes at the end of each year. What is the account called? A. Escrow account. B. Mortgage account. C. Interest account. D. Savings account. The correct answer is A. Escrow account. In order to ensure that there are no tax liens placed on the collateral property, the lender places a portion of each payment the borrower makes into an escrow account. Question 29. Which of the following loan types would have the highest down payment? A. Rural development loan. B. Conventional loan. C. VA loan. D. FHA loan. The correct answer is B. Conventional loan. Conventional loans require the borrower to pay a higher down payment than government loans. Rural development and VA loans require no down payment. FHA loans many times only require 3 to 5% down, while conventional loans can be 10 to 20% or more depending on circumstances. Question 30. Mortgages that are escrowed break down the monthly payment 4 ways. Each payment pays a portion towards PITI, which stands for A. Principal, investment, taxes, insurance. B. Payment, interest, taxes, investment. C. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. D. Prepayment, insurance, taxes, investment. The correct answer is C. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. PITI stands for Principal, Interest, Taxes, Insurance. In an escrowed mortgage, each monthly payment is broken down and a portion of each payment is paid to these 4 areas. This practice protects the lender's collateral from tax lines or uninsured losses. Question 31. Agent Anna has a home listed for sale and shows the home to the Quinns, whom she does not have a buyer's agency agreement with. The Quinns are A. clients, B. fiduciaries, C. principals, D. customers. The correct answer is D. customers. Customers agents work with, not for. Customers are the third parties an agent may deal with in the course of a transaction while representing a principal. Question 32. What duty requires a licensee to follow the principal's orders and requests as long as they are not unethical or illegal? A. Obedience. B. Accountability. C. Disclosure. D. Honesty. The correct answer is A. Obedience. The duty of obedience requires the agent to obey the wishes of the principal as long as they are not unethical or illegal. Question 33. Melissa went on a listing appointment, and the sellers were asking legal questions. Questions she felt certain she knew the answers to. What should Melissa do? A. Suggest they seek legal counsel. B. Answer the questions. C. Tell them she will find out and get back to them. D. Tell them she doesn't know for sure. The correct answer is A. Suggest they seek legal counsel. An agent can never give legal advice without a license to do so, nor deter customers or clients from seeking legal counsel. Question 34. Agent Terry convinces an owner to list his property way under market value. Terry sells the property to his brother Mark without disclosing the relationship to the buyer in writing. Mark turns around and sells the property for a profit to split with Terry. This is an example of A. Wholesaling, B. Creative agency, C. Stealing, D. Self-dealing. The correct answer is D. Self-dealing. Self-dealing is an intentional misrepresentation of an agent's relationship and interest in a transaction. Question 35. Agent Paula found a buyer for her listing. The seller accepted the buyer's offer, and both parties received copies of the contract documents. The seller decides 1 week prior to closing they no longer want to sell the home. What could happen? A. Paula's broker owes her a commission. B. The buyer owes Paula commission. C. Paula did not earn a commission. D. The seller owes Paula commission. The correct answer is D. The seller owes Paula commission. When an agent brings a ready, willing, and able buyer, and a seller accepts the buyer's offer, the agent has essentially earned their commission. The seller is to pay the agent if the contract is terminated due to the seller's default. Question 36. Larry listed his home for sale with an agent. The property was exposed to an open and free market, and after a reasonable time, the property sold to a buyer unrelated to Larry. This type of sale would be considered A. Fair market value, B. Sale under duress, C. Arm's length transaction, D. None of the above. The correct answer is C. Arm's length transaction. A property exposed to an open and free market and sold after a reasonable period of time to unrelated parties which both acted in their own self-interest is considered an arm's length transaction. Question 37. How is real estate defined? A. Land and all items within the improvements. B. Land including water, air, and improvements. C. Property sold between buyers and sellers. D. Commercial property, but not residential. The correct answer is B. Land including water, air, and improvements. Real estate is defined as land, water, air, and improvements attached to the land. Question 38. A fence that extends onto the land of another from a neighboring property is called an A. Encumbrance, B. Easement, C. Encroachment, D. Escheat. The correct answer is C. Encroachment. Encroachment occurs when an improvement or fixture intrudes upon an adjoining property. Question 39. Marvin owns an easement to use the driveway of his neighbor Bob. Marvin's property is considered the A. Servient estate, B. Life estate, C. Dominant estate, D. freehold estate. The correct answer is C, dominant estate. The property that benefits from an easement to another parcel is called the dominant estate. Question 40. Which of the following best describes the economic characteristics of land? A, demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. B, scarcity, situs, immobility, utility, demand. C, situs, transferability, demand, immobility. D, indestructibility, demand, non-homogeneous, situs. The correct answer is A, demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. The 5 economic characteristics of land are demand, utility, scarcity, transferability, situs. The lack of any of these characteristics reduces the land's utility and value. Question 41. Kevin is leasing a storefront to open a pizza parlor. Any items he attaches to the property which he will use to conduct his business would be A, property of the property owner, B, trade fixtures, C, chattel, D, real property. The correct answer is B, trade fixtures. Items and equipment used to conduct business, such as pizza ovens, walk-in coolers, and salad bars, are considered trade fixtures and property of the tenant. Question 42. What is the accumulation of land caused by the natural flow of water called? A, erosion, B, accretion, C, avulsion, D, alluvion. The correct answer is B, accretion. Accretion is the accumulation of soil that collects over time due to the natural water flow. Question 43. Donnie leaves his home to his third wife, Trish, with the clause that after her passing, the home goes to his first son, Logan. What type of interest does Logan have in the property? A, life tenant estate. B, life estate. C, remainder man. D, leasehold. The correct answer is C, remainder man. A remainder man is a third-party interest in a property that will revert to them at the time a life tenant passes away. Question 44. New agent Matt is listing a home for sale, which was built in 1965. What disclosure should Matt have the seller complete due to the age of the home? A, lead-based paint. Disclosure. B, mold disclosure. C, radon. Disclosure. D, asbestos. Disclosure. The correct answer is A, lead-based paint. Disclosure. Properties constructed prior to 1978 fall under the federal requirement to provide buyers with a lead-based paint disclosure. Question 45. Part of Agent Connie's listing packet includes a form for the seller to complete that covers the components of the home for sale and the seller's knowledge of the condition of such items. This form is referred to as A, home inspection report, B, seller's condition report, C, listing amendment, D, seller's disclosure. The correct answer is D, seller's disclosure. The seller's disclosure form lets the seller convey knowledge they have regarding their property to a potential buyer. This is where a seller can list any updates made or repairs needed to the best of their knowledge. Question 46. Mary and Mark are buying their first home, which was built just 3 years ago. After touring the property, which seems to be in good repair, they waive their right to a home inspection, not anticipating any issues. After closing and moving in, they find that some of the ductwork in the crawl space has fallen and is no longer attached, causing all the air to be released under the home. They are upset that the seller did not mention the issue, and when asked, the seller states they had no idea that had happened. Is the seller at fault for not disclosing this issue to the buyers? A, yes, the seller should disclose all issues. B, no, the seller had no knowledge of the issue. C, yes, the seller must provide a home inspection report. D, yes, the seller should pay for the repairs. The correct answer is B, no, the seller had no knowledge of the issue. A seller's disclosure is not a warranty or guarantee that the home is free of issues. The seller can only disclose what they are aware of. The buyer has the responsibility of doing their due diligence in order to discover any unknown issues outside of those disclosed. Question 47. Leslie is showing her listing to some prospective buyer customers. Leslie grew up just down the road and knows this property was once used as a dump site many years ago. Does Leslie have to make the prospective buyers aware of this information since they are customers and not clients? A. No, the seller is responsible for disclosures. B. No, they are not clients. C. Yes, the agent must disclose. D. No, buyers are responsible for inspections. The correct answer is C. Yes, the agent must disclose. Agents owe clients and customers alike the disclosure of any possible environmental hazards. Question 48. Johnny's home is under contract, and the prospective buyers had a home inspection. The inspection noted some roof issues, which Johnny was not previously aware of. The buyers provided Johnny with a copy of the inspection and an inspection notice terminating the sales contract. What should Johnny do going forward? A. Drop the price drastically. B. Update the seller's disclosure to include the roof issues. C. Make any future buyers aware of the roof issues if they ask. D. He must repair the roof prior to sale. The correct answer is B. Update the seller's disclosure to include the roof issues. A seller must disclose any issues with the property or repairs needed which they are aware of. Once the home inspection revealed a roof repair is needed, the seller's disclosure should be updated to reflect the newfound knowledge prior to new prospective buyers receiving the disclosure. Question 49. Disclosure law specifics vary by state, however. In which type of transaction would the seller's property disclosure generally not be required? A. Residential arm's length transaction. B. Triplex purchase. C. Residential foreclosure. D. Mobile home purchase. The correct answer is C. Residential foreclosure. A foreclosure sale is exempt from the seller's disclosure requirements due to the seller being the lender with little to no knowledge of the property's specifics. Question 50. A listing agreement in writing creates which form of agency? A. Negligent agency. B. Implied agency. C. Express agency. D. Ostensible agency. The correct answer is C. Express agency. A written listing agreement creates an expressed agency. The agency relationship is expressed in writing. Question 51. In compliance with fair housing regulations, any deed restriction or covenant that would prohibit the conveyance of the property to a member of a protected class is A. Legal. B. Is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable. C. Will stand in court. D. Valid. The correct answer is B. Is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable. In compliance with fair housing regulations, any deed restriction or covenant that would prohibit the conveyance of the property to members of a protected class is not legal, considered void, and unenforceable. Question 52. A fiduciary who holds or controls property for the benefit of another is called A. A beneficiary. B. A grantor. C. A trustee. D. A grantee. The correct answer is C. A trustee. A trustee is a fiduciary who holds or controls property for the benefit of another. Question 53. A contract between two parties, both giving a promise for a promise is called A. Unilateral contract. B. Bilateral contract. C. Special agreement. D. Collusion. The correct answer is B. Bilateral contract. A contract between two parties that make promises to each other to perform is called a bilateral contract. Question 54. Shane is offering an open listing on his home to all local brokers. Shane has offered to pay a 3% commission to the broker that brings him a ready, willing, and able buyer. What type of contract did Shane offer? A. bilateral contract, B, unenforceable contract, C, void contract, D, unilateral contract. The correct answer is D, unilateral contract. A unilateral contract is when only one party agrees to perform under certain circumstances. Question 55. To be enforceable, real estate contracts must be in writing according to the A, Real Estate Commission, B, Statute of Frauds, C, Federal Real Estate Act, D, Sherman Antitrust Act. The correct answer is B, Statute of Frauds. Statute of Frauds states to be enforceable real estate contracts and the transfer of property must be in writing. Question 56. All parties entering into a real estate contract must be doing so on their own free will and not under duress. Which of the following is not a requirement to enter into a real estate contract? A. Parties must be U.S. citizens. B. Parties must have proper authority. C. Parties must be mentally competent. D. Parties must be of legal age. The correct answer is A. Parties must be U.S. citizens. All parties to a contract must be of legal age, mentally competent, and have proper authority to enter into a valid contract. All parties to the contract do not have to be U.S. citizens. Question 57. A valid contract must contain valuable consideration, which means A. No personal property items. B. Cash only. C. Something clearly offered for something else in exchange. D. None of the above. The correct answer is C. Something clearly offered for something else in exchange. A valid contract must contain a two-party exchange of valuable consideration and performance. Question 58. In order for a contract to convey ownership in a property transaction, the contract must include A. Surface rights. B. A legal description. C. Rights of survivorship. D. The full bundle of rights. The correct answer is B. A legal description. In order for a contract to convey ownership in a property, the contract must include a legal description that describes the property so that its geographic location is identifiable. Question 59. Which of the following is not a requirement for a contract to be valid and enforceable? A. Competent parties. B. Authority. C. Notarization. D. Valuable consideration. The correct answer is C. Notarization. The required components of a valid contract include competent parties, legal purpose, voluntary good faith, mutual consent, and valuable consideration. Question 60. In a real estate transaction, when someone is forced into a contract by intimidation or some other type of coercion, it is called A. Bullying, B. Duress, C. Stress, D. Strong-arming. The correct answer is B. Duress. When someone is forced into a contract by intimidation or some other type of coercion, this is known as acting under duress. Question 61. A contract that does not have all the necessary elements of a contract is A. Valid, B. Void, C. Enforceable by insinuation, D. Legally binding. The correct answer is B. Void. A contract that does not have all the necessary elements of a contract is void and unenforceable by either party. Question 62. Leon entered into a contract that called for $1,000 in monetary damages if the contract was breached. The $1,000 in the contract is referred to as A. Retainer fee, B. Breach fine, C. Liquidated damages, D. Lis pendens. The correct answer is C. Liquidated damages. When a contract calls for a specified amount of monetary compensation, earnest money, to be paid to one party of the contract upon a breach of contract, this is referred to as liquidated damages. Question 63. After the offer and acceptance, when the terms of a contract are in the process of being completed, and prior to closing, the contract is said to be A. Executory, B. Amended, C. Rescinded, D. Lis pendens. The correct answer is A. Executory. When the terms of a contract are in the process of being completed, the contract is said to be executory. Question 64. A person makes an offer to purchase a property that was shown to them by their broker, but then waits to present the offer to the seller until later that day. In the meantime, 2 more offers were submitted on the property. Under the rule of agency, the offer, A, is considered to be void because only 1 offer at a time can be placed on a property. B, must be presented alongside the other offers to allow the seller to make a fair choice. C, must wait to be presented to the seller because the other offers take priority in order. D, must be presented first because the offer was known by the broker before the others. The correct answer is B, must be presented alongside the other offers to allow the seller to make a fair choice. Under the rule of agency, all offers must be presented to the seller. Question 65. Sharon made an offer on her dream home, and to show the seller she was a serious buyer, she offered a sum of money to be held in escrow that she will forfeit if she does not fulfill her end of the deal. What is the sum of money to be held in escrow as a good faith deposit called? A. Pre-funding deposit. B. Broker deposit. C. Earnest money. D. Purchase promise. Deposit. The correct answer is C. Earnest money. A contract can include earnest money to be held in escrow as a good faith deposit, which is applied toward the purchase price at closing. Question 66. Once all terms of a contract have been fulfilled and the transaction has closed, the contract status is said to be fully A. Rescinded. B. Executed. C. Insured. D. Amended. The correct answer is B. Executed. Once all terms of a contract have been fulfilled and the transaction closed, the contract is fully executed. Question 67. John signs a 6-month lease on an apartment beginning January 1st and ending June 30th. His lease does not automatically renew and no notice is required on his part to vacate on the expiration date. What type of lease did John sign? A. Estate at will. B. Estate from period to period. C. Estate for months. D. Estate for years. The correct answer is D. Estate for years. An estate for years is a lease for a fixed period of time, rather than month to month, that does not automatically renew and requires no notice to terminate at the end of the term. Question 68. What duty does an agent acting as a property manager owe a property owner? A. Principal duties. B. Fiduciary duties. C. Legal duties. D. Regulatory duties. The correct answer is B. Fiduciary duties. A property management agreement creates a general agency between the property owner and the licensee. Therefore, a property manager owes the property owner fiduciary duties. The fiduciary duty requires the agent to act in the property owner's best interest. Question 69. A property management contract should include all of the following, except A. Signatures of the property owner and licensee. B. Duration of the agreement. C. Signature of the tenant. D. Management fee. The correct answer is C. Signature of the tenant. The property management agreement is an employment contract between the property owner and the agent licensee. A tenant will sign a lease, but not the property management agreement. Question 70. Sally wants to transfer the title of her property to her granddaughter. Which of the following are ways to voluntarily transfer title to a property? A. Sales contract. Will. Sazin. B. Will. Grant. Deed. C. Title certificate. Escheat. Deed. D. Escheat. Will. Grant. The correct answer is B. Will. Grant. Deed. Title to property can be voluntarily transferred by a will, grant, or deed. Question 71. When someone passes away with a valid will in place, it is referred to as A. Testate. B. intestate, C. escheat, D. appurtenant. The correct answer is A. testate. Testate is the term for passing away with a valid will in place. Question 72. A title search revealed a lien on a property, which creates a cloud on the title. How may the landowner go about resolving this title issue? A. By requesting a chain of title. B. By letting the lien expire. C. Writing a letter to the judge asking that it be dismissed. D. Paying the debt and filing a stratification of judgment. The correct answer is D. Paying the debt and filing a stratification of judgment. A lien may be terminated by paying the existing debt, receiving a satisfaction of judgment, and filing the documentation with the court. Question 73. Liens on a title may be voluntary or involuntary. Which of the following is an example of a voluntary lien? A. Mortgage. B. Judgment. C. Child support lien. D. Tax lien. The correct answer is A. Mortgage. A mortgage places a lien on the property which is voluntary in nature and not force placed by the courts. Question 74. Donnie's neighbor Paul has an easement to cross Donnie's property to get to his own. The easement is recorded and transfers with the land if either Donnie or Paul sell their property. When an easement is on a title, it is an example of an A. encroachment, B. estoppel, C. encumbrance, D. equitable title. The correct answer is C. encumbrance. An encumbrance is a limitation placed on a title such as a lien, lease, or easement. Such encumbrance is important to identify as it may affect the value and/or utility of the property. Question 75. Escrow agent Emily will use what legal instrument to transfer real property from the seller to the buyer on closing day? A. Title certificate. B. Deed. C. Bill of sale. D. Settlement statement. The correct answer is B. Deed. A deed is the legal instrument used at closing to transfer real property from the seller to the buyer. Question 76. What type of title bears the most protection for the property owner? A. Quitclaim deed. B. Sheriff's deed. C. Warranty deed. D. Beneficiary deed. The correct answer is C. Warranty deed. A warranty deed provides the most protection for a property owner and includes the guarantee of season, encumbrances, right to quiet enjoyment, further assurance, and warranty forever. Question 77. On closing day, who signs the deed to transfer the property from seller to buyer? A. The buyer. B. The seller. C. The buyer, seller. D. The seller and escrow agent. The correct answer is B. The seller. Only the seller or grantor is required to execute the deed to convey property to the buyer. No other parties are required to sign the deed at closing. Question 78. When agents get together and have a discussion regarding setting a fixed commission rate so that they are all charging the same rate, this conversation violates what act? A. Homestead Act. B. Fair Housing Act. C. Ada Act. D. Sherman Antitrust Act. The correct answer is D. Sherman Antitrust Act. This activity among agents constitutes price fixing. Price fixing is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Question 79. What duty requires an agent to place the client's best interest above all others? A. Honesty. B. Loyalty. C. Respect. D. Obedience. The correct answer is B. Loyalty. The agent's duty of loyalty requires the agent to put the client's best interest above all others. Question 80. Steve tells listing agent Shelley his basement leaks, but only when it rains hard for long periods of time, so no need to mention it to buyers. He insists it's really no big deal. Which of the following is true? A. Shelley must be obedient and not mention it. B. Shelley should trust her client. It's no big deal. C. Shelley cannot withhold known material facts. D. Shelley should only mention it if the buyer asks. The correct answer is C. Shelley cannot withhold known material facts. Not disclosing a material fact would be illegal, and the agent does not have to obey the seller in this situation. Question 81. If an agent is accused of puffing, what does that mean? A. Fraud. B. Lies. C. Misrepresentation. D. Exaggeration. The correct answer is D. Exaggeration. Puffing can be an exaggeration that does not fit the description of misrepresentation. For example, this home has the most gorgeous view of any home anywhere. Exaggerated opinion, but not a misrepresentation of a material fact. Question 82. Describing the property would be acceptable in advertising. However, describing the type of buyer desired would be considered A. Descriptive advertising. B. Discriminatory. C. Target marketing. D. Effective advertising. The correct answer is B. Discriminatory. In advertising, describing the property would be acceptable. Describing the type of buyer desired would be considered discriminatory and a violation of fair housing laws. Question 83. Betsy is working with buyers under a written buyer's agency agreement. The buyers decide they want to purchase a home that Betsy has listed. If Betsy does not obtain permission in writing from all parties to represent both parties, she would create A. Single agency. B. Dual agency. C. Specific agency. D. Undisclosed. Dual agency. The correct answer is D. Undisclosed. Dual agency. All parties to a contract must agree in writing to the dual agency. Undisclosed dual agency is created by representing both parties in a transaction without disclosing the relationship to all parties. Question 84. Ben listed his home with Agent Carey. He told her he wanted a minimum of $225,000, and anything over and above that amount she could keep as commission. This type of compensation arrangement is called A. Net listing. B. Reverse listing. C. Normal listing. D. Exclusive agency listing. The correct answer is A. Net listing. While not actually a listing type, net listings occur when a seller sets a minimum net proceeds amount, and the agent may keep any amount over that, as commission, making it a commission agreement rather than a listing type. Net listings, which are illegal in most states. Question 85. Davis is a subagent of listing agent Luke. Who does Davis work for? A. Buyer. B. Seller. C. Buyer and seller. D. Luke. The correct answer is B. Seller. A subagent of the listing agent works for the seller. Question 86. Only showing homes in a certain part of town to people of a certain nationality is called A. Panic selling. B. Redlining. C. Blockbusting. D. Steering. The correct answer is D. Steering. Only showing homes in a certain part of town to people of a certain nationality is called steering and a violation of fair housing laws. Question 87. A Hispanic man called a landlord regarding a home for rent online. The landlord tells him the property is already rented. His white friend then called the landlord to inquire about the property, and he arranged an appointment to show him the home. This is discrimination based on A. Race. B. Familial status. C. Income. D. Religion. The correct answer is A. Race. The landlord has discriminated based on race. Question 88. Landry owns a duplex and personally occupies one of the units. He has one unit for rent and refuses to rent it to anyone with small children because kids are loud. If he refuses applicants with children, has he committed a violation or any discriminatory acts? A. Yes, he can be fined. B. Yes, he has to rent to anyone. C. Yes, he has discriminated based on familial status. D. No, he is exempt from fair housing regulations because he owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units. The correct answer is D. No, he is exempt from fair housing regulations because he owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units. The Fair Housing Act allows a landlord that owns a dwelling with 4 or less units and personally occupies one of the units to be exempt, as long as the property owner does not use an agent to lease the property and makes no discriminatory advertisements. Question 89. The Fair Housing Act pertains to certain groups as protected classes. Which of the following is not a protected class under fair housing? A. Felons. B. Elderly. C. Handicapped. D. Single mothers. The correct answer is A. Felons. Felons are not a protected class under federal fair housing regulations. Question 90. Broker Ben has E&O insurance and is selling an investment property that he owns. He has made a few false statements and misrepresentations, but he really needs to sell the property fast. What would happen if someone were to sue him for his false statement? A. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. B. The E&O insurance will defend him, but charge him double premium. C. The E&O insurance only covers agents in commercial transactions. D. The E&O insurance would cover him. The correct answer is A. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. Errors and omissions insurance does not cover intentional acts. E&O insurance will not cover negligence of a broker selling property he owns. Question 91. Karen recently sold a home for 6% commission. If her commission was $20,700, how much did the property sell for? A. $340,000. B. $342,000. C. $345,000. D. $348,000. The correct answer is C. $345,000. $20,700 divided by 0.06 equals $345,000. Question 92. How many square feet does 1 acre contain? A. 43,560. B. 45,630. C. 46,350. D. 40,560. The correct answer is A. 43,560. 1 acre of land contains 43,560 square feet. This is a figure that you must know going into the licensing exam. Question 93. Seller Gary needs to net $15,000 on the sale of his home. His loan payoff is $160,000. His closing costs are $5,500, and commission is 7%. What is the lowest offer Gary can accept? A. $196,084. B. $167,685. C. $194,086. D. $167,865. The correct answer is C. $194,086. $15,000, $160,000, $5,500 equals $180,500. 180,500 divided by 0.93%, seller's portion after commission, equals $194,086. Question 94. Agent Amanda just closed on a home that sold for $525,000. Her commission rate was 5% with a 50-50 co-broker with the selling broker and a 60% split with her broker. How much did Amanda receive? A. $13,125. B. $7,875. C. $7,578. D. $15,750. The correct answer is B. $7,875. $525,000 times 5% equals $26,250. $26,250 split 50-50 equals $13,125. $13,125 times 60% equals $7,875. Question 95. A new roof costs $7,500 and the economic life of the roof is 30 years. Using the straight-line depreciation method, what would the value of the roof be after 5 years? A. $1,250. B. $5,500. C. $6,250. D. $1,500. The correct answer is C. $6,250. $7,500 divided by 30 years equals $250. $250 times 5 years equals $1,250 total depreciation. $7,500 minus $1,250 equals $6,250 value. Question 96. David, a broker, has recently finalized a deal for the purchase of one of his listings. The buyer has given him earnest money. What must David do next with the earnest money? A. Deposit the money in his personal account. B. Place the money in a secure location for later. C. Deposit the money in an escrow account. D. Deposit the money in the company operating account. The correct answer is C. Deposit the money in an escrow account. All earnest money must be placed in an escrow account. Earnest money cannot be mixed with personal accounts, business operating accounts, or other locations. Question 97. Callie made an offer on a home and is under contract for $250,000. She obtained a loan of $225,000 and the home appraised at $255,000. What is the loan-to-value ratio? A. 98%. B. 88%. C. 92%. D. 90%. The correct answer is D. 90%. $225,000 divided by $250,000 equals 0.9, 90%. Since the appraised value is greater than the contract price, the appraisal amount is irrelevant in this scenario. The lender lends based on the contract price or the appraised value, whichever is less. Question 98. Seller Jared owes property taxes on closing day, since taxes are paid in arrears. The taxes are $1,300. What is the seller's share of taxes if closing is April 10th, using the 365-day method and the seller owns the day of closing? A. $356. B. $352. C. $359. D. $469. The correct answer is A. $356. $1,300 divided by 365 equals $3.56. 100 days times $3.56 equals $356. Seller's share of taxes, question 99. How many acres are in a lot that measures 250 times 325? A. 1.66. B. 1.52. C. 1.86. D. 1.89. The correct answer is C. 1.86. 250 times 325 equals 81,250 square feet. 81,250 divided by 43,560 square feet in an acre equals 1.86 acres. Question 100. Sharon purchased a home for $100,000 within 6% annual interest rate. Her payments are $800 per month. How much of her first payment will go to principal? A. $600. B. $300. C. $500. D. $800. The correct answer is B. $300. $100,000. Loan times 6% interest equals $6,000. $6,000 divided by 12 months equals $500. Monthly interest, $800 minus $500 equals $300 towards principal.
Don't forget to share this video with your friends and subscribe for more practice tests.
How to pass the real estate exam. If you found this video, I'm assuming that you've already gone through the licensing process and you're getting ready to take and pass your real estate exam. In this video, I'm going to share the tips and the tricks that helped me pass my real estate exam on the first try. And so you might not think of yourself as a great test taker, and that's okay. I'm still going to share the tools to help you pass your exam. So here are some common mistakes that many people think they need to do to pass the real estate exam. The first is that they want to read every single word of every chapter. The second is that they're taking these crazy notes on every single thing that they're reading. And the third is that they're just trying to be the best possible student. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fantastic that you're doing your best to learn everything that you can. But the reality is, much of the content that's provided in the real estate education is not practical for when you become an agent. So here are some tips to be much more efficient with your time when studying to pass the real estate exam. First is focus on chapter summaries. So skim through the information through the chapter. Usually at the end of the chapters, you're going to have a summary of the chapter, and it's going to give you the most important things from that chapter. Additionally, you're going to want to actually spend more time focusing on the actual exam preparation and studying to pass the exam. So if we take a step back, the whole point of going through the chapters and studying is to pass the exam. So it makes the most sense to do the activities that are going to help you pass the exam. So in summary, you're going to want to spend about 5 to 10 hours actually reading through, skimming the content, and reviewing what's important from each chapter. And as you're reading through the chapters, and you're not necessarily reading every single word, and you're going through that chapter summary at the end, you're going to have the opportunity to see what vocabulary and terminology is most relevant and most important for the actual exam. Another thing that I want you to keep in mind is that the exam itself will not test you on very technical things. So it's not going to go very deep on one specific subject within real estate, but it's going to be very important to know a lot of general knowledge about a wide variety of subjects within real estate. So in terms of actual exam preparation, I know many people love to use flashcards to study for exams, to learn vocabulary. They also have flashcards where they'll ask you questions, and on the other side it'll have the answers. That is more of a personal preference. For me personally, I have never been a big flashcard person. I like to just read the summaries, skim through, and I like to personally write down and take notes on what I think are the most important vocab or most important terms to know. Think about it from a test taking perspective. If you don't know what words mean, or if you don't understand the context of how those words are used, it's going to be very difficult for you to understand the question and understand how to pick the correct answer. With many of the questions on the test, if you simply understand what a word means, you're going to be able to eliminate 2 wrong answers, and you're going to basically increase your percentage of getting the right answer just by knowing what words mean. So now that we've covered understanding the vocabulary and the terminology for the exam, the next piece is actually getting a test bank of exam questions. I would say that is the key piece of this video and passing the exam. For me personally, and for many agents that I know that recently just took the test, they said that was the #1 thing that they did that helped them pass. They got the practice test and the question bank, and they just practiced the test over and over and over. So what this did for them was this allowed them to get very, very comfortable with the way they asked the questions, the format of the questions, and how long the test is going to be. So keep in mind, when you take the real estate exam, it's 150 questions and you have 3 hours to complete it. And when you take the exam, it is taken on a computer. So you want to get comfortable with the format, you want to get comfortable with the time, and you want to get comfortable with kind of pacing yourself for a long exam. And not to mention, you do need to get 70% out of the 150 questions to get a passing score. So that means you need to get 105 questions right out of 150 questions. And although I mentioned that you will be taking this test on the computer, you still have to go to an in-person testing center, at least for California. I'm just speaking on the California salesperson's license. However, these study methods are going to be applicable for anyone taking the salesperson's test. So my strategy for preparing for the actual exam was I spent about 3 hours a day for 5 days prior to the actual exam, just taking that test. And you might be wondering, well, why did I pick 3 hours and 4 to 5 days prior? I wanted to make the scenario the most realistic compared to what the actual exam would be like. So the actual exam, I had 3 hours to complete. So that's the time that I would practice in. I also don't recommend you try to cram like an 8-hour study day 2 days before the test. Personally, for me, I've found in my life that if I get a good night's sleep and I actually just prepare for 4 or 5 days before, and I do the same thing for those 4 or 5 days, I've had much better results. On this test, I passed it on the first try. I just did the practice exams for 5 days, basically, leading up to the actual exam itself. And on the practice exams, on the last 2 days, I was scoring in the mid-80s in terms of number of questions correct. On the first day, I think I was scoring, 60 or 70%. 70% is passing, but I figured if I could get into the mid-80s or 80 and above, then I would for sure pass because I'd be really comfortable with the questions. You're going to see actually exactly the same type of questions on the practice exams as the real exam. And like I said before, it's really, really important that you get a good night's sleep, you take care of yourself, and so you're feeling your best when you're actually taking that exam. The really cool part about the exam in California is you know immediately after you're done taking the test if you've passed or not. I hope this video has given you some confidence that you can pass the real estate exam on your first try. After you pass your exam, if you're looking for more information on how to find the right brokerage, I made another video. Additionally, you can just email me directly. Here's my email.
Hello, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up and let's begin. What do you say? Okay, so we're about to start. Hello, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up and let's begin. What do you say? All right. If the screen is a little blurry, make sure you change your settings to 720 HD. And we shall get started. Okay. The feedback is off. We're ready to go. You probably see the Prep Agent website on the board. Hi, Pamela. Hot Mic Joe. Should all be taken care of. Okay, so today we got an interesting topic. We're doing the 75 most common questions that we see based upon feedback. from our students who take the exam. We get students all the time taking the exam, and we're constantly getting feedback on what they see, what they don't see, in conjunction with our own research and talking to state administrators and different people who are involved with the real estate exam process. Now, with that being said, you can get any question on your exam, be prepared for anything, but these are the most common ones we tend to see on the national content. You guys excited? Are you very excited? Say, I'm so excited. This is going to be the most exciting thing I've ever experienced in my life. Okay. So, without further ado, what do you guys say we begin? Yeah? And like I said before, all this stuff can be found on the Prep Agent website here. Yay, super excited. So for those guys who use Prep Agent, the way I did this is I stored the 75 questions here on the right-hand column. When you use the Prep Agent website, you could put them all in the question for review column if there's questions you want to see for any reason. Maybe it's a topic you don't understand, or it's something that's a particular interest to you. You can review it at all times. Okay. First one, general construction onto the property of another, like a wall or fence or a building, etc., is known as what? A, encroachment, B, easement appurtenant, C, situs, or D, estoppel. What do you guys think? Cindy says, bring it, Joe. It's being brought, Cindy. It's coming. Answer, A, encroachment. And by the way, if this goes too fast, because we are going through a lot of questions here, you guys are going to be able to see and review this over and over again. Everybody got it? Okay, right? I got it, Joe. I can watch it again and again and again. Okay, encroachment. We know that. That's just when you're crossing over on somebody else's land. If a tree is built on your land and it's hanging over your neighbor's property, is that encroachment? What do you guys think? Is that encroachment? If a tree is built on your land and hanging over your neighbor's property, would that be considered encroachment? Yes, that would be considered encroachment. Let's get to the next one here. Which method would an appraiser be most likely to use when appraising a newly built one-year-old apartment building with no rental history? A, income approach, B, cost approach, C, capitalization approach, or D, market approach? That's right, Keith, like a football penalty. And the answer is, okay, a lot of you wrote B, some of you wrote C. The answer is B. So the cost approach is a great approach when there's nothing to compare it to. And they often say it's how much would it cost to build something brand new. So the cost approach would apply here because this is a one-year-old building. But older buildings are harder to do this approach for because you got to factor in things like depreciation. All right, and there's no rental history, so you can't use like income approach or things of that nature. Now, just for full disclosure for you guys, these are not the exact questions you're going to see on your exam. We try and get close, try and hit the concept, try and do as best we can to best prepare you. And anybody who says they have the exact questions for the exam, they're breaking the law. So I just want to be clear about that. Full disclosure here, okay? But it's pretty close. I feel like we're pretty close. When an appraiser is appraising a property, he usually considers all the following except A, the assessed value, B, the property rights to be valued, C, a definition of value, or D, the property identification. What do you guys think? And it says the way to print them out. Sure, on the Prep Agent website, you see in the top right, you could print any exam you do. Okay, you can print everything. And the answer is A, assessed value. Assessed values for tax purposes. Just so we're all clear, assessed values for tax purposes. That's why the appraiser can't look at their records. It's like cheating off your friend's exam. And moving right along. Which of the following loans would be most likely to qualify for FHA insurance? A, a loan to purchase a farm. B, a loan to buy a small business. C, a loan to purchase 1 to 4 units of residential rental property. Or D, a loan to buy a farm equipment. And the answer is C. FHA loans are for residential property. We're going to talk more about what an FHA loan is and some other questions we got coming up. But a hint for you guys taking the exam. This is a test in residential real estate. I know you need a real estate license to do other types of real estate. I get that. But when you take your exam, just remember why they're giving you this exam, okay? I want you guys to think of that. That could help you get through some questions. They're giving you this exam because they want to protect your average Joe, no pun intended, residential home buyers. People in commercial and other aspects of real estate are generally seen as people who should know better. You would say caveat emptor doesn't always apply to them. So when you see residential in any of the questions, I would take a serious look at circling that question. So that's my tip. Good tip. What do you guys think? I think it's a good tip. Oh, gross. Reading. I hate reading, right? Okay, if private property has been damaged, such as through excessive airport noise, or taken by the government without formal eminent domain proceedings, what would a property owner initiate to recover just compensation for losing or damaging the property? A, condemnation, B, injunction, C, inverse condemnation, or D, writ of execution? And the answer is C, inverse condemnation. In case you guys don't know why that word is highlighted on our system, when you click on a highlighted word, it gives you the definition. That's why those words are highlighted. Somebody said some of these questions are worded difficultly. We get a lot of feedback saying, Joe, your question isn't clear in the wording. I got news, guys. Sometimes we know that, and we do that to prepare you for the exam because we want our questions to simulate the exam as closely as possible. So yeah, sometimes the wording's a little funky, all right, but that is not by accident because we want to prepare for the exam. We're not trying to always make it super clear because the questions on your exam are not always super clear. We want you guys to pass. Real quick, everybody write the 4 government powers. What are the 4 government powers? What are the 4 government powers? Okay, a lot of you guys are writing PEAT, and that stands for police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Here we're talking about eminent domain. Eminent domain is the government's right to take your property for public use, and they give you just compensation. When they pay you just compensation, that's the process of condemnation. Okay, that's the condemnation process. Think of it, your property's condemned, you can't use it, so they give you money for it. Inverse condemnation is when you are not given money or not given the correct amount of money. You're essentially suing the government, which is what this question is talking about. All right, and that comes up under eminent domain proceedings. The government's right to make laws and regulations for the general welfare of the public is known as A, police power, B, eminent domain, C, the bundle of rights, or D, escheat. What do you guys think? Thank you. Somebody put $10. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you. And the answer is A, police power. Okay, so police power is one of the 4 government powers. We just discussed eminent domain. All right, so we said eminent domain. Well, let me ask you guys, what is the difference between eminent domain and police power? What do you guys think? What is the fundamental difference between eminent domain and police power? Thank you for that tip. Whoever gave me that tip, I appreciate it. It's amazing. I don't think we ever get tips. We have 40,000 subscribers, and it's the first tip we've ever gotten. This is a special moment in my life. Teardrop. Okay, so you got the difference between eminent domain and police powers. Eminent domain, they're taking the property away from you. Police power, they're telling you how to use it. This is an important distinction because what this means is in police power, they're not giving you money. Everybody got that? They're not giving you money because they're not taking the property away from you. So some of these questions seem a little easy to you. Some of them seem hard to you. Either way, I'll try and give a little explanation. So if it's too easy, I'll explain the concept. If it's too hard, I'll explain the concept. So either way, it helps you out. Okay, the total collection of rights which may be claimed by private ownership is best described as A, freehold, B, the bundle of rights, C, an estate, or D, the fee simple system. And the answer is B, the bundle of rights. If you guys don't know what the bundle of rights are, think of it like a hockey team. Each player represents a right, and when a penalty occurs, the player gets taken off the ice. That's what the bundle of rights are. And if every player creates a violation and they're all off the ice, you forfeit the game, i.e. your property. What do you think of that analogy? It's a good one. So each player represents a right, your bundle of rights. And you can lose a right depending on a violation you commit. And when you lose all those rights, you essentially lose the entire property as a whole. You guys like that analogy? Brittany likes a straw. Okay, Brittany. We could go with a straw. Instead of hockey players, think of straws in your hand, if that helps. By the way, if you guys want to follow me, there I am. There's my Instagram. Joe Juder Instagram. I would love if you guys follow me. I post some professional tips and some things I post that just help me with my day-to-day. I like to share things that help me get through the day, and maybe it'll help you too. So if you want to follow me, I'd be excited about that. I really appreciate it. Okay, moving right along. Straws, hockey sticks, whatever you want. A listing agreement is A, unilateral bilateral contract, B, all are correct, C, employment contract, or D, contract to find a buyer for a property. What do you guys think? Arthur's on the chat. Everybody say hi to Arthur. He's the one who designed this amazing system. Arthur, we got a $10 tip today. It's exciting stuff. And the answer is all are correct. So a listing can be bilateral or unilateral. Exclusive listings are bilateral because there's a commitment on both sides. When you have an open listing, there's no commitment on the broker side to find a buyer, but if they do find that buyer, you have to pay them. But they're not committed to look. Where with an exclusive listing, you're committed to look. And this is an employment contract. Your contract to find a buyer, not to sell the house. This is an important distinction. So just so you guys know, to give a shout out to Arthur, he's a very special guy because just so you guys know, this whole program is designed by him. We didn't get some template. We didn't purchase some other system. He catered this program for everybody as per your request. So if you guys have requests on how to make it better, let us know. And he constantly builds features like this highlighted bit here, like the green and the columns on the side and the red bar up top. Everything he custom made by himself. Okay, moving right along. Which of the following would be the best and most complete definition of the term encumbrance? A, the use of property by a debtor to offer a creditor security for a debt. B, the degree, quantity, nature, and extent interest which a person has in real property. C, anything which affects or limits the fee simple title to property. Or D, any action taken relative to property other than acquiring or transferring title. What do you guys think? Anything with effects or limits property. Good. Give me an example of an encumbrance. I want everybody in the chat to write an example of an encumbrance. I want everybody in the chat to write an example of an encumbrance. And if your screen is blurry, change the settings to 720 HD. Woo, we got 460 people in the chat right now. Exciting stuff. Easements, liens, clouds on title, mortgages, great. Anything which limits you. Good job, guys. Ugh, more reading. Mary owns a parcel of land and is trying to show the exceptional circumstances exist which justify using the land in a way which is prohibited by current zoning laws. Her intended use would not be detrimental to the public. She would probably petition the Planning Commission for a rezoning agreement, B, building permit, C, redevelopment permit, or D, variance. And the answer is D, variance. Here's the definition I want you guys to remember. Everybody ready? A variance is an exception to the rule that will not affect the rest of the community. Everybody got it? It's an exception to the rule that will not affect the rest of the community. The key point is it can't affect anybody else, and you need special circumstances to petition for it. All right, good job, everybody. You guys should all get this one right super quick because we just went over this. Land that is subject to an easement is said to be A, encroached, B, appurtenant, C, restricted, or D, encumbered. What do you guys think? Everybody should get this right super quick. D, encumbered. We just went over that. If you guys got that wrong, I'd cry. Don't make me cry. Don't make me sad. Don't make me blue. You know that, darling. So in love with you. Okay, moving right along. Blockbusting is best described as an attempt, A, to panic a neighborhood into thinking property values will decline due to unwanted persons moving in. B, by insurance companies to refuse to issue homeowners policies to certain residents of the city. C, to form guerrilla bands to use violent actions to integrate neighborhoods. Or D, by banks to refuse loans to homeowners in certain segments of the city. And the answer is A. Blockbusting, panic peddling, panic selling are essentially the same thing. They all say you better sell your house because those people are moving into town and you don't want to live by those people, do you? That is discriminatory. It is a violation of the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And it's an easy one to get right on your exam. So make sure you know that. It's a big no-no. Redlining has to do with finances. Somebody wrote that. That's specific to financing. And steering has to do with working with buyers. Yeah, so D would be redlining. Good point, whoever wrote that. Involuntary methods of conveying property include all the following except A, quitclaim deeds, B, adverse possession, C, escheat, or D, condemnation. What do you guys think? What do you guys think for the answer here? Okay, and the answer here would be A, quitclaim deeds. All right. So a quitclaim deed is just a voluntary transfer of property. In fact, it's the most immediate way to transfer property. All right, it's just an immediate foreign transfer. The rest is getting transferred whether you like it or not. They're mostly government powers doing it, or you've been sued or something of that nature, okay? So quitclaim deed is an immediate transfer of the property. Usually it's done between friends and family and whatnot. If you guys have Instagram and want to follow the Prep Agent Instagram, here's our Prep Agent profile. I welcome you there to follow us there. If you guys want, just follow us there on prep_agent. Good stuff. Moving right along. RESPA would apply to which of the following? Homes and residential dwellings only, 1 to 4 family residential dwellings, commercial real estate only, or D, subdivisions? What do you guys think? And the answer here is B. Residential real estate is defined as 1 to 4 units. Just so we're clear, it's defined as 1 to 4 units. And we spoke about focusing on residential stuff before. A change in the flight patterns that cause a loss in property value would be an example of A, aviation obsolescence, B, physical deterioration, C, economic obsolescence, or D, functional obsolescence. And the answer is C, economic obsolescence. Economic obsolescence is a form of depreciation that happens for causes outside your property lines. See how many more we got. Woo! We got a bunch more. I hope you guys are getting comfortable. A bill of sale is used to transfer the ownership of what? A, personal property, B, real property, C, fixtures, or D, appurtenances. What do you guys think? And the answer here would be personal property. The rest of these are real. One of them actually says real property. The other are types of real property. Fixtures are included with your purchase contract when you buy the house, and so is anything that's appurtenant. When you have something that is personal property and part of the sale, you got to attach a bill of sale to it because it's not real property. It's not incorporated into the purchase agreement. Okay. When a dam broke, the flow of water cut away a strip of land from the riverbank. This would be known as A, reversion, B, avulsion, C, accretion, and D, alluvium. What do you guys think? And the answer is avulsion. Avulsion, sudden, violent tearing away of the land. As I read more questions and I become a little more lazy with my articulation of the words, my accent starts to come out. Can you guys guess where I was originally from? meaning from ages 0 to 18. Can you guys guess? Who can guess where I'm from based upon my accent? I don't have a strong accent, so it's not easy. It's not easy. It's a tough one. So I don't have a strong accent. And also, I left that area when I was 18. What do you guys think? Arthur says Australia. I grew up in the suburbs of New York. I do have strong ties to Colombia, but that's not where I actually grew up. But I do have very strong ties there. Mi gente! Okay, moving right along. I used to watch Mookie Wilson and Keith Hernandez and Darryl Strawberry and Dwight Gooden. You guys probably know how old I am if you know your baseball. And I was excited when Joe Morris was the running back of the Giants and Al Toon was catching passes for the Jets. So all my New Yorkers probably could guess my age from the names I just threw out there. Okay, a promise in exchange for a promise supported by consideration is the basis for A, multilateral contract, B, unilateral contract, C, offer to lease, D, valid binding bilateral contract. What do you guys think? By the way, everybody's writing Columbia. Just so you guys know, it's COLOMBI, not U. U is the university in New York or the city in South Carolina. The country is spelled with an O. Pet peeve for Colombians, FYI. Okay, here we go. And the answer is, boom! Valid binding bilateral contract. Bilateral is a promise for a promise. Supposed to be unilateral contract was just one promise. Unilateral is one promise, like a lost dog sign. Stu mentioned I might have a knock-knock joke. Yeah, I heard about that. The problem is I'm not 10 years old, so I don't have a knock-knock joke ready. Ouch. Arthur's got knock-knock jokes. Okay, moving right along. Clara Ruiz says, I'm from Colombia. Am I right, Clara? Spell with an O, people. In the formation of contracts, valuable, good, sufficient, adequate are terms mostly closely associated with which of the following? A, consideration, B, bilateral contracts, C, compensation, or D, performance. Congratulations, Miss Ellen, on passing. Everybody say congratulations, Miss Ellen. And the answer on the board here is consideration. It's one of the 4 essentials of a valid contract. Can you guys give me the essentials of a valid contract? I would like you guys to give me the essentials of a valid contract. Can you guys give me the essentials of a valid contract? What do you guys think? What are the 4 essentials of a valid contract? Lawful object, good job, Josh. Consideration, as it says on the board. Mutual agreement, and capable parties. Good, I'll say it again. Offer acceptance, capable parties, mutual agreement, and consideration. Great job, everybody. And by the way, if you guys want to learn how to grow your business, you could do this before you pass. You could start learning now. Go to our Agent School YouTube channel. Arthur and I started this a little while ago. We're putting up some great content there. Make sure you subscribe to this. Here, I'll put it in the show notes, or the chat, I should say. Follow us there, and we're going to talk about industry things. Stu's going to do Friday webinar on updates in the industry, what's happening. Because, guys, honestly, we don't want to just get you past the exam. We want to see you succeed in real estate well beyond. The goal is not to pass the exam, and all that's free. It's all free on Agent School right now. So, because we want to see you guys do well. It just didn't sit well with Arthur and I that people were passing, and then a year later they weren't in the business. Arthur and I had to have a real heart-to-heart about it, and we were like, this isn't what we're in this for. We're not in it for people just to pass the exam. We want people to have a successful career. So subscribe to that. It doesn't cost anything. It's part of our mission to help people get their career going. So after you pass, you'll know what to do. Okay, moving on to the question on the board. A listing broker had a signed sales contract on a house. The broker then noticed a crumbling wall in the basement. The broker should inform A, both the buyer and the seller, B, the seller only, C, the buyer, seller, and the mortgage company, and D, the buyer only. And the answer is both the buyer and seller. You're talking about a material fact. We're talking about crumbling wall in the basement. So when you got a material fact, you got to disclose to everybody, the buyer, seller, the postman, the dog walking across the street. You can't keep those things a secret. So let me show us one more time. There it is. You guys are going to have to pay for a lot of stuff. So take advantage of free stuff. We're not charging anything. You're with us. You trusted us. So we're trying to come through for you guys. So this is all free. If you don't like it, it costs you nothing. Just trying to follow through with our commitment to make sure you guys have a new career. Okay, moving right along here. When a buyer withdraws his offer to purchase real property prior to acceptance by the seller, the A, buyer is entitled to a refund of the earnest money deposit. B, seller may sue the buyer for specific performance and will probably win the suit. C, seller is entitled to 1/2 the earnest money deposit. Or D, broker may sue the buyer for a specific performance. And the answer is, what do you guys think? Let's hear it. What do you guys think? Boom! Buyer's entitled to get his deposit back. The key thing is there was no acceptance. I can make you an offer, but if you haven't formally accepted it, nothing happened. Give me my money back. Nothing happened. There's actually a 3-step process for offer and acceptance. There's offer, acceptance, and communicate back acceptance to the buyer. All right, think of it this way. If I offer you money, you accept it, and I'm sitting there waiting to hear from you, and you never tell me you accepted it, I have the right to go make an offer at another house. How am I supposed to know you accepted it? Everybody got that? So it's actually a 3-step process. Offer, acceptance, communicate back acceptance. Does that make sense, everybody? So just remember, it's a 3-step process, and when you think about it logically, it makes sense. So another study tip for you guys, all right, just to kind of mitigate the requests we get. A lot of people write to us and say, Joe, I failed a bunch of times, or I'm having trouble with this. What do I do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? I promise you guys, Arthur and I put our heart and soul into this program. Everything we got is here. There's no secrets. There's nothing we're going to tell you guys on the side. It's going to be like, oh, well, let me tell you this. We didn't tell anybody else, but since you messaged me on Instagram, here's the secret. No secret. Kind of like in Kung Fu Panda. If you ever watched Kung Fu Panda, when he gets the scroll and he opens it, and he goes, there is no secret. The secret is to believe in yourself. Who's ever seen Kung Fu Panda? It applies so much. Sometimes there's no secret, guys. It's just right there in front of you. You just got to work a little harder and overcome things that may be a little more difficult to you than it is to other people. That's just reality. Some things are going to be harder for you. Some things are going to be easier for you. Just the way it is. Because I get messages, Arthur gets messages, Matt gets messages all the time saying, what do I do? What do I do? We put it all in there. It's all in there. Everything we know to do is in there. No secret sauce. That's right. You guys seen Kung Fu Panda? If you haven't, it's probably my favorite cartoon movie. That and The Jungle Book. The bare necessities. Mother Nature's recipe. Okay, here we go. Next question. The effectiveness of the market data approach is limited most by which of the following factors? A, the differences in the comparable property. B, economic conditions that rapidly change. C, the financing terms of comparable property. Or D, types of properties that are regularly sold. Brenda wrote in capitals, next question. All right, Brenda, don't need to yell at me. You guys ever feel that when people like write you in capitals, you're just like, whoo, stop yelling at me. Capital letters always mean somebody's screaming at you. And the answer here is, boom, economic conditions that rapidly change. So the market data approach takes in comps, usually within the last 6 months, all right? And if something's happened in the last 6 months, like, I don't know, if a global pandemic strikes your town, that could drastically affect all the comps, okay? And therefore, the market data approach doesn't work anymore. What item will appear as a debit on the buyer's closing statement? A, none of the other options are correct. B, prepaid homeowner's insurance. C, the purchase price. Or D, unpaid property taxes. What do you guys think? And the answer is, what do you guys think? The price of the house. So debit's money you owe, credit's money is coming to you. Debit just means that you owe money, and the biggest thing you're going to owe is the price of the home. So obviously that's the purchase price. For a buyer, it's the price of the home. I feel like we're doing good. What do you guys think? Good energy? We got a real positive group here. I love that we don't have those annoying trolls. One of the beauties of our webinars in this age where so many people write nasty things on the internet behind the cover of a computer screen, we never experience that in our webinars. I'm so grateful to you guys for that. People are supportive and helpful, and you guys know in this day and age, that just doesn't always happen. Arthur and I, when we started these webinars, we were worried about like the internet trolls rearing their ugly heads. It just hasn't happened. So honestly, guys, I love you guys for that, and it really kind of makes us easy for us to do what we do. Okay, an appraiser examines a building that is 25 years old. Because of superior upkeep, it has the condition of an 11-year-old building. The appraiser may use the 11-year-old age as the A, actual age, B, effective age, C, numerical age, or D, physical age. What do you guys think? And the answer is B, effective age. One of these days, I'll tell you guys a story of how Arthur and I started this together. It's a good story, but for now, let's get past the exam. Another time, we'll get into that story. Moving right along. When the rent is charged based on the gross sale of a business, the lease is correctly termed A, a gross lease, B, a net lease, C, a voidable lease, or D, a percentage lease. Arthur says, Joe, save me from bankruptcy. Arthur, we'll make a video about that later. Arthur and I are very close. We've known each other for many years. Okay, so the answer here is D, percentage lease. So there's different types of leases that you guys need to know for the exam. You have the gross lease, percentage lease, net lease, and sandwich lease. Okay? So a percentage lease is based upon the gross receipts, right? It means for a business, you pay a percentage of the money coming in. A net lease is when you pay for things like taxes, insurance, and maintenance, like the tenant. A gross lease is what you typically have on residential property because you're paying a set amount, all right? And a sandwich lease is also known as a subletting. So if you guys think, oh, I've never heard of a sandwich lease, don't worry about it. It's just another word for subletting, where the lessor is also the lessee. Okay? How many of you guys know your OREE rule? Who knows their OREE rule? If you don't know your OREE rule, you must know it in order to pass the exam. If you do not know it, you will fail. If you know it, you're in good shape. Here you guys go. Ready? A one, 2, 3. Lessor, vendor, optionor, grantor is the giver, the proprietor for your pleasure. Lessee, vendee, optionee, grantee, give me property, makes me happy. EE receives, OR gives. Is there an exception to that rule? Do you guys think there's an exception to that rule? Is there an exception to the glorious OREE rule? What do you guys think? No! There's no exceptions to that rule. It's a suffix. There's no exceptions. And if you have a teacher who tells you an exception to that rule, tell them they stink and they need to attend webinars with Cynthia, Stu, and I, like real quick. Okay? The mortgage is not an exception because the mortgagor needs to give the promissory note, which is collateral, to the mortgagee, which is the lender. The lender's not lending any money if they don't receive that first. People think money, but the money's not the first thing that happens in that transaction. Before you do that, you got to give a pledge. That's why the mortgagor is the OR. Everybody got that? Yes, and mortgage has some roots, meaning death pledge. I don't know how that all came about, but that's what it is. Okay, moving right along. Which of the following types of legal descriptions identifies a property by outlining its boundaries in terms of a series of directions and distances from a specific point of beginning? A, geodetic, B, lot and block, C, meets and bounds, or D, rectangular? So he's asking about Kentucky. We cannot go over every individual state now of what's going to happen in each individual state. Everything we're doing now applies to the national content that applies to everybody. Okay, the answer here is meets and bounds. Promise me something. Everybody ready? Promise me you will never circle something you never heard of. If you never heard of it, do not circle it. I know a lot of you guys are looking at what's geodetic. I don't know. It's something you never heard of. Don't circle it. Everybody promise me that. On your exam, promise me you will never circle something that you've never heard of. How many of you guys, and be honest, will get a little insecure on your exam, be like, wow, I've never heard of that word, but it looks fancy. Was it in my book? I'm not sure. Never saw it before, but man, that looks like an important word. Sounds about right. And you start justifying it in your head over and over again. You got to trust in your studies. Circle things you're familiar with. If you've never heard of it, don't circle it. Am I right or am I right? How many of you guys have done that where you do an exam and you're just like, I've never heard of that word, but woof, looks important. Looks like an important word. I feel like I should know that. This idea that you're going to understand not only the correct answer, but all 4 options, not going to happen. Okay, with a tenancy for years, A, 30-day notice is required to terminate the lease. B, no notice is required to terminate the lease. C, the term of the lease must be for at least 1 year. Or D, the lessee has a freehold estate. And the answer is B. This is also known as an estate for years when there's a defined period of time, like in a summer rental. So the moment you move in, they know when you're leaving. Therefore, you don't need to give notice to terminate because they know the moment you moved in. In some states, the instrument used instead of a mortgage is A, promissory note, B, release deed, C, negotiable instrument, or D, a deed of trust. What do you guys think? And the answer is D, a deed of trust. The depth of how much you have to know about a mortgage or a deed of trust depends on what state you're in, obviously. But you all should know basically what they are no matter what state you're in. A deed of trust is a 3-party system with a trustor, trustee, and beneficiary. A mortgage is a 2-party system with mortgagor or mortgagee. I won't get into more depth than that. Like I said, the depth of knowledge you have to have on each depends on what your state laws are and what they use. But a basic definition of the two, we all should know that. There's no math in California. Jones put his house on the market. Brown made a written purchase offer that Jones accepted in writing. When is this contract valid? A, when Brown is notified of the acceptance. B, when the broker gets his fee. C, as soon as the signatures are notarized. D, immediately. What do you guys think? And the answer when he gets acceptance. Remember I spoke about this before? The process for offer and acceptance is offer, acceptance, and communicate back that acceptance, as the question says here. Everybody got that? Remember, if I don't know you accepted it, I'm going to move on. The primary purpose of a deed is to A, give constructive notice. B, prevent adverse possession. C, prove ownership. Or D, transfer title rights. What do you guys think? And the answer is D. Deed is there for evidence of transfer. It's evidence of transfer. Title is ownership. Deed is evidence of the transfer. We got a lot of questions here, so let's get moving on this a little bit. Remember, you could rewatch this whole thing. Which of the following is or are considered to be real property? A, toilet. B, furniture. C, concrete patio. Or D, sink. What is A? It's a toilet. Do I have to tell you what a toilet is? Okay, the answer is B, furniture. Because it doesn't necessarily stay with the property. It's personal to that person. You mean what a toilet? Okay, a toilet is a fixture. Is that what you're asking? It goes with the property. I guess in context. I should have explained that better. A new counteroffer. A, none of the other options are correct. B, the terms of the offer can never be changed. C, the counteroffer becomes the counteroffer E. Or D, the counteroffer can change the terms of the offer unilaterally. And the answer is C. A counteroffer is a brand new offer. So essentially the offer or becomes the offer E. The offer or becomes the offer E. Here's 500 grand for your house. No, here's my house for your 550 grand. Economic obsolescence in a property is generally A, a type of depreciation that is incurable, B, a result of poor maintenance, C, due to architectural faults, D, caused by the aging process. Somebody asked what adverse possession is. I can't get into that now. It's a long thing. I will do an Instagram story on that, so watch for that. I will have it done by the end of the day today, okay? A story on my Instagram about what is adverse possession. So check that out. I promise, whoever asked that, I'll answer it there. I promise. Okay, the answer is the type of depreciates incurable. Incurable. Okay. Now, obviously, you could have like neighborhood watches and petition the government, but you got to be reasonable here. Generally, when there's economic obsolescence, people move. Which of the following is an encumbrance? A, liens, B, easements, C, all of their options are correct, or D, mortgages? And the answer is C, all of their options are correct. One example of an easement of gross is the right of A, owners to cut across a neighbor's property, B, utility companies to access a property in order to maintain wires or pipes, C, owners to use the neighbor's backyard for their own recreation, or D, a roofing company working on repairs to store some of their equipment in the neighbor's yard. And the answer is B, easement and gross is when you cross your property, but you're not trying to get to another property. The common example is a crossing property to fix telephone pole lines. Why every single textbook uses the example of telephone pole lines, I don't know why. Maybe you guys know. Which of the following would be classified as a general lien? A, mechanics lien, B, property tax lien, C, judgment lien, or D, real estate property tax lien? What do you guys think? And the answer is C, judgment lien. Hopefully you guys realize that B and D are the same thing. Property tax liens are specific liens. I mean, if you don't take it, they only take the property. So is mechanics liens. But if you lose a judgment in court, they could take everything from you. Okay, moving right along. The difference between the value of a property and the total amount of liens against it is known as A, collateral, B, a down payment, C, equity, or D, actual cash value. And the answer is C, equity. How's my audio been? I've had the air conditioning on while I'm doing this. I want to make sure it doesn't bother you guys. So if it really stinks with the air conditioning, I will sit here and sweat, but I prefer not to. Equity is the interest in the property above and beyond all liens against it, meaning after you sell the property, what you could take home. Okay. Which type of lease requires the lessee to pay a flat rent? A, a sandwich lease, B, a percentage lease, C, a gross lease, and D, a net lease. And the answer is a gross lease. We went over that earlier. Arthur, can you believe it? We are 1 hour into the webinar and we have 490 people watching. It's crazy. We had like 460 in the beginning at 490. You guys are sticking around, huh? We have not lost like anybody. You guys must have told your family, like, locking the door, don't bother me. The bald guy with the hat's talking and speaking some knowledge about my exam. So everybody back off. The township contains only A, 640 acres, B, 36 square yards, C, 23,040 square feet, or D, 36 sections. Somebody wrote we had over 500 before. Buzzkill. All right. The answer is 36 sections. So a section's 1 square mile. A township, it represents 36 sections. So a township is 36 square miles. Good. And you learn about that when you study meets and bounds, of which we got a great video on it. You can look it up on our Prep Agent YouTube channel. Which of the following would usually occur in a sale-leaseback transaction? A, the seller gets a return on the purchase in the form of rental properties. B, the rent that the seller pays is not income tax deductible. C, the property is sold on the condition that the new owner lease it back to the seller at the same time title passes. Or D, the buyer keeps capital in inventories rather than in realty. Arthur posted our Meets and Bounds video. Check it out. And Arthur, if there's anything you want to mention, like our question of the day that you email out or anything else you want to mention, just let me know. I'm happy to mention that. So, I'm doing this webinar. I may forget some stuff. So if there's any stuff you want me to bring up, just say in the chat, and I'll repeat it on the mic. All right. And the answer is C. The property is sold on the condition that the new owner lease it back to the seller at the time title passes. Good. If one uses the words of definite duration to describe a lease, it's most likely an A, periodic tenancy, B, estate at sufferance, C, life estate, or D, estate for years. And the answer is estate for years. Remember we spoke about that? It's a fixed period of time. A life estate's not definite because you don't know when somebody's going to die. Periodic tenancies reoccurring and stated sufferance like a deadbeat tenant. I think I'm getting everyone right so far. Maybe I should take the exam for you guys. What do you guys think? No, I can't do that. I know some of you guys were thinking like, I know he's kidding, but is he serious? Like in the back of your head, there's like a little part of you is like, wait, is he kidding? As if he's not, I'm totally down. No, you big cheaters. How many of you guys tell your kids, don't cheat, study, learn your stuff, and do the best you can, and do it with honor and courage? And then if I told you, hey, I got this answers to your exam, here it is, you'd be like, cool, give it to me. But what'd you tell your kid? Whatever, screw that, give me the answers. Right? How many of you guys is that totally you? Like, absolutely, just take the test from me. Rock and roll. It's different. I'm the parent. Okay, here we go. The type of real estate ownership that is most all-inclusive is A, life estate. B, fee simple absolute estate. C, qualified fee estate. Or D, reversionary interest. And the answer is fee simple absolute. It's the most absolute interest, but there still is taxes. So there's still some encumbrances there. An agent becomes the agent of the seller when both the seller and the agent sign an A, purchase agreement, B, transfer disclosure statement, C, listing agreement, D, agency disclosure statement. Somebody said, Joe, do you have dogs? Yeah, I got two. Flaca and Gordo. Flaca and Gordo. Those are my two dogs. For those guys that don't speak Spanish, I basically named my dogs Fat and Skinny. Okay, the answer here is boom. C, a listing agreement. A listing agreement. Boom, that's that contract. It's the doozy. Which of the following would be classified as a general lien? A, mechanics liens. B, property tax lien. C, real estate property tax lien. Or D, judgment lien. Sabrina, stop copying and pasting capital letters all the time, please. Just write to me on Instagram. I'll try and do a video on it. We got a lot of questions to go through. Okay, the answer is D, judgment lien. I think we did one very similar to this. Did we already do this one? My bad, guys. My bad. The difference between a freehold and leasehold estate is the right of survivorship for the tenant. B, who is obligated to pay the property expenses. C, ownership versus the right to purchase. Or D, ownership versus possession. And the answer is ownership versus possession. Freehold, that's like fee simple absolute, life estate, fee simple determinal. Less than freehold, those are types of leases like estate for years, periodic tenancy, estate at sufferance, estate at will. Less than freeholds are basically types of leases. The term depreciation refers to the A, costs incurred to renovate or modernize a building, B, value of real estate after expiration of its useful life. C, loss of value in real estate from any cause. Or D, capitalized value of lost rental income. And the answer is C, loss in value from any cause. To help a buyer get an FHA loan, a real estate broker should put the buyer in contact with A, the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, B, the designated FHA appraiser in the area, C, a lending institution approved by the FHA, or D, the FHA. And the answer is C, a lending institution approved by the FHA. Let's follow up on that question with another one that's related. A purchaser is qualified to obtain an FHA loan for his new home. Which of the following would he apply to? A, an FHA lender, B, Freddie Mac, or C, Fannie Mae, or D, the FHA? So this is the similar question asked in a different way. It's important to see some of that sometimes. We don't always know exactly how they're going to ask it. Okay, so it's an FHA lender, not the FHA itself. An FHA lender is a lender that's approved by the FHA. A portion of Joe's building was inadvertently built on Ginny's land. This is called an A, easement, B, encroachment, C, avulsion, or D, accretion. What do you guys think? It's encroachment. Good. A broker accepts an exclusive authorization rights to listing on a corporation. During the listing term, all offers of the corporation die. In this case, A, the listing is automatically terminated. B, the listing must be acknowledged by the new appointed officers. C, the listing must be signed by the corporation board of directors. Or D, the listing remains in full effect. Ah! I clicked the wrong button. I meant D. Man! Sorry, guys. I meant to click that. Listing remains in full effect. Just with the corporation. I got one wrong! Don't judge me! I always get judged for my beauty. Don't judge me for this too. That's right, because it's a corporation. A type of real estate ownership that is most all-inclusive is A, qualified fee estate. B, fee simple absolute estate. C, reversionary interest. Or D, life estate. And the answer is B. Fee simple absolute estate. I just got that one wrong, so you guys rethink that whole idea of me taking the exam for you. All right. A balloon payment is usually associated with A, package mortgage, B, blanket mortgage, C, variable mortgage that varies with the cost of living index, or D, large payment during the term or the end of the payment schedule. And the answer is D. Boom! The Seddon family purchased the largest and most expensive home in a new subdivision. 5 years later, when they were ready to move, they discovered that the value of their home had gone up proportionally less than the other houses in the neighborhood. This phenomenon is an example of the principle of A, substitution, B, diminishing return, C, change, or D, regression. And the answer is D, regression. That means nice homes value gets brought down because it's around lesser homes. If the owners of a shopping center want a major department store's lease to provide rental payments that reflect the store's sales, they're most likely to use which of the following types of leases? A, flat fee, B, net, C, gross, or D, percentage? What do you guys think? That would be a percentage lease. Good. Eminent domain and escheat are two examples of A, transfer of title by descent, B, adverse possession, C, involuntary alienation, or D, voluntary alienation. And the answer is C. These are both examples of the government taking your property from you, whether you like it or not. A property owner conveys a life estate to his brother for the brother's lifetime. It designates his cousin as the person to whom the property will pass when the life estate ends. When the brother dies, what happens to the property? A, the property owner must designate a remainderment of the property. B, the property passes to the brother's heirs. C, the cousin automatically becomes a fee simple owner of the property. Or D, the property reverts back to the original owner of the property. And the answer is C. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, clicked the wrong one. Okay, the cousin gets the property. It's designated his cousin as the person to whom the property will pass. Good. How big is an acre? Everybody tell me how big an acre is. Write in the comments, how big is an acre? How big is an acre? 43,560 square feet. Good, just as it says right there. Boom. A landowner sells 1 acre of his 2-acre property to a friend. He reserves for himself an appurtenant easement over the friend's land for ingress and egress. The landowner's property is A, the dominant tenement, B, the servient tenement, C, is subject to an easement in gross, or D, cleared of the easement when the landowner sells the remaining acre to a third party. What do you guys think? What do you think? The dominant tenement, because they have the right to cross the property. Good. The amount of a loan expressed as percentage of value of the real estate offered as collateral is the A, amortization ratio, B, debt to equity ratio, C, capital use ratio, or D, loan to value ratio. And the answer is D, loan to value ratio. Guys, I encourage you to watch this again and again. We're going through a lot of stuff here. And I also encourage you not only to make comments on our YouTube video when you see this, but also look at those YouTube comments and help other people. Like comment on their comments. When you see a question, just participate. We could all help each other out. There's no way Arthur and I could like address every single person, every comment on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook groups, our emails, everything. So that's why we really try hard to build a community where we help each other. Because all of us helping each other will go a lot further than just our team, no matter how big our team is, trying to do it all. Part of the consideration offered to a seller when the buyer signs an agreement of sale is called A, an option, B, a recognizance, C, an earnest money, or D, a freehold estate. And the answer is boom, earnest money deposit shows that you're serious about your offer. Just a little reminder about our Instagram profiles. There's the Prep Agent Instagram profile. Check it out. There's mine. There's our website. And back to the practice questions. For the past 30 years, the Seddons continue to operate a neighborhood grocery store. Last week, the City Council passed a zoning ordinance that prohibits packaged food sales in the area where the Seddons grocery store is located. The store is now an example of A, violation of eminent domain, B, non-conforming use, C, illegal enterprise, or D, variance of the zoning laws. That's right, Jason, you can watch it later. What do you guys think here? Boom, non-conforming use. Excellent. A real estate broker is responsible for a chain of events that result in the sale of his client's property. This broker is legally called the A, responsible party, B, compensable cause, C, initiating factor, or D, procuring cause. And the answer is D, procuring cause. Good job. Procuring cause is the reason somebody's there. The principle of appraising, which states the maximum value is achieved when the property is in harmony with its surrounding, is the principle of A, conformity, B, highest and best use, C, contribution, or D, competition. The answer is B, highest and best use. Conformity. I meant conformity. Oh, sorry, we're getting deeper in the webinar here. My bad, guys. Conformity is when all the properties look alike, so value goes up, like in South Beach, Miami. Woo! Sorry, we're getting deep into this. I'm going to take a 2-second break, get some water. Don't go anywhere. I think I need to kind of refresh. 1 second. Everybody sing like Mary Had a Little Lamb. I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right, did you miss me? Did you guys miss me? I know I was gone for a while, and you're like, what? Where'd he go? All right, here we go. Back to the matter at hand. The addition to one's land by the gradual deposit of soil through natural causes is A, annihilation, B, ademption, C, accretion, or D, avulsion. What do you guys think? And the answer is C, accretion. Good. Excellent. A home is the smallest in a neighborhood of large, expensive homes. The larger house have an effect on the value of the smaller home, called a principle of A, progression, B, regression, C, contribution, or D, substitution. What do you guys think? And the answer is, what do you guys think? The answer is progression. Good. Progression value goes up. Regression, it goes down. Contributions, like when you add a swimming pool or something to the house. A tenant's lease is expired, but the tenant has not vacated the premise or renegotiated a lease. The landlord has not given the tenant permission to remain in the building. The situation is an example of A, an estate from year to year, B, tenancy at will, C, estate for years, or D, tenancy at sufferance. What do you guys think? The answer is D, tenancy at sufferance. The landlord is suffering. Poor landlord. Tenant won't leave. The portion of the value of an owner's property that exceeds the amount of the owner's mortgage is called A, surplus, B, equity, C, escrow, or D, equality. This is a similar concept we did before, framed in a different way. So we try and do that a lot so you guys get these questions right. And the answer is B, equity. Good. When a company furnishes materials for construction of a house and is subsequently not paid, it may file A, mechanics lien, B, deficiency judgment, C, estoppel certificate, or D, lease pendants. What do you guys think? The answer is A, mechanics lien, which is also known as the specific lien. Meaning if you don't pay, they can take one thing specifically. Mechanics lien is an involuntary specific lien. Somebody said, how many questions left? Just these. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Just these ones left. You guys see them in the right-hand column. Not much more. A buyer, Joe, and a seller, Stephen, both sign a purchase contract. What title of interest, if any, just don't have the property at this point? And the answer is B, equitable. Equitable is the right to possess with the right to get legal title at a later date. Legal title you get when you have everything. Loans are paid off. Everything's done. The court ordered to properly designate individuals to sell property in order to satisfy a judgment is called A, a deficiency judgment, B, a writ of execution, C, a lease pendants, or D, an attachment. Is constructive eviction illegal? Yep. Somebody does that, they could be in trouble. Constructive eviction is basically just like kicking somebody out by like not fixing the heat and making it unlivable. And this answer is boom, a writ of execution. That's a court order to sell something. A borrower takes out a mortgage loan that requires monthly payments of $875.70 for 20 years and a final payment of $24,095. This is what type of loan? So this would be a balloon loan because there's a large payment at the end. There's a large payment at the end. Real property can become personal property by the process called A, attachment, B, severance, C, hypothecation, or D, accretion. And the answer here is B. Just think you're severing it off, like you're chopping it off. Real property becomes personal. Boom. A lot of you people know when personal becomes real about fixtures and attachment and all that. This is going the other direction. Taking something that's real and making it personal. Think of it. You're severing it off. You're cutting it off. The removal of land when a stream suddenly changes its channel is A, avulsion, B, accretion, C, adverse possession, or D, breach. And the answer is avulsion. We went over that before. Avulsion is the sudden, violent tearing away of land. It's avulsion. It's avulsion, guys. It's sudden. Once you see that word suddenly, it's avulsion. Accretion's more gradual. Everybody got that? Accretion's gradual. So the moment you see that word here, sudden, you know it's avulsion. All right? A person who has complete control over a partial real estate is said to own A, life estate, B, fee simple estate, C, leasehold estate, or D, defeasible estate. And the answer is B, fee simple estate. Boom. Good. It's the highest degree of ownership. Discrimination is prohibited in lending practices under which of these acts? A, Equal Credit Opportunity, B, Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, C, Fannie Mae, or D, Truth in Lending Act. And the answer here is A, Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Good. RESPA doesn't deal with discrimination. RESPA deals with other things. Equal Credit Opportunity Act deals with discrimination. What activity requires a real estate license? A, a service that for a fee matches individuals who want to sell property. B, a homeowner selling their home. C, a resident manager who collects rent on behalf of a building owner. Or D, an executor selling a descendant's building. And the answer is A. Boom! We have two more questions left. Before we do those two more, I'm going to get my gratuitous plug in. Please, everybody, tell everybody about our Prep Agent website. We love it if you did. Subscribe to my Instagram, Joe Juder. Subscribe to the Prep Agent Instagram, prep_agent. And of course, subscribe to our Agent School YouTube channel where we will make you guys real estate geniuses. And when you pass, you'll be ready to rock. All right? It's all free there. Everything I just showed you there. Well, not the website. The other stuff is. And here we go. 2 more questions. A normal section of the government rectangular survey system contains A, 36 square miles, B, 6 square miles, C, 1 square mile, or D, 160 acres. And it says, this is awesome, can you host another? Depends how many people subscribe, Anna. I'll do another, Anna, don't worry. And the answer is 1 square mile. We talked about a section, a township, which is 36 square miles. The section's 1 square mile. Last question. A possessory right or ownership interest in real estate is called an A, abstract of title, B, ad valorem, C, estate, or D, affidavit. And the answer is, for the last question of the day, C, estate. Thank you, everybody. You've been amazing. I hope this helped you. This was a lot of information. Diana's just getting tired, as am I. They're going to go take a nap. But rewatch this over and over again. Share this with your friends by all means. That's what it's meant for. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you soon. Bye.
Welcome! We have prepared for you 100 real estate questions that will help you study and prepare for your real estate exam. Please like this video and let's get started.
Question 1. Which 2 documents are necessary to establish a legally binding mortgage loan? A. Promissory note and deed of trust. B. Sales contract and mortgage agreement. C. Title insurance and appraisal report. D. Warranty deed and lease agreement. The correct answer is A. Promissory note and deed of trust. The promissory note outlines the borrower's promise to repay the loan, while the deed of trust secures the property as collateral for the loan. Question 2. If a buyer defaults on a sales contract after providing $10,000 as earnest money for a $200,000 property, what can the seller do with the $10,000? A. Return the entire amount to the buyer. B. Keep the entire amount as compensation. C. Deduct any incurred expenses and return the remaining amount. D. Distribute the money among the real estate agents involved. The correct answer is B. Keep the entire amount as compensation. Earnest money serves as a form of security deposit and is typically forfeited by the buyer in the event of default as a way to compensate the seller for any losses or damages. Question 3. When there is an easement appurtenant between 2 separately owned parcels of land, what does it signify? A. The parcels have a shared driveway. B. One parcel has exclusive access to the other. C. Both parcels have equal rights to use a portion of each other's land. D. The parcels are jointly owned by multiple individuals. The correct answer is C. Both parcels have equal rights to use a portion of each other's land. An easement appurtenant grants one property the right to use a specific part of another property, usually for access or utility purposes, while both properties retain separate ownership. Question 4. What is the current maximum loan amount for a VA loan with no down payment in the United States? A. $484,350. B. $548,250. C. $625,500. D. There is no maximum loan amount. The correct answer is D. There is no maximum loan amount. VA loans do not have a maximum loan amount, but they do have limits on how much the VA will guarantee, which can vary by location. Additionally, lenders may have their own maximum loan amounts based on their underwriting standards. Question 5. In real estate, what is the closest meaning to the term quieting a title? A. Clearing any liens or encumbrances on a property. B. Transferring ownership from the seller to the buyer. C. Resolving disputes over property boundaries. D. Conducting a thorough property inspection. The correct answer is A. Clearing any liens or encumbrances on a property. Quieting a title refers to the legal process of resolving any claims, defects, or disputes that could cloud or challenge the ownership rights of a property, ensuring a clear and marketable title. Question 6. Which of the following is not a way by which an offer to purchase real estate would be terminated? A. Acceptance by the seller. B. Revocation by the buyer. C. Counteroffer by the seller. D. Rejection by the buyer. The correct answer is A. Acceptance by the seller. Acceptance by the seller indicates agreement and leads to the formation of a contract. The termination of an offer can occur through revocation, counteroffer, or rejection, but not acceptance. Question 7. If your broker sells a triangular parcel of land for $750 an acre and your commission rate is 8%, what will be your commission if the land has a base length of 1,200 feet and a height of 700 feet? A. $578.51. B. $1,680.20. C. $2,520.05. D. $3,360. The correct answer is A. $578.51. The triangular parcel's area is 1/2 times base length times height equals 1/2 times 1,200 feet times 700 feet equals 420,000 square feet. There is 43,560 square feet in an acre. 420,000 divided by 43,560 equals 9.6418733 acres. 9.6418733 acres times 750 equals $7,231.40 times 8% equals $578.51. Question 8. Tom is constructing a new house valued at $100,000. Given that the average property value of his surrounding neighbors is $225,000, which principle suggests that Tom will experience a positive effect on his property value? A. Principle of regression. B. Principle of progression. C. Principle of substitution. D. Principle of contribution. The correct answer is B. Principle of progression. The principle of progression states that a property's value tends to increase when surrounded by higher valued properties. Tom's property value may benefit from the higher average property values of his neighbors. Question 9. Bob Jones, who lacks a real estate license, hires Sally's salesperson to sell his property. During Sally's absence, Bob shows the property, provides price quotations, and accepts deposits. What are the implications of Bob's actions? A. Bob's actions are legal as long as Sally consents. B. Bob's actions are illegal and can lead to legal consequences. C. Bob's actions are permissible if he is a property owner. D. Bob's actions are acceptable as long as he doesn't sign any contracts. The correct answer is B. Bob's actions are illegal and can lead to legal consequences. Conducting real estate activities without a license is prohibited in most jurisdictions. Bob's actions, such as showing the property, quoting prices, and accepting deposits, violate licensing requirements and can result in legal consequences. Question 10. In which of the following situations does the buyer hold equitable title? A. After signing the purchase agreement but before closing. B. Upon making an offer to purchase the property. C. When the seller accepts the buyer's offer. D. Once the buyer obtains financing approval. The correct answer is A. After signing the purchase agreement but before closing. Equitable title refers to the buyer's interest in the property before obtaining legal title. It typically occurs after signing the purchase agreement, granting the buyer certain rights and responsibilities while the closing process is underway. Question 11. What is a true statement regarding the recording of a deed? A. Recording a deed establishes ownership rights. B. Recording a deed is optional. C. Recording a deed transfers mortgage responsibility. D. Recording a deed protects against property taxes. The correct answer is A. Recording a deed establishes ownership rights. Recording a deed in the appropriate government office establishes the legal proof of ownership and protects the property rights of the owner. Question 12. If you purchased a house for the listed price with a 20% discount and sold it for the listed price, what percentage of profit would you earn? A. 20%, B. 0%, C. 100%, D. 120%. The correct answer is C. 100%. If you bought the house for the listed price with a 20% discount and sold it for the listed price, your selling price would match the purchase price, resulting in a 100% profit. Question 13. Charlie leases space for a restaurant and installs fixtures such as counters, booths, and stoves. Who will own these fixtures? A. Charlie, B. Lessor, property owner, C. Lessee, renter, D. Government. The correct answer is C. Lessee, renter. The stoves, counters, and booths can be removed by Charlie at any time before Charlie's lease expires. Question 14. In which type of loan does the lender set the interest rate? A. Fixed rate mortgage, B. Adjustable rate mortgage, C. Government-backed loan, D. Conventional loan. The correct answer is A. Fixed rate mortgage. In a fixed rate mortgage, the lender sets the interest rate at the beginning of the loan term, and it remains constant throughout the duration of the loan. Question 15. What does the term merchantable title or marketable title refer to? A. A title free from defects and legal encumbrances. B. A title with high market value. C. A title related to commercial properties. D. A title granted to merchants. The correct answer is A. A title free from defects and legal encumbrances. Merchantable title, or marketable title, refers to a property title that is considered clear and free from defects, liens, or other legal issues that could affect ownership rights or transferability. Question 16. What is the typical commission rate charged by real estate agents in the United States? A. 3%, B. 4%, C. 5%, D. 6%. The correct answer is A. 3%. The typical commission rate charged by real estate agents in the United States is around 3%. However, this can vary widely depending on location, the services provided by the agent, and other factors. It is important for sellers to negotiate the commission rate with their agent before signing a listing agreement. Question 17. If a landlord receives rent at the start of the month and sells the property 10 days later, how should the rent be prorated at settlement? A. No proration is needed. B. The entire month's rent is credited to the seller. C. The entire month's rent is credited to the buyer. D. The rent is divided based on the number of days owned by the seller and the buyer. The correct answer is D. The rent is divided based on the number of days owned by the seller and the buyer. To ensure a fair settlement, the rent should be prorated, dividing it based on the number of days the seller and buyer each own the property. Question 18. Which statement indicates that any verbal discussions made prior to a written contract are invalidated and cannot be considered? A. Statute of frauds. B. Parole evidence rule. C. Doctrine of laches. D. Rescission. The correct answer is B. Parole evidence rule. The parole evidence rule states that any verbal agreements or discussions made prior to a written contract are invalidated and cannot be considered in the contract's interpretation. Question 19. Which of the following formulas is used to determine value through the income approach in real estate? A. Value equals land cost plus construction cost. B. Value equals market demand plus supply. C. Value equals gross rent multiplier times monthly rent. D. Value equals appraised price minus closing costs. The correct answer is C. Value equals gross rent multiplier times monthly rent. The income approach calculates value by multiplying the gross rent multiplier, GRM, with the monthly rent, providing an estimation of the property's worth based on its income potential. Question 20. How is effective gross income defined in the income approach to property valuation? A. Total rental income minus vacancies and collection losses. B. Total operating expenses minus debt service. C. Total rental income plus operating expenses. D. Total rental income minus operating expenses. The correct answer is A. Total rental income minus vacancies and collection losses. Effective gross income in the income approach refers to the total rental income generated by the property minus any vacancies and collection losses. It represents the income stream available for property valuation. Question 21. If the number 12 on a clock were positioned facing north, what would be the description of N 60 degree? A. 12 o'clock. B. 9 o'clock. C. 10 o'clock. D. 3 o'clock. The correct answer is D. 3 o'clock. N 60 degree W represents a direction 60 degrees westward from north on a compass, which corresponds to the position of 3 o'clock on a clock face. Question 22. At what point does legal title to real property transfer from the seller to the buyer? A. Offer acceptance. B. Purchase agreement signing. C. Closing or settlement. D. Earnest money deposit. The correct answer is C. Closing or settlement. Legal title to real property typically transfers from the seller to the buyer at the closing or settlement, where all necessary documents are signed, funds are exchanged, and ownership is officially transferred. Question 23. A corner lot measures 60 by 90. If you plan to install a sidewalk 7 wide beyond the lot lines on both frontage streets, how many square feet of sidewalk will be installed? A. 1,260 square feet. B. 1,080 square feet. C. 2,520 square feet. D. 1,800 square feet. The correct answer is B. 1,080 square feet. To calculate the sidewalk area, we subtract the dimensions of the original lot, 60 by 90, from the extended lot, 74 by 104. The difference is 14 by 14 equals 196 square feet on each frontage street, totaling 392 square feet. Since there are 2 streets, the total sidewalk area is 392 square feet times 2 equals 784 square feet. Question 24. Tom and Jerry enter into a contract where Tom agrees to build a house and sell it to Jerry in 120 days. Jerry agrees to pay Tom's price within 60 days of completion. What type of contract is this before the house is completed? A. Option contract. B. Installment contract. C. Construction contract. D. Executory contract. The correct answer is D. Executory contract. This is an executory contract because both parties have yet to fulfill their obligations. The contract is binding, but the actions agreed upon are pending completion. Question 25. Mr. Brown grants his neighbor, Mr. White, a written servitude to cross his property, which is properly recorded. Later, Mr. Brown sells the property to Mr. Green without disclosing the existence of the servitude. What happens to this servitude? A. The servitude remains valid and continues to be enforceable against Mr. Green. B. The servitude is automatically terminated upon the sale of the property. C. Mr. White must request a new servitude from Mr. Green. D. The servitude becomes void and unenforceable against Mr. Green. The correct answer is A. The servitude remains valid and continues to be enforceable against Mr. Green. The servitude, being properly recorded, is binding on subsequent property owners, including Mr. Green, who must respect and honor the granted right-of-way. Question 26. Mike and Ike orally agree to a 2-year lease. If Ike breaches the agreement, can Mike bring a court action to enforce the lease? Explain why or why not. A. Yes, because an oral lease is legally binding. B. Yes, because Ike's breach violates the lease agreement. C. No, because oral leases are unenforceable. D. No, because written documentation is required for a valid lease. The correct answer is C. No, because oral leases are unenforceable. In most jurisdictions, oral leases exceeding a certain duration, for example 1 year, are unenforceable. Leases generally require written documentation to be legally binding. Question 27. What is another term for a due-on-sale clause in a real estate contract? A. Acceleration clause. B. Contingency clause. C. Escalation clause. D. Rescission clause. The correct answer is A. Acceleration clause. A due-on-sale clause in a real estate contract is also known as an acceleration clause, which allows the lender to demand full payment if the property is sold or transferred. Question 28. On a 90 by 90 lot with building setbacks of 30, from the front, 10 from the sides, and 20 from the rear. What is the net building area in square feet? A. 2,800 square feet. B. 4,500 square feet. C. 5,400 square feet. D. 6,210 square feet. The correct answer is A. 2,800 square feet. To calculate the net building area, subtract the setbacks from the lot dimensions, 90 minus 30 minus 20, times 90 minus 2 times 10, equals 40 times 70 equals 2,800 square feet per floor. Question 29. Which statement accurately describes a real estate mortgage? A. It conveys ownership of the property to the lender. B. It is a security instrument that pledges the property as collateral for a loan. C. It grants the borrower exclusive possession rights to the property. D. It automatically terminates upon loan repayment. The correct answer is B. It is a security instrument that pledges the property as collateral for a loan. A real estate mortgage serves as a security instrument where the borrower pledges the property as collateral to secure a loan, providing the lender with the right to foreclose if the loan is not repaid. Question 30. How are the numbers typically assigned on a range? A. From highest to lowest. B. From north to south. C. From west to east. D. From lowest to highest. The correct answer is C. From west to east. Numbers on a range, typically used for rural addresses, are assigned in ascending order from west to east along a road or street. Question 31. How do you determine the property taxes for a property? A. Multiply the assessed value by the tax rate. B. Subtract the tax exemptions from the assessed value. C. Divide the market value by the millage rate. D. Add the appraised value and the assessed value. The correct answer is A. Multiply the assessed value by the tax rate. Property taxes are typically calculated by multiplying the assessed value of the property by the tax rate set by the local government. Question 32. A lot with dimensions of 85 feet times 190 feet and 55 feet 9 inches times 120 feet has sold at 2 per square foot. What is the broker's commission at an 8% rate? A. $3,654.40. B. $8,208. C. $9,680.60. D. $11,528. The correct answer is A. $3,654.40. Calculate the total area of the lot by adding the areas of the two sections, 85 feet times 190 feet, plus 55 feet 9 inches times 120 feet, equals 22,840 square feet. 22,840 times 2 equals $45,680 sale price. Take the sales price times commission equals $3,654.40. Question 33. In which type of financing can negative amortization occur? A. Fixed rate mortgage. B. Adjustable rate mortgage. C. Conventional mortgage. D. FHA loan. The correct answer is B. Adjustable rate mortgage. Negative amortization can occur in an adjustable rate mortgage when the monthly payment is insufficient to cover the interest, resulting in the unpaid interest being added to the loan balance. Question 34. What is the primary characteristic of a variable rate mortgage? A. Fixed interest rate throughout the loan term. B. Ability to make extra principal payments. C. Monthly payment remains constant. D. Interest rate fluctuates based on market conditions. The correct answer is D. Interest rate fluctuates based on market conditions. The primary characteristic of a variable rate mortgage is that the interest rate adjusts periodically, typically based on an index such as the prime rate or treasury bill rate. Question 35. What is the term for the right of a water company to lay and maintain water mains along the rear of a lot? A. Water easement. B. Water servitude. C. Water lien. D. Water encroachment. The correct answer is A. Water easement. The right of a water company to lay and maintain water mains along the rear of a lot is commonly referred to as a water easement, granting the company access to the property for water supply infrastructure. Question 36. What does the covenant of season entail? A. Guarantee of clear title. B. Right to possess the property. C. Obligation to pay property taxes. D. Maintenance of the property's physical condition. The correct answer is A. Guarantee of clear title. The covenant of season ensures that the grantor of a property has the legal right to transfer ownership and guarantees that the property's title is free from any defects or claims. Question 37. If a right is not asserted within a reasonable time frame, what consequence might a court determine? A. Estoppel. B. Lien. C. Adverse possession. D. Abandonment. The correct answer is D. Abandonment. Failing to assert a right within a reasonable period of time can lead a court to determine that the right has been abandoned or waived by the party, thereby losing the ability to assert it. Question 38. A landlord selling his property collected June rent from 5 tenants, 2 at $345 and 3 at $425. What is the total rent collected? A. $1,965. B. $2,145. C. $2,135. D. $2,115. The correct answer is A. $1,965. Add the rent collected from each tenant, 2 times $345, plus 3 times $425, equals $1,965. Question 39. Which of the following is not a function of FNMA, Fannie Mae? A. Purchasing mortgage loans. B. Securitizing mortgages. C. Providing mortgage insurance. D. Regulating mortgage interest rates. The correct answer is D. Regulating mortgage interest rates. FNMA's functions include purchasing mortgage loans, securitizing mortgages, and providing mortgage insurance. But it does not regulate mortgage interest rates, which are set by market forces. Question 40. Which of the following represents a type of estate that is not freehold? A. A fee simple estate. B. A leasehold estate. C. A life estate. D. A remainder estate. Correct answer, B. A leasehold estate. A leasehold estate is a type of property ownership where a person holds the right to use and occupy the property for a specified period through a lease agreement, but they do not own the underlying land. It is a form of less than freehold estate because it is not a permanent ownership interest like a fee simple estate. Question 41. In what capacity can a broker execute a contract on behalf of their principal? A. Agent. B. Employee. C. Independent contractor. D. Subordinate. The correct answer is A. Agent. A broker acts as an agent when executing a contract on behalf of their principal, representing the principal's interests and acting within the scope of their authority. Question 42. What does it indicate when a borrower makes monthly loan payments of $612 on an amortized loan? A. Interest-only loan. B. Negative amortization. C. Fully amortized loan. D. Balloon payment loan. The correct answer is C. Fully amortized loan. Monthly loan payments of $612 on an amortized loan indicate that the borrower is paying both principal and interest over the loan term, leading to full repayment by the end. Question 43. Which of the following is not a characteristic of an independent contractor relationship with a broker? A. Employee benefits provided. B. Flexible work schedule. C. Payment on a commission basis. D. Control over work methods. The correct answer is A. Employee benefits provided. Independent contractors typically do not receive employee benefits provided by the broker. They have more autonomy and are compensated based on commissions earned. Question 44. If the monthly payment on a mortgage loan is $1,412 and the interest rate is 11.5%, what is the principal sum? A. $147,399.13. B. $160,020.65. C. $180,050. D. $210,023. The correct answer is A. $147,399.13. The principal sum can be calculated by dividing the yearly payment by the interest rate. First, find the yearly payment, $1,412 times 12, equals $16,944 divided by 0.115 equals $147,399.13. Question 45. What type of covenants are typically included in general warranty deeds? A. Covenant of season, quiet enjoyment, and further assurance. B. Covenant of redemption, encumbrance, and merger. C. Covenant of acceleration, estoppel, and subordination. D. Covenant of warranty, breach, and disclaimer. The correct answer is A. Covenant of season, quiet enjoyment, and further assurance. General warranty deeds commonly include covenants of season, ownership, quiet enjoyment, freedom from interference, and further assurance, protection against defects. Question 46. A, B, and C are joint tenants. C sells their share to B, who then passes away. What percentage of B's interest in the property transfers to A? A. 33%, B. 50%, C. 66%, D. 100%. The correct answer is C. 66%. In a joint tenancy, when one tenant dies, the surviving tenants divide the deceased tenant's interest equally. Since there were originally 3 joint tenants, A would receive 2/3, 66% of B's interest. Question 47. Which statement applies to all appurtenances in real estate? A. They are always personal property. B. They can be transferred separately from the property. C. They are always fixtures. D. They have no legal significance. The correct answer is B. They can be transferred separately from the property. Appurtenances are rights or privileges associated with a property that can be transferred separately, such as easements or air rights, regardless of whether they are considered personal property or fixtures. Question 48. What are the practical essentials required for a valid contract in real estate? A. Offer and acceptance, consideration, and legal purpose. B. Written form, notarization, and witnesses. C. Clear title, property survey, and inspections. D. Buyer's pre-approval, seller's disclosure, and appraisal. The correct answer is A. Offer and acceptance, consideration, and legal purpose. To form a valid contract in real estate, there must be a clear offer and acceptance, consideration exchanged, typically money, and the contract must serve a legal purpose. Question 49. Which statement is true regarding real estate sales contracts? A. They are binding only if written on a specific form. B. Oral agreements are sufficient to create enforceable contracts. C. They must be signed by both parties to be valid. D. Verbal offers are legally binding and can be accepted. The correct answer is C. They must be signed by both parties to be valid. Real estate sales contracts require the signatures of both the buyer and seller to be considered valid and enforceable, providing clear evidence of mutual consent and agreement. Question 50. In Sunnyvale subdivision, consisting of 75 acres, 400 houses were built on 7,500 square feet lots. If each house averaged 50 times 40 feet, what percentage of the subdivision is covered by the houses? A. 4%, B. 10%, C. 25%, D. 50%. The correct answer is C. 25%. Each house occupies 2,000 square feet, 50 times 40 feet, and a total of 400 houses were built on 7,500 square feet lots. 2,000 times 400 equals 800,000 square feet of houses. There are 43,560 square feet in an acre. 75 times 43,560 equals 3,267,000 total square feet. 800,000 divided by 3,267,000 equals 0.2448 roundup, and make a percentage equals 25%. Question 51. Which of the following is not a form of evidence of title? A. Title insurance policy. B. Warranty deed. C. Chain of title. D. Property survey. The correct answer is D. Property survey. While a property survey is important in real estate transactions, it is not considered a direct form of evidence of title. Title insurance policy, warranty deed, and chain of title provide evidence of ownership. Question 52. The 3-day right of rescission, as per Regulation Z, applies to which situation? A. Commercial real estate transactions. B. Refinancing a mortgage. C. Purchase of a primary residence. D. Sale of a rental property. The correct answer is B. Refinancing a mortgage. The 3-day right of rescission under Regulation Z gives borrowers the right to cancel a mortgage refinance transaction within 3 business days of closing. Question 53. The broker of ABC Realty secured a 6-month exclusive right to sell listing from Mini, but failed to market the property for 60 days. Which statement is false? A. The broker may be in breach of the listing agreement. B. Mini can terminate the listing agreement due to the broker's inaction. C. The broker is still entitled to collect the commission upon sale. D. The broker's failure to market the property is permissible under the listing agreement. The correct answer is D. The broker's failure to market the property is permissible under the listing agreement. The broker's failure to market the property for 60 days may be a breach of the listing agreement, and Mini may have grounds to terminate the agreement or seek legal recourse. Question 54. In a township, what does Section 11 represent? A. A unit of land measuring 1 square mile. B. The designated commercial area. C. The public park or recreational area. D. The local government administrative division. The correct answer is A. A unit of land measuring 1 square mile. In a township, Section 11 represents a unit of land measuring 1 square mile, typically used for administrative and surveying purposes. Question 55. If an appraiser calculates the total land value and then adds the value of the improvements, this method is referred to as what? A. Cost approach. B. Market approach. C. Income approach. D. Sales comparison approach. The correct answer is A. Cost approach. The cost approach in real estate appraisal involves estimating the value of land and adding the value of improvements based on the cost of construction or replacement. Question 56. A fiduciary relationship exists between the listing broker and the seller. The fiduciary ends, however, if the seller does which of the following? A. Rejects an offer from a potential buyer. B. Hires an attorney for legal advice. C. Withdraws the property from the market. D. Provides financial disclosures to the buyer. The correct answer is C. Withdraws the property from the market. The fiduciary relationship between the listing broker and the seller typically ends if the seller decides to withdraw the property from the market, terminating the broker's authority. Question 57. A real estate company listed a piece of property at $4.50 per square foot. The lot was 50 feet x 137 feet. The commission was 7.25%. What amount would the seller pay the real estate company? A. $2,234.81. B. $9,545.25. C. $10,452.88. D. $16,762.14. The correct answer is A. $2,234.81. The total price of the lot is calculated as 50 feet times 137 feet equals 6,850 times 4.50 equals 30,825. Then take that and multiply it by 0.0725 equals $2,234.81. Question 58. All of the following are defined and protected under familial status according to the 1988 amendment of the Federal Fair Housing Law of 1968. Except for which one? A. Families with children under 18. B. Pregnant women. C. Individuals with disabilities. D. Married couples without children. The correct answer is D. Married couples without children. The Federal Fair Housing Law of 1968, amended in 1988, protects familial status, which includes families with children, pregnant women, and individuals with disabilities, but it does not specifically protect married couples without children. Question 59. What does the term escheat mean in the context of real estate? A. The transfer of property ownership through inheritance. B. The process of a property being taken over by a government entity. C. The negotiation and execution of a real estate contract. D. The appraisal of a property's market value. The correct answer is B. The process of a property being taken over by a government entity. Escheat refers to the transfer of property ownership to a government entity when an individual dies without leaving a will or legal heirs. Question 60. If the market value of real estate is $72,000 and the property is assessed at 67% of value, what would be the monthly taxes if the tax rate for the area is 6.50 per 100 of assessed value? A. $261.30, B. $312, C. $389.76, D. $420.48. The correct answer is A. $261.30. The assessed value is calculated as $72,000 times 67% equals $48,240. Then to find the monthly taxes, you take $48,240. Now to find the tax rate, you take $48,240 divided by 100 equals $482.40 times 6.50 equals $3,135.60 for the entire year. Now to find monthly, take $3,135.50 divided by 12 equals $261.30. Question 61. Betty Smith took title to property in the name Elizabeth Smith. When she sold the property, she signed Betty Smith as grantor. The buyer has which of the following? A. A valid claim to the property. B. No legal recourse. C. Uncertain ownership rights. D. The right to challenge the transaction. The correct answer is C. Uncertain ownership rights. The inconsistency in the name used by the seller creates ambiguity regarding the ownership rights of the buyer, leading to uncertainty and potential legal complications. Question 62. All of the following are involved in the secondary mortgage market except for which one? A. Mortgage lenders. B. Mortgage brokers. C. Government-sponsored enterprises. D. Home buyers. The correct answer is D. Home buyers. The secondary mortgage market involves various entities like mortgage lenders, mortgage brokers, and government-sponsored enterprises, such as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but home buyers are not directly involved in this market. Question 63. What is the method of creating an agency relationship in which the principal accepts the conduct of someone who acted without prior authorization as the principal's agent? A. Implied agency. B. Ostensible agency. C. Express agency. D. Ratified agency. The correct answer is D. Ratified agency. Ratified agency occurs when the principal accepts or confirms the actions of someone who acted as their agent without prior authorization, thereby creating an agency relationship. Question 64. A buyer wishes to give a post-dated check with an offer. What should the broker do? A. Accept the post-dated check. B. Inform the buyer that post-dated checks are not accepted. C. Advise the buyer to provide a certified check instead. D. Consult with the seller before deciding. The correct answer is C. Advise the buyer to provide a certified check instead. Post-dated checks may create uncertainty and complications in the transaction. It is advisable for the broker to recommend a certified check, which provides immediate funds and security. Question 65. What is the cost of constructing a fence 6 feet and 6 inches high around a lot, measuring 90 feet x 175 feet, given that the cost of building the fence is 1.25 per linear foot and the material is 0.825 per square foot? A. $3,504.63. B. $5,243.75. C. $7,762.50. D. $9,076.25. The correct answer is A. $3,504.63. P equals 2 times 90 plus 175 equals 530 feet. So the erection cost is 530 feet times 1.25 feet equals 662.50. A equals 2, 90 plus 175 times 6.5 equals 3,445 feet squared. So the cost of materials is 3,445 feet squared times 0.825 feet squared equals $2,842.13. Total cost is $2,842.13 plus $662.50 equals $3,504.63. Question 66. Which statement below is incorrect concerning property management? A. Property managers are responsible for setting rental prices. B. Property managers handle maintenance and repairs. C. Property managers oversee tenant screening and selection. D. Property managers do not have a role in lease agreements. The correct answer is D. Property managers do not have a role in lease agreements. Property managers play a crucial role in lease agreements, including drafting, negotiating, and enforcing lease terms on behalf of property owners. Question 67. What percentage of Americans own their homes outright, that is, without a mortgage? A. 10%, B. 20%, C. 30%, D. 40%. The correct answer is D. 40%. About 40% of American homeowners own their homes outright, without a mortgage. This can provide financial security and freedom from monthly mortgage payments. Question 68. What is the average length of time homeowners stay in their homes in the United States? A. 5 to 7 years. B. 7 to 10 years. C. 10 to 15 years. D. 15 to 20 years. The correct answer is C. 10 to 15 years. The average length of time homeowners stay in their homes in the United States is between 10 to 15 years. This can vary based on factors such as personal circumstances, job changes, and the local housing market. In a transaction where a single agent represents both parties, what happens? A. The agent acts as a dual agent. B. The agent becomes a transaction coordinator. C. Another agent is assigned to one of the parties. D. The transaction is prohibited by law. The correct answer is A. The agent acts as a dual agent. When a single agent represents both the buyer and seller in a transaction, they assume the role of a dual agent, facilitating the transaction impartially while representing both parties' interests. Question 70. Which statement below is true concerning mutual recognition? A. It allows real estate professionals to practice without a license in different states. B. It only applies to certain types of real estate transactions. C. It simplifies the process of obtaining a real estate license in multiple states. D. It restricts real estate professionals from working outside their home state. The correct answer is C. It simplifies the process of obtaining a real estate license in multiple states. Mutual recognition agreements between states allow real estate professionals to obtain licenses in multiple states more easily, reducing the burden of duplicative licensing requirements. Question 71. The seller has chosen to list his house with ABC Brokerage and is organizing a lottery where participants purchase $1,000 tickets. The winner drawn at the end of the month will become the new owner of the home. Which statement below applies? A. Participants purchase tickets and the winner becomes the new owner. B. Participants enter the lottery for free and the winner becomes the new owner. C. Participants purchase tickets and the winner receives a cash prize. D. Participants purchase tickets and the winner gets a discount on the house. The correct answer is A. Participants purchase tickets and the winner becomes the new owner. In this scenario, participants buy tickets for the lottery and the person whose ticket is drawn becomes the new owner of the house. Question 72. Which of the following statements is true regarding registration with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations? A. Registration is optional for real estate professionals. B. Registration is required for real estate professionals. C. Registration is required for buyers but not sellers. D. Registration is required for sellers but not buyers. The correct answer is B. Registration is required for real estate professionals. Real estate professionals are generally required to register with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations to ensure compliance with regulations and industry standards. Question 73. Sabrina and Logan have formed a partnership for real estate transactions, each investing a 50% interest and agreeing to split the profits equally. Which statement below is true about their arrangement? A. They will only split profits if the partnership incurs losses. B. They will split profits based on the percentage of investment. C. They will split profits based on the amount of time invested. D. They will split profits equally, regardless of their investment percentages. The correct answer is D. They will split profits equally, regardless of their investment percentages. Sabrina and Logan have agreed to divide the profits equally, regardless of the specific percentage of their individual investments in the partnership. Question 74. Which of the following home styles is the most popular among homebuyers in the United States? A. Ranch style. B. contemporary, C, colonial, D, Victorian. The correct answer is A, ranch style. Ranch-style homes are the most popular among home buyers in the United States, accounting for about 42% of homes sold. Ranch-style homes are typically single-story homes with an open floor plan and a low-pitched roof. Question 75. Sales associate Jimmy, a top producer at Highland Homes, has been asked by the owner to work at a new Highland Homes location in addition to his current location. What is true about Jimmy's situation? A. Jimmy will be exclusively assigned to the new location. B. Jimmy will continue working only at his current location. C. Jimmy will split his time between the new location and his current location. D. Jimmy will transition to working solely at the new location. The correct answer is C. Jimmy will split his time between the new location and his current location. The owner has requested Jimmy to work at the new location while also maintaining his responsibilities at his current location, resulting in a shared workload between the two places. Question 76. Among real estate relationship disclosure forms, which is the only form that requires a signature or initials? A. Buyer's disclosure form. B. Seller's disclosure form. C. Dual agency disclosure form. D. Transaction broker notice. The correct answer is C. Dual agency disclosure form. The dual agency disclosure form is the only form among real estate relationship disclosure forms that typically requires the signature or initials of the parties involved to acknowledge their understanding of dual agency representation. Question 77. Which statement below is true concerning agency in real estate? A. An agent can represent both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction without any conflict of interest. B. Agency relationships can only be established through written agreements. C. Agents are always required to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a real estate transaction. D. The type of agency relationship is determined solely by the agent without the consent of the client. The correct answer is C. Agents are always required to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a real estate transaction. Real estate agents have a legal obligation to disclose their agency relationships to all parties involved in a transaction to ensure transparency and avoid any potential conflicts of interest. Question 78. Buyer Bill has established a single agent relationship with broker Sarah, who also represents seller Thomas as a single agent. Sarah believes a property listed by Thomas would be ideal for Bill. In what capacity can Sarah work with both the buyer and the seller? A. Dual agent. B. Transaction broker. C. Designated agent. D. Facilitator. The correct answer is A. Dual agent. In this scenario, Sarah would act as a dual agent, representing both the buyer, Bill, and the seller, Thomas, with their informed consent and following applicable legal requirements. Question 79. Which of the following real estate investment strategies involves buying a property with the intention of renovating and reselling it quickly for a profit? A. Buy and hold. B. Flip. C. BRRRR, buy, renovate, rent, refinance, repeat. D. REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust. The correct answer is B. Flip. The strategy of buying a property with the intention of renovating and reselling it quickly for a profit is commonly referred to as flipping. This is different from the buy and hold strategy, which involves purchasing a property with the intention of holding onto it as a long-term investment, or the BRRR strategy, which involves buying, renovating, renting out, refinancing, and repeating the process. REITs, on the other hand, involve pooling investor funds to purchase and manage a portfolio of income-generating real estate properties. Question 80. Which of the following actions would terminate a single agency relationship with the principal who hired a broker to list his house? A. The principal temporarily suspends the listing agreement. B. The broker assigns another agent to handle the listing. C. The principal decides to withdraw the property from the market. D. The broker finds a potential buyer for the property. The correct answer is C. The principal decides to withdraw the property from the market. If the principal decides to withdraw the property from the market, it would typically terminate the single agency relationship established with the broker for listing the house. Question 81. Which of the following statements accurately describes agency? A. Agency refers to the legal relationship between a real estate agent and their client. B. Agency only exists when a real estate agent represents the seller. C. Agency is a term used exclusively for commercial real estate transactions. D. Agency is not relevant in real estate dealings. The correct answer is A. Agency refers to the legal relationship between a real estate agent and their client. Agency is a fundamental concept in real estate, encompassing the relationship between an agent and their client, whether representing the buyer or seller. Question 82. Which of the following statements is false regarding brokerage offices? A. Brokerage offices serve as a central location for real estate agents to conduct business. B. Brokerage offices are typically owned and operated by licensed brokers. C. Brokerage offices are not involved in the process of property transactions. D. Brokerage offices provide administrative support and resources to their affiliated agents. The correct answer is C. Brokerage offices are not involved in the process of property transactions. Brokerage offices play a crucial role in facilitating property transactions, providing support, resources, and a physical space for agents to conduct their business. Question 83. Which of the following advertisements would be considered a blind ad? A. Charming beachfront property with breathtaking views. Contact for details. B. Spacious 3-bedroom home in a family-friendly neighborhood. Call to schedule a viewing. C. Luxury penthouse available in prestigious downtown tower. Inquire for more information. D. Affordable fixer-upper with great investment potential. Contact for address and showing. The correct answer is D. Affordable fixer-upper with great investment potential. Contact for address and showing. A blind ad withholds specific property details, such as the address, requiring interested parties to inquire further for additional information. Question 84. In Janice's situation, what can be inferred based on her concern about her name not being included on the brokerage sign? A. Janice is dissatisfied with the overall working environment at the brokerage. B. Janice believes her name on the sign would positively impact her professional image. C. Janice is concerned about the legality of not having her name displayed. D. Janice wants her name on the sign as a symbol of seniority and recognition. The correct answer is B. Janice believes her name on the sign would positively impact her professional image. Janice's concern about her name not being on the brokerage sign suggests that she values the visibility and recognition it brings, which can enhance her professional reputation. Question 85. Broker Willie, aware that 4520 Central Street in St. Petersburg was recently rented through a competing brokerage, decides to advertise the property for rent. What best describes Willie's action? A. Willie is engaging in an unethical business practice by advertising a property that is not available for rent. B. Willie is trying to attract potential renters and buyers to his brokerage by advertising a recently rented property. C. Willie is helping the competing brokerage by promoting their recently rented property to a wider audience. D. Willie is attempting to find new leads by advertising a property that he believes will become available for rent again soon. The correct answer is B. Willie is trying to attract potential renters and buyers to his brokerage by advertising a recently rented property. Willie sees the recently rented property as an opportunity to generate leads and interest from potential clients by advertising it for rent, even though it is not currently available. Question 86. Toya, a sales associate, plans to sell her house to capitalize on her real estate expertise. What accurately describes Toya's situation? A. Toya can expect to sell her house quickly due to her industry knowledge. B. Toya's real estate expertise will not have an impact on the sale of her house. C. Toya's professional background may enable her to maximize profit from selling her house. D. Toya's real estate expertise will make it difficult for her to find a buyer for her house. The correct answer is C. Toya's professional background may enable her to maximize profit from selling her house. Toya's knowledge and experience in real estate can provide her with an advantage in effectively marketing and negotiating the sale of her own property. Question 87. When an escrow deposit is placed with a title company or attorney, what procedures must be followed? A. The escrow deposit must be immediately released to the seller. B. The escrow deposit is held until the closing date, then disbursed according to the terms of the contract. C. The escrow deposit is refunded to the buyer if the seller fails to meet certain conditions. D. The escrow deposit is used to pay the real estate agent's commission. The correct answer is B. The escrow deposit is held until the closing date, then disbursed according to the terms of the contract. When an escrow deposit is made, it is typically held by the title company or attorney until the closing of the transaction, at which point it is disbursed according to the agreed-upon terms. Question 88. In a scenario where a buyer defaults a week before executing a signed contract and the seller believes they're entitled to the earnest money, what should the broker do if unsure about the rightful recipient? A. Distribute the earnest money to the seller to avoid potential legal complications. B. Hold the earnest money until a court order or mutual agreement determines the rightful recipient. C. Return the earnest money to the buyer as a gesture of goodwill. D. Keep the earnest money as a fee for the broker's involvement in the transaction. The correct answer is B. Hold the earnest money until a court order or mutual agreement determines the rightful recipient. When there is uncertainty about the rightful recipient of the earnest money, it is advisable for the broker to hold the funds until a court order or mutual agreement clarifies the appropriate distribution. Question 89. Which of the following real estate investment strategies involves pooling money from multiple investors to purchase properties? A. REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust. B. Syndication. C. Crowdfunding. D. Private equity real estate. The correct answer is B. Syndication. Real estate syndication involves pooling money from multiple investors to purchase properties, typically with the intention of generating rental income or selling the properties for a profit. REITs, crowdfunding, and private equity real estate are other real estate investment strategies that involve pooling investor funds, but each has its own unique characteristics and structure. Question 90. Broker Paula listed a property with an exclusive right to sell agreement, stating a 6% commission. The property sold quickly, and the seller now demands a reduction to 3% commission. What applies in this situation? A. Paula must reduce the commission to satisfy the seller's demand. B. Paula should negotiate with the seller to find a mutually agreeable resolution. C. Paula is entitled to the full 6% commission as per the signed agreement. D. Paula must refund the commission already received to the seller. The correct answer is C. Paula is entitled to the full 6% commission as per the signed agreement. The seller's post-sale demand does not alter the terms of the exclusive right to sell agreement, and therefore Paula is entitled to the full commission agreed upon in the contract. Question 91. What is the typical length of a lease for a commercial property in the United States? A. 1 to 3 years. B. 3 to 5 years. C. 5 to 7 years. D. 7 to 10 years. The correct answer is B. 3 to 5 years. The typical length of a lease for a commercial property in the United States is usually 3 to 5 years. This allows for a balance between providing the tenant with enough stability and the landlord with enough flexibility in case of market changes or tenant turnover. However, leases can vary in length depending on the agreement between the parties. Question 92. Which statement is false regarding the payment of an unearned fee or kickback? A. Payment of an unearned fee or kickback can be a violation of real estate laws and regulations. B. Accepting kickbacks is permissible as long as they are disclosed to all parties involved. C. Real estate professionals should avoid receiving unearned fees or kickbacks to maintain ethical practices. D. Unearned fees or kickbacks can create conflicts of interest and compromise the integrity of the transaction. The correct answer is B. Accepting kickbacks is permissible as long as they are disclosed to all parties involved. Accepting kickbacks, even with disclosure, is generally considered unethical and can be a violation of real estate laws and regulations. Question 93. Which statement concerning partnerships is incorrect? A. In a general partnership, all partners share equal responsibility and liability for the business. B. Limited partnerships have both general partners and limited partners, with different levels of responsibility and liability. C. Partnerships require a formal written agreement outlining the roles, responsibilities, and profit-sharing arrangements. D. Partnerships provide limited liability protection to all partners involved. The correct answer is D. Partnerships provide limited liability protection to all partners involved. Partnerships do not provide limited liability protection to all partners. In a general partnership, all partners have unlimited personal liability for the partnership's debts and obligations. Question 94. If an unlicensed individual is found guilty of acting like a broker and collecting commissions, what penalty could be imposed? A. Fines and monetary penalties. B. License suspension or revocation. C. Imprisonment or jail time. D. Community service or probation. The correct answer is A. Fines and monetary penalties. Unlicensed individuals acting as brokers and collecting commissions can face penalties in the form of fines and monetary sanctions as a consequence of their unlawful activities. Question 95. When a claim against a licensee is filed and the Real Estate Recovery Fund is used to compensate, what applies? A. The licensee's professional reputation remains intact, and they are not subject to any disciplinary actions. B. The licensee must personally reimburse the Real Estate Recovery Fund for the amount paid out. C. The licensee's license may be suspended or revoked, and they may face disciplinary actions. D. The Real Estate Recovery Fund is not available to compensate claimants in cases involving licensees. The correct answer is C. The licensee's license may be suspended or revoked, and they may face disciplinary actions. If a claim against a licensee is paid from the Real Estate Recovery Fund, it indicates misconduct, which can lead to license suspension or revocation, as well as potential disciplinary actions against the licensee. Question 96. Stacy recently moved out of her rented property and was told by the landlord that she would receive her security deposit within 15 days. What statement is true regarding Stacy's security deposit? A. The landlord is legally required to return the security deposit within the specified time frame. B. The landlord can withhold the security deposit indefinitely. C. Stacy is not entitled to receive her security deposit back. D. The landlord can use the security deposit for any purpose they choose. The correct answer is A. The landlord is legally required to return the security deposit within the specified time frame. Landlords are generally obligated by law to return the security deposit to tenants within a specific period, typically outlined in local rental regulations. Question 97. The Federal Fair Housing Act, also known as the Civil Rights Act of 1968, prohibits discrimination in the showing, negotiation, sale, rental, or financing of a dwelling based on what? A. Age. B. Gender. C. Income level. D. Race. The correct answer is D. Race. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing transactions based on race, along with other protected classes such as color, religion, national origin, familial status, and disability. Question 98. Tally, a sales associate at Madeira brokerage firm, is instructed by her broker to exclusively show Asian-speaking prospects a new subdivision called Orient on the Express. What is this an example of? A. Redlining. B. Blockbusting. C. Steering. D. Zoning. The correct answer is C. Steering. This scenario represents steering, which involves guiding or directing individuals toward or away from certain neighborhoods or properties based on their race, ethnicity, or other protected characteristics. Question 99. In 1988, Congress amended the Fair Housing Act of 1968 to include 2 additional protected classes. Which 2 classes were added? A. Age and marital status. B. Gender and sexual orientation. C. Disability and familial status. D. National origin and religion. The correct answer is C. Disability and familial status. The Fair Housing Act was amended in 1988 to include disability and familial status as protected classes, prohibiting discrimination against individuals with disabilities and families with children. Question 100. Which estate requires the presence of all 4 unities? A. Joint tenancy. B. Tenancy in common. C. Community property. D. Tenancy by the entirety. The correct answer is D. Tenancy by the entirety. Tenancy by the entirety is a form of ownership where spouses jointly hold the property with the 4 unities of possession, interest, time, and title.
Don't forget to share this video with your friends and subscribe for more practice tests.